right, if the Zoom team are not yet ready, I will go ahead to just start a brief for the Region 2. And when the Zoom guys come in, we'll kick off with them. But just to mention that you are all highly appreciated for being on the call. Some of us have been on the call since 00 GMT, starting with Region 1 and the Asia team. Thank you so much for joining us. And just to mention that we're live streaming this event today across the world via YouTube through the Science Diplomacy Center. And for all of us who are joining the team in the Zoom room, you are actually able to show your videos, you are able to participate by raising your virtual hands. And we also want to invite you, if you check your Zoom chat box, you would notice that we've posted a Zoom background, which you may decide to change, and it should look exactly like mine, so that when we take the picture, it's all looking colorful, and we can see the diversity of Indigenous people who are here on this call and in this Zoom meeting. Once again, my name is Temitope Shobamu. I'm the co-lead for the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. And I'm co-leading this summit with Heather Jean Gordon, but as well with regional co-leads across the 3 regions, Africa, Asia, South America, North America, and steering committee members as well across the world. We also have on board for this summit partners who supported us in cash, particularly Stranger Nature and in kind, and as well, of course, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, through whom we're hosting this event, and the Science Diplomacy Center. We want to join you all, especially our presenters, as we kickstart the Africa Region 2 Summit in 3 minutes. So please feel free to speak in your Indigenous language. This is what this summit is all about. And also feel free to hear your opinions and perspectives. We strongly appreciate the thoughtful opinions and perspectives shared by presenters and panelists in the Asia region. And we believe that this is what we will follow through into the Africa region and in Region 3 later today. So on this call, ladies and gentlemen, I will request you to please listen kindly to the presentation that we've prepared for the Africa region. And I'll be moderating this introduction or brief alongside Dr. Lassen Giyscc from Morocco in Africa. And he will take the brief about the agenda for today across the Africa region. But just before I go to that, I would like to know if the Zoom technical team are here on the call, and they perhaps want to make any technical information available to us.
Tope, Raphael is on the call and available to make the presentation.
Okay, so Raphael, I yield the floor to you. Please, you have roughly about 5 minutes or less so that we can kickstart the region. Thank you.
No problem. Hi, everyone. My name is Raphael, and I work for Zoom. I'm here to help you navigate the Zoom platform today. So I do have just 2 slides for you to go through so we can review together housekeeping notes for that meeting. So be aware that this meeting is recorded and live streamed to a YouTube channel. If you are not familiar with the Zoom platform already, down the bottom left of your screen, you've got 2 icons, a microphone and a camera icon. The microphone is hard muted, so we leave our speakers able to talk, but there will not be much interaction here on the microphone for participant. You have the camera icon where you can turn on and off your video as required. We encourage everyone, of course, to keep their video on. It's a bit more collaborative for everyone. But of course, you are more than welcome to keep it off and have your own privacy. There, you've got another icon called participant. In here, you can click and have a view of who's there attending the meeting along with you. So that's a good place to click and see who is there. In terms of interactions, there are two main places where you can interact with us today. You have the chat icon, which is mainly to receive information from the host or to send comments. And there's also a Q&A icon down the bottom of your screen where you can click and send questions at any time during the presentations. The presenters, speakers will be able to see those questions and will be able to answer in due time. I believe if they are not answered during the presentation, you will receive private answers later. So that's for the interactions. Another important icon there for interacting is the emoticon. It's called reactions. And through the reactions button, you can either send friendly emoticons or also raise your hand. And there we will be, if you have a specific question, and we can make sure you can unmute and address your question verbally to the presenters. So that's how you can all interact with us today. A very important icon, and I promise we're almost there, is the closed caption icon. It's a CC icon down the bottom of your screen. And there you can select an auto-translated caption. So right now we are speaking in English. I'm French originally, for example. You can, if you click that icon, and I think the next slide, will explain that. This icon CC will be very good. So you can select the speaking language of the meeting, in that case English, and then at the top there, translate to, you can select a language of your choice. There are many different languages available, so not just French, Spanish, German, like the usual, like you have access to a lot of different auto-translated captions there. So that's a very good function. Then we encourage everyone to remain on a speaker view, and the way you can configure that that option is on the top right corner of your screen. There's a button called View, and if you click that button, you will see different options, gallery or speaker. If you select speaker, you will only have the active speaker on the screen, which is easier to follow and usually attach speaker attached to their presentation if they're sharing slides. However, if you feel like you want to see everyone and have that collaborative look and feel free to remain on gallery view. And then you will see many different video ties there. You can also hide your view if that is something annoying to you, and hide non-participant videos if those black boxes with a name are not really of your interest. I think I went through all the housekeeping of the Zoom interface. Now, when it comes to your internet connection, we advise that if you find you don't receive the audio very well from the speaker, and if you have your camera on, it's best to turn off your camera so you will maximize your bandwidth for the audio of the speaker. I am ready to receive any questions if you do have one for me.
Yes, thanks a lot, Raphael. And we will now move straight to the brief introduction by myself and Lassen, who will join the call if he's not already on the call. So like I mentioned, my name is Temitope Shugbamu. I'm an environmental toxicologist by training, and I am opportune to be the co-lead for this global summit today. And in the next few slides, I would give us a brief background about the Giyscc. But just to mention that as at yesterday, we had 8,300 plus almost registrants from 111 countries, representing about 88 languages, with ages distributed from 17 years to 75. And that's awesome on this 24 hours, one-of-a-kind summit. The Giyscc is actually something that came through the International Network for Governmental Science Advice, DEBU program on science advice skills development, of which I was opportune to be one of the inaugural fellows last year. And through that program, I was in a mentee-mentor relationship with Professor Beckman, and it was focused on climate change science advice in Africa. But in the course of the program, we decided to move beyond Africa to a global scale. And so latching on my networks and the networks, particularly from Professor Beckman with Indigenous Youth from the Active, the idea of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change was born. And through hosting and partnership with the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, we're having this happening today, but principally led by for and amongst Indigenous youths. Obviously, as you agree, for us to have this type of summit, we must have steering committees who are working around the clock and behind the scenes to ensure the success, as we have seen demonstrated in the Asia region. And so we also got seed funding from Springer Nature, which facilitated some of the technical inputs that we have, for example, from Zoom and the like. Just to give a background, Indigenous peoples, as we know it, represent almost 500 million people across the world. And we're mostly impacted, vulnerable to global climate change, which is referred to as changes in average temperature and weather conditions. And this has mostly been driven by human activities since the industrial age. But we also know that despite the vulnerability of Indigenous peoples, these peoples have also developed resilience through indigenous knowledge and practices, and especially because of closeness to nature. And we believe that the youths, I call us the now generation, are actually potential conduits for the transfer and integration of this indigenous knowledge and practices across the world. And being important conduits, we believe that we do have a voice, and we should make our voice heard about our challenges, as we heard a lot through in the Asia team region presentations, our vulnerabilities, but we would also like you to express our innovation, which is very critical for the whole world to see and know. And that's why on this day today, we're convening on the United Nations International Day of the World Indigenous People, the Giyscc, which is the inaugural program. What are our aims? We intend to mobilize partnerships among us here through dialogue for climate action to make our voices count. And we intend to achieve this aim through some objectives which are not exhaustive, but we have developed this one of a kind platform for global engagement across the world among Indigenous youths. We want us to share our perspectives, our concerns, our approaches, our interests, our strategies to address the local to global impact of climate change on a planetary scale. We hope in this summit today that we're able to stimulate lifelong learning amongst us to contribute to knowledge and skills and inspire Indigenous youth leaders to think short to long terms. And we're hoping to achieve this across 3 8-hour regions. We just finished the first 8-hour region, which is the Africa, Asia, Oceania, through regional hubs of Indigenous youths, through a diversity of presentations, and particularly cutting across various themes from current realities of climate change to climate change communication and future perspectives, particularly within and among Indigenous peoples and communities. So our call to action to us today on the call, and when we say Indigenous youth, please remember that we are inclusive, is that we as youth serve very critical roles as intermediaries between the old and the future generations. Again, as I call us, we are the now generation, but also we serve as intermediaries between Indigenous and Western knowledge systems. Some of these have been emphasized in the presentations in the Asia team region. And we are doing this in order to ensure the sustainability of our world, to ensure that we have resources that meet our current demands as a now generation, but also meet the resource demands of the future generations who are yet unborn. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we are calling you to action around the world in the spirit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals on partnerships of the goals, to play active roles in these high-level discourses, not only in this summit, but also to be included in global decision-making on climate change issues, including mitigation and adaptation. And we hope that in doing this, that we are emboldened and that we are facilitated to be included and to get a seat at the table in high-level discourses and dialogues like this on climate change decision-making, but particularly as it affects and concerns Indigenous peoples. We've just published a comment by the steering committee, which was published in Nature, and we've saying Indigenous youth must be at the forefront of climate diplomacy. We invite you at your free time to read this comment and indeed further glean strategies for which you can actually play active roles for climate action. On behalf of the steering committee, the partners, we want to acknowledge all those people, Science Diplomacy Center, Springer Nature for seed funding, Giyscc Africa, from which the idea of the summit was conceived, my own institution, the University of Lagos, the Nigerian Young Academy, amongst other partners across various parts of the world who've helped support the planning from 2022 till now to make this summit a reality. While I thank you, I will now move to speak in my Indigenous language. I am Yoruba. I'm from the Giyscc peoples in southwestern Nigeria. Akin lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ lágbàlagbà àti lọ́mọdé. Orúkọ mi ni Tèmítọ́pẹ́ Ṣógbámú. Ọmọ yín láti ìlú Ogun State ní Nàìjíríà. Kí ni nǹkan tí a péjọpọ̀ lónìí fún? Káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé, à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìyípadà afẹ́fẹ́. Nǹkan tí a dẹ̀ ń sọ yìí, ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó jẹ wá lógún. Kò ń ṣe lágbàlagbà nìkan, ṣùgbọ́n àwa ọmọdé náà. Nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe lénìí ni pé a fẹ́ rọ̀ wá ní kí gbogbo wa sọ̀rọ̀, ká sọ nǹkan tó jẹ wá lógún tó dẹ̀ kàn wá lọ́kàn. Torí kí ilé ayé yìí àti orílẹ̀-èdè yìí káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé kó lè ṣe é gbé fún wa, àwa tá a jẹ́ ọmọdé, ó dẹ̀ lè ṣe é gbé fún àwọn ọmọ wa táì tí bí àti èyí tá ti bí lọ́jọ́ iwájú. A dúpẹ́ o, ẹ dẹ̀ máa bá wa ká lọ. And that's that from my end, ladies and gentlemen. I would now like to invite Dr. Lassen, Giyscc is on the call, to present our agenda for today. I will go back to sharing my screen to give us just a brief rundown of the agenda for the Region 2 today. Dr. Lassen, over to you if you're on the call. Okay, if Lassen is not on the call, I will do the honors and present it. So, like we mentioned, as seen in Asia region, Region 1, we are also having Region 2, and we've just undergone the transition from Region 1 to 2. I've just provided my introduction and a brief about the summit. In the next course of about less than 8 hours now, we are going to have various presentations from different countries across Africa and also across Indigenous communities, from East Africa to Central to Western Africa to Northern Africa. And then we will end with a panel session with what we call a session with the elders. And these would have panelists like Dr. Odubanjo from Giyscc Africa and Dr. Glover, as well as our own Professor Paul Beckman, who is coordinating the Giyscc. And that session will be moderated by me, and we will end the Region 2 session with a summary like we have seen shared by Fari in the Asia region by Professor Remo and Demila. But please note that this is a dialogue, and so the Region 2 session has been planned such that after about 5 to 6 presentations, we have a 45 minutes open dialogue where we are actually able to interact and communicate. And this is particularly where we are inviting you all, participants, presenters, observers across the world, to please not only put your comments in the chat box, but please raise your virtual hands so that we can actually hear you and also be able to dialogue together on this very important issue that affects all of us. On this note, I will end and I will invite the first presenter, Willis Osori from Kenya, representing the Banjul and Boni indigenous communities, to talk about awareness creation and capacity building of the Kunga community and climate change. Thank you very much.
A very well good morning to everyone from East Africa, Habari asubuhi. From the rest of the world, good afternoon, good evening, good night. My name is Willis Osore. I'm from Kenya. I work as a marine warden. Warden is someone in charge of a marine protected area. I manage a marine national reserve in Kenya called Kiunga Marine National Reserve. This morning, I want to present to you on awareness creation and capacity building of Kiunga community and climate change. I don't know if you are still seeing my screen. Damila, if you are on, please kindly could you share my screen? Is my screen on? Can anyone hear me?
Hi, this is Raphael from Zoom support. We cannot see your screen. So have you clicked the green button, share screen at the bottom of the Zoom window?
Damila was to present, was to share the screen for me because where I am struggling with the connection. So I'm currently using my phone. So I didn't manage to share from my own laptop.
No problem. So I will ask the host, Paul, to promote Damila as a co-host, please. Paul.
I believe Damila is promoted already. Willis, I will look for your slide myself to see if I have it in my inventory. Just a second.
Dermila Obare is not a co-host, it's D-E-R, Dermila. You can find through the search bar in the participant.
Dermila is now a co-host.
Dermila, you should be able to share.
Thank you, Raphael.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Damila. So as I was saying, I want to present on the awareness and capacity building of the Kiunga community. Next slide, please. Okay, so Kiunga area, this particular area is in the northmost part of Kenya, at the coast. And this particular area shares a border with Somali Republic. And it has a series of islands which make it an archipelago. The islands stretch from Kenya, the north part, all the way to the south of Somalia. Within this particular area, there are 3 conservation areas. There are 2 terrestrial reserves. One is called the Boni, the other one is called Dodori, And of course, there's the Kiunga, which is a marine national reserve. This particular reserve was declared a man and biosphere reserve in 1980. It's because of the interaction between the local indigenous community who are living there and nature. So they were able to continue to conserve and protect that particular place. And yet they were living among the islands within this particular national reserve of Kiunga. This particular area is very rich in terms of nutrients due to the Somali current and the East African coast current. They ensure that there is a lot of biodiversity, there's a lot of food for fish, and most of this community, they depend on the natural they depend on the ecosystem for their personal livelihood and their own survival. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, so this is just a map showing this particular area. If you look on the north, we have the Lagbadana Bush National Park. This particular park is in Somalia. And then on the south, you have the Boni National Reserve and the Dodori National Reserve. And the red part is the location where the presentation is based, is called Kiunga. So you can see the interaction between the two countries, Somali to the north and Kenya to the south. And the marine area where these two communities reside. Next slide, please. Go on, we have talked about this particular slide. Yeah, so on the local people, there are two communities which live here. One, the Bajuni. The Bajuni has a mixed ancestry of the Arabs who came to the East African coast in the 1800s and 1700s. They ended up interacting and mixing up with the local Bantu community. And they formed what we now have in East Africa, we call the Swahili. The Swahili language, which is widely spoken in East Africa, originated from a mix, go back please, a mix of the Bajuni and the Bajuni who are made up of the Bantus and the Arabs who are residing in this part. Mostly, they depend on fishing as their form of livelihood. They do use the mangrove forest in terms of construction and building up of their boats and homes. And also they do a little of farming and keeping goats and other small animals. As you go inland, you find a community called Aware. Most people call them the Boni, but the Boni is a dialect which came from Somali, as they're closely linked and related to the Somali people. They are like cousins to the Somali. So the word Boni was coined by the Somalis to indicate that that particular group were more residing in the forest and they were not living off livestock as the normal Somalis would live. So this community preferred to be called Aware and not Boni as they are widely known. They are very they are minority and they're very endangered. It's believed they remained only about 1,000 in the entire Kenya, and this had made them to be one of the most endangered communities in Kenya. Before, they were hunters and gatherers, and they will go into the forest to hunt and harvest honey. But due to change of laws and policies in Kenya, most of their ancestral land or areas where they're operating, they are declared to be protected areas. Like the Boni National Reserve is now a national protected area, and Dodori National Reserve is also now a protected area. This has made this particular community to be endangered. They don't have places to live. They keep on wandering, and when they are caught within these protected areas, they are usually prosecuted. Apart from these two particular communities, There have been influx of other communities coming into this area due to its richness in terms of biodiversity, of food, and other natural resources. We have people coming as far as Mombasa, the second biggest city in Kenya, and communities also coming from Somali just to extract particularly resources within this area. This has made the place to be very inadequate. The resources have been depleting at a very high rate. And this has made this particular two communities to be vulnerable due to overexploitation from these new people who are venturing into this particular area. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is just an image showing this is just an image showing yes, the different islands which are within the Kiunga area. The place has 51 islands only within Kiunga, and you have several of these islands as you extend to Somali. This particular community also extends all the way to Somali. So you'll find Bajunis in Kenya and also in Somali. Next slide, please. So some of the challenges these communities have, it's because they are heavily dependent on natural resources for their livelihood. There is a lot of extraction of this, and this has led to depleting, particularly of these resources. And the threats come from the people who are now coming into this area has led to pressures. There's a lot of fishing pressure, and this has come up with those unsustainable fishing practices. These practices, some of them, they use methods which are very destructive to the environment. They end up catching very small fish, destroying the seagrasses and the coral reefs. And this has made this area really to be prone to challenges due to this particular issue. There have also been reports of commercial fishing vessels trying to come within this area because it's really known to be rich in terms of marine resources. And this has further led to depletion of the stocks around this particular area. There have also been a problem with coastal erosions. Beaches which were long have now been eroded to up to a maximum of around 100 meters inland. This is being attributed to sea level rise and climate change. And then there have also been speculative development, people who perceive that the area will grow. Recently, there was a port constructed by the Kenyan government within the county. And the port was supposed to connect Kenya and South Sudan, parts of Ethiopia and Uganda. There have been speculation that the area will really grow, and people from other parts of the country have gone into these areas trying to develop. There have also been issues of pollution, mainly from inland. Poor farming methods from the inland communities have all been drained and washed down all the way to the areas of Kiunga. The other big issue the communities there is facing is that there is a lot of plastic pollution. This plastic pollution comes from the ocean. It's not a problem. It's not really a problem which the communities in Kiunga have generated, but due to where it's located, when the south monsoon winds blow and come to the East African coast, they tend to bring plastics from the rest of the world, and this plastic is dumped and deposited within the shores of Kiunga. So without this, if there won't be any intervention, it means that even the national reserve which are there are really threatened. And this, in fact, will affect the local communities in terms of their livelihood and in terms of productivity of that particular national reserve. Next slide, please. Next slide. So one of the challenges which has been for the local indigenous communities is that the Bajuni communities were consuming sea turtle. The sea turtle was considered a big delicacy, especially the green turtle. They were consuming it for meat, and the eggs was really highly priced. The men believed that the meat from the turtle and the eggs will give you strong aphrodisiac powers, and their performance will be enhanced. And the government of Kenya, with the law, sea turtle is now illegal. If you're found consuming or having pieces of sea turtle, you could be prosecuted. And when this law really affected the Bajuni communities who were using this particular species for their own traditional beliefs, for their own traditional use, the law after banning this, most of the Bajuni people who were caught with these animals were prosecuted. The traditional methods which they were using these sharks who will track down turtles, and then they'll go to those feeding areas, the places where they knew the turtles will be feeding and residing, and they'll catch most of these turtles. But once the area was declared a national reserve, this practice was discouraged, and now this is what led to the government trying out issues on conservation education by creating awareness on the importance of conservation so that the community will continue to conserve sustainably while they're using the proper resources. Next slide, please. So this is just a picture showing one of the villages next to the National Reserve. Next, please. So it's estimated that within Kiunga, the economy really depends on the natural resources for their survival and for their livelihood. Around $500,000 US was estimated to be collected from fisheries-related activities.
Hi, Willis. Please, we need to move to the next presentation now. Can you just speak to your last slide? We're 2 minutes behind.
Okay. Yeah. So the local community really depend on the natural resources for their survival. And with all these things happening, it's believed that there's going to be a challenge. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this slide just shows what community decided, that they were going to set special areas where they will conserve. It's going to be a community-led conservation process. And they divided these particular places into blocks in terms of where it was rich and where they would get particular resources in terms of if it's fish habitat or where they were breeding, or they will get the sea turtle. Next slide, please. So lastly, I want to talk about the process of conservation education, where the government, together with different NGOs and communities, embarked on a strong conservation and awareness creation program, where communities were sensitized on the importance of conserving their particular resources, so that they would continue to utilize these marine resources and terrestrial resources without depleting them. And as the indigenous community, they continue to benefit from these particular resources. Next slide.
I'm sorry, we have to cut you off at this point. We are now very much behind schedule. Sorry. Thank you so much, Willis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Larson, please, over to you to quickly introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Topi, and happy to join this summit and to welcome also all the participants. So we go directly to the next speaker. I will say to the presenter, Mr. Wills Osor, Tenmirt in my local language, in my indigenous Amazigh language. Tenmirt is thank you. I welcome the next speaker, Dr. Chinwoke Ifini Obi from Nigeria, to have a presentation on gender representativeness in climate change adaptation in Nigeria. Welcome, Dr. Chinwoke.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we hear you very well.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Ifeanyi Chinwoke Clara. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Port Harcourt. Okay, so this morning I will be presenting in a few minutes highlights from an action-led research project called Giyscc, Gender Responsive Climate Change Adaptation Initiative in the Nigerian agricultural sector. So Nigeria, just like every other developing country, is a country full of potential, but also has a few limitations, especially with regard to climate change. The country has about approximately 46% of the population dwelling in the rural area. And these rural people, their major livelihood means is agriculture. So the agricultural sector is quite significant to the economy of the Nigerian people. And the data we have, both from research and the Meteorological Agency of Nigeria, shows that climate change, the projections show that Nigeria will be impacted significantly by the change in climate. And unfortunately, most of the farming activities that are done in the country are still reliant on rain-fed. Most of the farmers, majority of them, about 80%, still rely on rain-fed agriculture because most of them are small-scale farmers who may not be able to afford the mechanized agriculture. And from the data available, the projection shows that if nothing is done to help these farmers adapt their farming system to climate change, by 2030, Nigeria may be having crop yield reduced by 30%, and sea level rise also is there, and looking at the nation, and the population of the country is projected to get up to above 400 million by the year 2050. So you see the agricultural sector has a lot to do to see that food security is ensured in the country. So while researchers are modeling and giving us data from climate projections, it is also very important that we look at some of the key drivers of vulnerability among these rural people. And that is what this research project did, to look at some of the drivers, key drivers of vulnerability of rural farmers when it comes to climate change. The research project looked at gender, the role gender is playing in either helping or limiting the rural farmers from adapting to climate change. So looking at what we have here, you see that the women comprises a very significant proportion of the farming population in the rural area. The current gender policy in agriculture we have, which was developed by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, noted that women comprise 70% of labor force in the Nigerian agricultural sector. But when it comes to access to basic resources and even information in the sector, men are 5 times likely to own these resources more than the women. So this gender responsive climate change adaptation initiative in Nigerian agriculture was targeted to strengthen gender responsive practices and policy in agri-climate change adaptation in Nigeria. And this it did through provision of evidence and linkages for informed decision making. So a project brief could be accessed through the link shown there. The project has about 6 specific objectives that the project targeted to achieve. And this was done in 3 phases. The phase 1 reviewed existing literature and also established linkages with key stakeholders in agriculture, environment, and gender issues in the nation. The phase 2 looked at field survey, tried to gather data from the relevant and responsible audience on the key objective of the project. And the phase 3 was dissemination and engagement with the target audience. So in phase 1, the project reviewed existing data and at the end of the day convened a commencement workshop. This workshop was attended by relevant ministries comprising the Ministry of Agriculture, Environment, Gender and Women Affairs, and also those from the community-based leaders, women leaders, researchers, and media. The essence of this workshop was to ensure that all these key audience and stakeholders are involved in this project. And we also learned from their field experiences, and all their lessons and experiences that they shared was integrated into the project, making the whole project more holistic and inclusive. At the end of the day, some of the key findings from that, sorry, please. So at the end of the day, some of the key findings from the commencement workshop was presented in some annual conferences and also published as a journal paper. Then we also had the stage 2, phase 2, which comprised a field survey. The basic objective of that field survey was to profile the type of social exclusion that these rural women, crop farmers in the southern Nigeria was experiencing. Also, we tried to assess the traditional beliefs and practices that heighten this social exclusion and the impact it is having on these rural women adaptation to climate change. And we also look at what some of the influences that social exclusion have on their climate change decision and adaptation. The method used was a mixed method approach that ensured the holistic data collection. It collected both quantitative and qualitative data sequentially. We also used the ODK in order to be kind of environmental friendly. We didn't use the normal questionnaire administration. We used the online data collection. We went to the rural area and used our ODK to collect this data from these rural women. We also conducted some focus group discussion for agricultural extension agents and also in-depth interview for some rural village and traditional chiefs. And the data we collected was analyzed using some of the statistical tools that are shown here. The key findings from the field survey is that, one, the rural people agree that traditional beliefs and practices heighten social exclusion of women. And some of these traditional beliefs is that women are ordinarily seen as properties to be inherited by men, and they're also seen as weaker sex than men, both in strength, in knowledge, and in capacity, and they are seen as subordinates to men. So these traditional beliefs of the rural people heighten exclusion. Then the type of exclusion that the women suffer majorly is denial of ownership to basic assets like land, information, and also unequal chances of participation in decision-making in the rural area. The major adaptation strategies that these rural people are using are basically soil and crop management practices and use of their indigenous knowledge. As regards key challenges that they are experiencing, the major challenge they experience is financial incapacitation. Also, we notice that low knowledge and capacity to adapt also hinder them from making some adaptation initiative and decision. So the project at the last phase of the project, we did some analysis with the data we collected, and it was ascertained that there are significant relationships between the rural women crop farmers' traditional perception of climate change and their response or to adapt to climate change. We also found that significant difference in the climate change adaptation information and capacity needs of rural women across the states of northern Nigeria vary. We also found that there is significant relationship between the type of social exclusion suffered by these rural women and the choice of climate change adaptation strategy that they use. Some of these findings also has been published and could be found. All right,
if you can go to the conclusion, please.
All right, thank you. So I will quickly go to some of the engagement activities. At the end of the project published the findings and also engaged in some activities to help mitigate some of the problems that the rural women are experiencing in the adaptation to climate change. We held a training workshop for them, and also at the end of the training workshop, the women were given some improved varieties that they used in adapting to climate change. We also engaged with some government agencies. We published policy brief. We had a policy dialogue with the responsible government agencies. And at the end of the day, some recommendations and decisions were taken, which we are still implementing today. So we have some basic recommendations. And one, practical measure to ensure adherence to and implementation of existing national policies should be put in place, because Nigeria had a lot of policies to ensure that climate change effects are mitigated, but some of these policies are not being implemented. Also, we also recommended that knowledge and capacity building must be demand-driven. And the country also needs to put some formal structures to ensure all research outcomes are mainstreamed into policy and practice. I think I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chinwoke, for this. And I want to mention that we, for the presenters, we will allow, like in 2 minutes before the end of the presentation, I will send a symbol, a reaction of a heart, so I will not interrupt them anymore. So I will send a heart, and they know they have only 2 minutes to finish. Okay, it's a new technique that we can apply here. And I will invite the next speaker, Mr. Daniel Aboué. We move again to the East Africa, and he will give a talk about how is climate change affecting the Batwa indigenous people of Uganda. You have the floor, Mr. Daniel. Mr. Daniel, do you hear me? Do you hear us very well? I can see you. I can see that you are online. Yes.
Yes, hello, moderator. I'm Daniel Aboué, and I guess you're able to see my screen. Okay, yeah, my name is, as I've said, Daniel Aboué, and I'm a student at Kyambogo University, but also working with the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. And I'm basically going to present about how climate change is affecting the Batwa community of Uganda. And maybe to give you a background, Uganda has mainly 3 indigenous communities, and these include the Batwa that are found in the southwestern part of the country. Then the Ik people are found in the northeastern part, and the Benet are found in the eastern region, in the Elgon region. But this presentation is going to focus on the Batwa people of southwestern Uganda. These are mainly found in the districts mentioned, Kanungu, Kisoro, Rwanda, and Bundibujo, and they are believed to be the earliest inhabitants inhabitants of the equatorial forest in the Great Lakes region, which includes Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, and DRC. These people are short in appearance compared to the tribes that are surrounding or that are neighboring with them. And they have a population of approximately 6,200 people in the two areas where they are found, that is in the Midwestern part of the country and the Southwestern part of the country. And they also have a unique history of forest dwelling as hunter-gatherer people who depend on forest products for their survival. The Batwa people are believed to be marginalized, and mainly this started when they were evicted from their ancestral homeland by the colonial governments when they were setting up forests and conservation reserves in the 1930s. So they have been staying in remote, hidden, and isolated locations since then. In the area where they stay, population has also been increasing from the neighboring communities that stay in the area where the Batwa live, and these have led to clearing the forests that has rendered the Batwa that mainly depend on forests for livelihoods more vulnerable. They have tried mainly to be resilient by maintaining their culture and illegally accessing some of the forestry resources from the existing natural forests, but also by trying to live close to forested areas so that they can keep in close proximity with the resources that they need for their livelihoods. The other thing is that they possess traditional knowledge on biodiversity, having lived in forests for so long, and this has enabled them to, use forests for herbal medicine, but also the country in its pilot for the Nagoya Protocol implementation on ABS has targeted this particular community to ensure that they document the traditional knowledge possessed by this indigenous community. They have mainly faced some climate change related impacts, which include temperature increase. And initially, this region never used to have incidences of diseases such as malaria, but because of climate change, malaria has started to crop up and other respiratory diseases because it is one of the most cold places of Uganda. So they never used to have mosquito infestations that would lead to diseases such as malaria. And the other effect is unpredictable rainfall patterns, which of course affects the agriculture due to the region being mainly dependent on nature for production of crops for their livelihoods. And then we also have of late cases of floods and droughts that are coming up and affecting the communities that live there. We need affirmative action to adapt to climate change. And of course, this is through having ways through which they can have food, but also construct resilient houses, and yet they are marginalized and considered to be poor. So the Batwa cannot afford such facilities and basic needs which would ensure that they are able to live. Then the other is that, of course, the Batwa are marginalized and not being involved in the climate change agenda, so that decision-making processes have not majorly as in fully considered the Batwa community in the region. Then the other is that there is a need to incorporate Batwa concerns into the design and implementation of climate change adaptation responses so that they can have their views captured and the actions that are needed to enhance their resilience in adapting to climate change are enhanced. Then we also need to provide a platform where they can share their experiences regarding climate change adaptation planning and actions. And then the National Red Plus strategy is yet to take off, yet it is believed that the strategic options in the National Red Plus strategy will enable the communities staying in that area to adapt to climate change effects. The slide that on is talking about why they are more vulnerable, and mainly the vulnerability depends on the systemic and structural barriers, whereby they do not participate in political processes, they have no identification, and they lack education, which would enable them to effectively participate in such adaptation strategies that would reduce their vulnerability to climate change. Then the next is that the National Adaptation Plan, the periodic national development plans, and the National Red Plus strategy have not meaningfully involved them. They have not fully participated. They have not been fully involved. So some of the strategies that have come up in these national guidelines are not going to benefit such communities. For instance, if we talk about tree planting, climate smart agriculture, and rainwater harvesting investments, you find that these people lack land and they have no permanent roofs that would enable them to collect this water. Then the other is that the Batwa are resettled on barren, steep slopes where farming is not feasible. And the last one being that they were not fully involved in decision-making processes and resettlement in an area that is vulnerable to climate events, to extreme weather events that render them vulnerable to the effects of climate change. I have a few photos as I conclude my presentation to show you. The first photo, it shows the Batwa community. Then the second one shows the Batwa community having their dance and then their artifacts, the crafts that they have been able to make from some of the resources they access from the forests where they stay, being the third photo. Then the next shows some of their homesteads. These are the houses where they stay, and you would wonder whether such a house would harvest water that is enough to take someone through a season, as in ensure that they're able to get water maybe for their home use or their livelihoods, like using agriculture by irrigating their farms. And then this is the last slide, which also shows you about a homestead and Batwa group mobilized in one place for a meeting. And this has come out as a result of the transition that is taking place, where they are kind of being incorporated in the society and helped to also somehow get civilized, although they have remained people who mainly work for the other tribes that are living in the area. Those that have land, they use them for cheap labor and to be able to get their livelihoods, while these Batwa continue to be vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Yeah, due to time, I had prepared to speak about the other two indigenous communities, but because I was only given the Batwa, I could speak maybe to the other indigenous communities later if I'm given an opportunity to present in such a forum. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel, for this amazing presentation about the indigenous people in Uganda. And we will have more time to interact after the first part of the presentation. Now we go to the next speaker, Madam Frida Dimila Ubari, to have a presentation on plight of indigenous communities. And she is, by the way, the lead for East Africa for the summit. Welcome, Frida.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm not going to have like a slideshow because I just wanted to have like a general talk about indigenous community, because so much have been talked about specific our community in the East Africa, especially the ones that I was, we were focusing on presenting, we wanted to have like a wide representation of communities, but due to limited resources, that is what we harness. So my talk today is just like focused on the general outlook of Indigenous community and what has been going on with them since especially in Africa. And I want to start saying that I wanted to highlight like some few points, especially in terms of issues of land and how it's related with climate change and also the youth engagement. So most of the speakers, as you have seen, if I start with the land issue, they all say that Indigenous communities have a close relationship with the land. All the presenters we've seen, they have like a close relationship with the land. So land issues has been at the core of Indigenous people's struggle. Because land is integrated with their culture, it's also integrated to their way of life, how they are going to get resources, how they are going to get water. So for this summit, I think most of the thing that we want to understand is how climate change is influencing, the ability, the usability of this land, and how it's going to be sustained to ensure that it's also productive enough to allow for their sustenance. Also, another key issues I wanted to highlight is that most of the land, because it's always in rich resource areas, it's always they are always excluded or removed from that land. So that it will create, like, for example, protected areas for wildlife conservation, as we saw in Giyscc, and also to allow for agriculture, as we saw for the one in the example we saw in Nigeria. So as these Indigenous communities are being excluded from extractive resources, they are being diminished, their capacity for their sustenance in future is being impacted on, because when you remove people from their land, it means that they do not have their capacity, to live and to integrate themselves with their way of life. So I think it is important, as we discuss on their issues, as we integrate with them, we remember that most people, Indigenous community, they cannot be dissociated with their land because it revolves around how they live and their culture. So another thing I wanted to highlight is the issues of youth groups, Indigenous youth group. And we've not seen like a strong representation of there, and we know the challenges because they live in very remote areas, and to have like and to have them present and talk about the issues is very important, because they are the one who are going to be impacted with climate change with time. Like the effects of climate change, we are already feeling them, but they are going to be impacted with time. So the youth are very critical, especially, for example, in Giyscc, where we see in Giyscc in Kenya, we see that they've created these conservation areas so that to ensure they have like sustainable way of life, sustainable conservation measures, so that the way they are going to extract resources is sustainable, or also they are at the core of discussion, like they are not all just a government or institution make decision for them. They are there at decision making because it's important for them to be at the core of discussion. So for me, I think the whole purpose of the summit is to have these voices, and we as a role where we have this privilege to present in this summit is that to increase their voices, to be their loudspeakers, to ensure that the small initiatives that they have within their community is heard, and they are at the core of decision-making processes. And also, when we talk about youth, we have to remember that youth is not like a monolith representation. There is some other differences in terms of gender, and especially women are also at the core of having impact, because women, Indigenous women especially, are the one who always go. They are the one who carry the culture. Most Indigenous community, the culture is mostly passed through women. So, and also they are the one who are impacted with climate change, because they are the ones who go and pick firewood, extract food, and do those kind of things. So, if we are going to discuss and talk about youth, gender, and everything, we also have to realize that we integrate all voices, especially of women and girls, so that we have like a more representation, a more inclusive, perspectives of Indigenous communities, so that we, at the close spectrum, where we have the elders showing us the way, and also the youth there, to implement some of this structure. And also we have like a gendered perspective, where one group doesn't have like an overarching, say in terms of others. So it's also important that we remember, women and girls in our discussions. And I'm great that we saw one presentation that purely focused on gender issue. The other thing that I also want to focus is how climate change and Indigenous community, it's always reported. Especially, I'm going to talk in terms of Africa, so many discussion come in of climate change, is that we need to do so much. As everyone know who is an expert in climate, realize that Africa only contribute to less than 4% of the total carbon that is emitted. So it is not us who contribute so much, especially Africans who contribute so much into climate change, yet the effect of climate change is mostly on us. So mostly I always see that people have this highlight that we have to change firewood, Indigenous community have to change, but we do not contribute to that. So when we go about raising awareness of climate change, we should not blame people Indigenous way of life, for example, taking firewood, as having a great impact on climate change. If the whole continent of Africa contributes to less than 4%, then it means there are other people who have overbearing burden to lessen climate change, and that should not be blamed on us. So most people say that Indigenous people have to change their ways and everything, but we do not contribute so much, to climate change, yet we are affected. So the key of discussion should be, how do Indigenous community, how are their way of life is being mitigated? Because as they get impacted with effects of climate change, the discussion is, how are they going to be compensated by the great polluters? How are they going to be put on the table, in terms of discussion? And this comes also with the politics of the carbon credits. They go to Indigenous community, take some corporates do carbon trading without even benefits of Indigenous communities. So we really need to highlight this, like when people are taking advantage of Indigenous people, Indigenous resources, what is it for them they are going to benefit, or how are they going to be helped? Because somebody doing carbon credit doesn't necessarily help in terms if there's flood, if there's drought, which squarely will impact on people who depend on those resources. I think I've talked to most of the things that I wanted to highlight. I don't know how much time I have, Lansen.
You have more 5 minutes or 5 minutes.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, if you want to continue, otherwise.
Yeah. So to just to sum up my presentation is just to say that when we really talk about Indigenous community, let's also understand who is Indigenous community, because we have a majority, a subgroup and tribes, especially in Africa, who have been dominating and making decisions on behalf of other Indigenous groups in Africa. So let's also be sensitive on who is the Indigenous community in Africa and how can we help to highlight their plight, because not anyone is, as the African Union Court ruled, that not everyone is an Indigenous community in Africa, especially if your community has been having a political sway in your country for a very long time. I don't think you qualify to call yourself as an Indigenous community. There's a specific designation of Indigenous community in Africa, and I would like, as a summit, we respect that and we be sensitive to that, so that we are not we are not like taking spaces of people who are just fully that are supposed to be. We are not taking spaces of other people's identity or other people's plight. So I want us to focus on or think about the sensitivity of who is Indigenous people in Africa. The importance of integrating other voices and identity, especially a gender perspective. And also, I will also like to we think about the land issues, how Indigenous people are connected to land issue. So with that, and I think I thank you. We will have like more discussions on the open panel, and also at the end of it when we are going to summarize all the presentation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have this presentation.
Thank you, Frida Dermilla, for the nice presentation. And we will have for sure more discussions in the panel, in the dialogue, in the open dialogue. So the next presenter is Mr. Joel Abondo, coming back to Kenya, and he will give a presentation about the impacts of climate change among the Indigenous Maasai youth in Kenya. Welcome, Mr. Joel.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to air my presentation to all of us. I am Bishop Dr. Joel Abondo from Kenya, and I want to give my presentation about the impacts of the climate change among the Maasai youth in Kenya. The Maasai are a pastoral community that is under what we call the plain Nilotes. They live in the southern part of Kenya and also in northern Tanzania. And their nature is that pastoralism is one of their main economic activities. They keep large herds of cattle, they move with them from place to place, and they occupy vast lands. So they are found in northern Tanzania and also in northern Tanzania and southern Kenya. Currently, in Kenya, pastoralism accounts for 90% of the Maasai youth employment. The young men, after they undergo circumcision, they become warriors, and then they take also care of their parents' cattle. So 95% also of the rural family income is from the land and from these animals. So you can see the way this indigenous community called the Maasai live. Now we want to look at how is it affecting them, the climate change. How is it affecting the Maasai youth in general? One, since they keep large herds of cattle, we have frequent droughts that have been caused by the climatical change. This has resulted to the Maasai youth to wander with their animals looking for grazing land. When there is drought, when there is no rain, it really affects them. And this one, cattle keeping, is their major economic activity. Another problem and another effect is the human and wild animals or wildlife conflict. People have encroached forests for timber and charcoal burning in Maasai land. This Maasai now, because their land has been destroyed by. Okay, thank you. So people have encroached the forest for timber and charcoal burning, affecting the Maasai, who appear to be voiceless because they are indigenous and they have got no proper representation. So the Maasai now move deep inside the parks where we have got wild animals. Now we have got that problem of wild animals and their animals, which has now brought a conflict. You will find the Maasai killing the wildlife because they have attacked their animals, and vice versa. So there's a problem that is there because of climate change, because all of them are struggling to get this grass and this land that is before them. The Maasai plant crops and the animals invade, making the Maasai young men attack these wild animals and the animals that attack their food crops. I would like also to add that the Maasai community are known for herbal medicine. They get herbal medicine from the fruits, from the leaves, from the bark of the tree, and from the roots. Now, when these trees are felled down for charcoal, when we have got no rainfall to make the trees grow, the Maasai now lack this medicine. And this will now lead to so many deaths. If you can take statistics in our country, Kenya, the number of hospitals, health centers in Maasai land is very scarce because the government does not see as if these indigenous communities as if they are very, very important. So the Maasai have been depending on herbal medicine, but because of the climate change, we rarely now find this herbal medicine. In addition to that, we have famine, lack of food that has been caused by lack of rain because of these climatical changes and the changing weather patterns. This has really affected these people because after the trees have been felled down, the biggest problem is lack of rain in that place, and anything that is grown in that place does not grow well. Therefore, they lack food. It's now upon the government to start giving them relief food. Apart from that, we have death of their animals. And as I had said earlier, their animals are a source of livelihood. The major economic activity among the Maasai people is their livestock. Because of drought and their animals moving from place to place, traveling long distance with these young men looking for pasture, makes some animals die on the way because of lack of water and also lack of pasture. To add on that, because animals now are dying. Most Maasai people have now opted, young men have opted to rural to urban migration. They move from now the traditional setups, they come to town looking for jobs. And because most of them are not educated, because of their way of life, there are very few schools in those places. They cannot get good jobs in town. The jobs that they get is these guarding duties, security work. That's what they get in estates. They get those jobs in factories. Some of them cannot write, so they cannot get good jobs. Now, because they have left their traditional way of life, they have come to town. Now, there is a problem back there in Maasai land, in the Indigenous community. After the young men have left, the old Maasai men and women are left helpless as all the young men have gone to town looking for jobs. The government, in one of the government policies, they said to avoid congestion in town, to deal with rural to urban migration. Now the government has decided to decongest the town by building, coming up with urban, discongesting of urban centers policy by the government establishing industries in those areas. So industries now are being built in these indigenous communities, where now to avoid young men coming to town looking for jobs. But now, although the government has solved one problem, it has not considered the climatical change, the problem that are going to be caused by pollution of these fumes of industries. Factories release oil in the waters. Factories pollute the environment. They affect the fish. They affect the birds of the air. They affect the pattern that has been there. And as they do that, for a factory to be established, they need enough land. And as we all know, land does not increase in size, but it remains the way it is, but people increase in number. So that little land that the people had now has been taken by the government, constructing factories and industries there. But still, since the young men of the Maasai did not get enough education, so getting good jobs in those industries in their own area becomes a problem, and they continue suffering. In addition to that, we have decline in tourism. The Maasai community occupy the areas that are very good in tourism. For example, in Kenya, we have Masai Mara National Park, we have Amboseli. In Tanzania, we have Serengeti. All those parks take up Maasai land. So when the parks take the land of these indigenous people, the other side, it has been taken by factories and this urbanization in towns. The other side has been taken by people who are coming there to spoil their forest and live there. This one has really affected these people that we call the Maasai. The indigenous community have actually been affected negatively. But we can look at the possible solutions. What can we do to avert these problems? One, we need afforestation and reforestation. Planting of trees in areas where they never existed, and then also trying where the trees have been cut down, trying to replace them. Secondly, geothermal and clean energy development. We have to come up with alternative sources of energy that are climate and environmental friendly. In addition to that, we are supposed to educate and come up with awareness of the importance of taking care of our environment. These lessons should not only be focused in schools, but also in social gatherings, in churches, youth rallies, and women meetings. They need to be educated and to be given awareness. We also need community resilience, supporting community members who live and work alongside wildlife. This we can do by mobilizing the youth from the community to implement widespread tree planting in dry areas. We also need agroforestry. This involves integrating trees and shrubs into agricultural practices. These trees will shield livestock from the sun, wind, and extreme weather. We also have to come up with adoption of drought-resistant crops. Crops that just need little rainfall and then they mature. Not crops that can take one full year for them to be harvested, but those that can take a few months, 2 months, 3 months, and then people come get their food. We also have to come up with measures to reduce the encroachment of humans into the forested areas. Turnaround for climate change. The first thing which we need to realize is that the effects of environmental degradation that has happened in the past 6 decades cannot be mitigated overnight. However, it is good to start the journey towards healing the environment, and the journey will start with everyone agreeing to take the right steps to address this problem. We need to realize that the land we have is a gift we inherited from our ancestors when it was in good condition. This will help us use the environment while minding its condition and reduce the rampant causes of degradation. When everyone addresses all these issues, the trend of climate change and its results will be reversed over time. I wish to conclude with a quote from Justin Trudeau, when he says, "Climate change will test our intelligence, our compassion, and our will, but we are equal to that challenge." We are equal to that challenge. I don't know how many minutes I have, please.
You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much. So it is not too late. The indigenous communities should be considered when it comes to policy making, when it comes to ideas that are going to help them. And they also need education so that they can also be like other people. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to air my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joel, and for these great lessons that we should all learn and try to practice and discuss among all of us. Thank you so much. And for now, we go in our agenda. We have now the dialogue, the panel for the dialogue, and we invite Dr. Chinwoke Obi and Dr. Charlotte Nderibe, so they can moderate the dialogue, and we open the floor to participants to ask questions. We have already questions in the chat, but we can also have live questions and discussion during 30 minutes. So Dr. Chinwoke and Dr. Charlotte, are you here?
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
Dr. Charlotte has a problem to activate the microphone. Please, can you help?
I'm on. I
Yeah.
think you can hear. Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
Dr. Chinwoke. You can go ahead while Charlotte is. Where we try to activate the microphone for Dr. Charlotte. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a very enlightening session we've had. I enjoyed the presentation so much. Particularly, I was very delighted to hear from the people of Maasai. Maasai Market is one place I love going to anytime I visit Kenya. And today I'm privileged to listen to how climate change is also impacting those indigenous people of Maasai. We've also had presentation from the indigenous people of Bawa in Uganda. It's been a wonderful time listening to this presentation. And as we all know, this summit is to give us, the indigenous people, a voice to air our view and let the world hear how climate change is impacting us, as well as the traditional things and actions we are taking to ensure we adapt, even mitigate to climate change. And also some of the challenges that we are facing and how the kind of support that we may need to ensure that we adapt effectively to climate change. So in 45 minutes, we'll be having this open discussion. We'll have opportunities for people that want to ask questions, for people that want to make maybe short contributions to what the discussion that is already initiated through the various presentations that we've listened to. So I will invite the participants, those that want to share their thoughts or ask questions, to just indicate by a raise of hand. The technical team will help me to identify people raising up their hand. Okay, I can already see one hand up. I think I was seeing a hand up that wants to speak. Okay, I have Mr. Ronald Kenneth. Please, can we unmute him? Can the technical team help me to unmute Mr. Ronald Kenneth? Let's have his contribution. Please, can we have, all right, Mr. Ronald Kenneth is indigenous youth from Omok community in Rivers State in Nigeria. He has indicated interest that he wants to share their own experience and how they are also being impacted by climate change in their rural community. So, Mr. Ronald, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ifeanyi for this privilege. My name is Ronald Kenneth. Can we all hear me? I want to be sure that I can be heard.
Yes.
Yes, very well.
Okay, beautiful. My name is Ronald. I'm from Nigeria, Rivers State to be precise. The impact of climate change, the effect of climate change in Rivers State particularly has been so much. In recent times, we've had cases of flooding. I'm sure a lot of persons may have read in the papers or maybe seen online about the flooding issues that happened in Nigeria last year. Rivers State particularly was greatly impacted by that effect of climate change, which is flooding. And my own community, Omok, local government, which is Oba Ibemandoni local government, was greatly affected. That particular incident caused loss of shelter, infrastructure. Lots of houses were submerged under the flood, including my house. And then, of course, it had devastating effects on agriculture as well. I can say for one that even my farmland and my fish pond, I had effects of such nature as well in that particular area. You know, so the thing is, the issue of climate change is something that has always been talked about. It's been something that a lot of people are discussing. Nigeria presently, we are becoming more aware, and we are looking out for ways to adapt to climate change issues. One of the things I would want to mention, I have a few statistics here based on issues that have come up over time. From National Emergency Management Agency in Nigeria, over 4 million people were affected by 2020 flood, and 2 million persons were displaced. You know, we had about 665 deaths, over 350,000 houses were destroyed, and over 900,000 hectares of farmland were destroyed. But in all this, the government and the people of Rivers State are working tirelessly towards setting up a few form of adaptation strategies to ensure that things like this are actually addressed. You know, flood management communities are being set up. You know, there is flood management. The entire issue about flood management is beginning to be stepped up presently, and community engagements have started. There is a talk about the fact that there's going to be another incident of flooding again this year before the year runs out, and all this is as a result of climate change. You know, so early warnings have started, deployment of experts to different local governments, including my local government, and then of course setting up of disaster risk management agencies in these local governments, as well as setting up IDP camps. You know, a lot of things are actually on the way. So this issue of climate change is one that it's really impacting societies, it's impacting livelihoods, and it's impacting every sphere of society is being impacted by climate change. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear someone.
Okay, sorry, I was cut off along the line. I didn't get to hear most of the things Mr. Ronald said, but thank God I'm back now. So thank you for sharing your own side of the story from far away, Omok. If you listened to the presentations, one of the things that resonates across all presentations is the need for the voice of indigenous people to be heard. You see that these people are having this very, very extreme impact of climate change. But in most cases, where decisions are being made, interventions are being decided, the indigenous people are not represented. And at the end of the day, some of these decisions, they do not really address their needs and their interests. So one of the things we'll also be looking at in this summit is how is the government and the responsible agencies, how can they engage the indigenous people, not just in the implementation, but also in the planning of some of these interventions and some of the policies that are addressing climate change, because they need to be involved, they need to participate in both the planning and the implementation to ensure that their needs and their interests are addressed. So as we go along the discussion, let us be thinking alongside this and also bring up ideas on things we can put forward, recommendations we can put forward at the end of this summit. So I don't know if there are more hands up that want to share their thoughts or ask their questions. Okay, I can see a hand up. Mr. Loveday Oporum. Please, can we unmute him? The technical team, help me unmute Mr. Loveday.
Your line is open. You should be able to click the microphone.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you very well. All right.
Okay. He's an indigenous youth leader from Eneka rural community in Rivers State. He has been involved in both grassroots youth activities and even at the government level. He was a one-time special assistant to the Commissioner of Agric in Rivers State. So
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Open Love Day. See, I'm very much excited to be part of this summit this morning.
You need to speak a bit louder, sorry.
Okay.
I think there's something.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Maybe you have to go off the video. Your bandwidth may be low. Please go off the video so we can hear you.
Hello?
Hi, this is Zoom support. We can hear you, but I turn off the video so we maximize your bandwidth for your audio. Please go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me clearly now?
We do.
Yes.
Hello?
Please go ahead, we can hear you. Just speak a little louder. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said I'm very much excited to be part of this summit this morning on Indigenous Youth, Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. I'd like to speak very briefly as an Indigenous youth and also as one of the youth leaders in my area that has also been part of some of the activities, to ameliorating the effect of climate change in my area. Now, of course, it's no longer news that the effect of climate change seems to be very heavy on rural areas and rural life. And very significantly, rural life and settings has been tremendously altered by climate change. But I'd like to narrow my discussion or my talk this morning as it affects my own area as well as the youth. Some of the observable effects of climate change on my youth and rural livelihood can be categorized into two. And the very first one I'd like to talk about is the youth life, the human or the youth life. This aspect has resulted to the following, such as loss of indigenous skill by the youth. Prior to this time, we noticed that most indigenous youth are usually engaged on some agricultural-based activities or rural livelihood activities, so to say. And very prominent in my own area is that of snail picking, mushroom harvesting, and then animal hunting as well, wild animal hunting. But as things keep changing, as climate change effect keeps unfolding and unveiling certain, should I use the word, mysterious effects on the people, some of these livelihood activities can no longer be actively or effectively engaged by the youth because these animals are no longer available.
where they are available, they are very much scarce. You know, just a few weeks back, I'm also a farmer and I practice as well and establish for people as well. I needed to stock a snail farm for a client. And the farmer specifically requested for indigenous snail, that's snail from the wild within the area. That's part of the snail that he would like to be stocked in his farm. And then I searched for just 500 pieces of indigenous snail. Of course, this is rainy season in my own area. Prior to this time, we usually have a lot of snails within the area, you know, once it gets to rainy season like this. But for the past 2 weeks, we have been battling with 200 pieces of snail, and we could not get up to 200. You know, so that is one area that climate change has really affected rural youth. Not that they are not, at times, some of them still go out for hunting, you know, to look for these snails, but the snails are nowhere to be found. And then we can as well, I can as well mention that of youth migration. We have also recorded within the area that most of the youth who were engaged in some of these livelihood activities before now has been forced to leave the community, have been forced to leave the area. I am specifically referring to Obiakpo local government area in Rivers State, and particularly Eneka clan. You know, so most of the youth are on daily basis looking for a way to leave the community, to leave the area, because what they are used to doing is no longer working out. You know, some of the things they get involved and get engaged in, those things are no longer, you know, paying. So they must meet ends meet. So some of them are migrating. And those of them that are within, that are, you know, still operating within the area, we have noticed high level of joblessness. We have also recorded high level of idleness. Poverty has increased. And then one that is very much pertinent, that is of major concern, is the high level of, you know, engagement on drugs, which we have also looked at it, that it can be attributed to that lack of, you know, job and idleness. Of course, there is a popular saying that an idle man or an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So on human and youth life, this is some of the areas that climate change effect has really affected the youth of my area. And then on livelihood activities, as I'm talking to you, fishing is almost a thing of the past. You hardly can fish, you know, in my area, because even when you see the fishes is either they are stunted, you can't have a very, you know, quality or good looking fish of commercial value, you know, or even the one you can eat. Then if you talk about land-based crop farming, that's another area. Is, of course, crop farming is a major livelihood activities in the area, but land-based crop farming has been affected so tremendously that even farmers find it difficult to farm. What's the essence of farming if at the end of the day you cannot produce a significant result from your investment, or you cannot harvest something that is commensurate with your the level of input you have made? So we have also seen most crop farmers getting weak, getting demoralized, you know, getting discouraged by doing their usual and normal crop farming, which used to be their major source of livelihood, which used to be their mainstay. So these are some of the things that climate change has, you know, caused in my area. And as a result of climate change, majority of the wild animals, which usually attract hunters for hunting, are very scarce, like I said before. We used to have animals like pigs, you know, in the wild. You see hunters go out for hunting, hunt pigs, hunt leopards, hunt grass cutters, porcupines, and all of that. But as I'm speaking with you, even the little rabbit is very difficult to find in the wild in my area. And all of these things, for those of us that understand very little about the concept of climate change, will attribute it to, you know, being caused by climate change. Of course, we have also noticed that even some of the rural youth does not also really understand that some of the activities also impact or contribute very significantly to climate change, as we still see some of them get involved in bush burning, tree felling, and all of that. You know, so in our own little way, we have been trying to sensitize, but I think our input in that area is not good enough. So we may also need the intervention of major stakeholders in this climate change agenda. And then, of course, some organizations to come in and then help us organize awareness programs, sensitization programs that will really address this issue, especially those of those activities that causes climate change, which as a result of the people's engagement or practices. I'm sure if proper awareness is being carried out in this area, that will help a lot. So having said this, I want to, in closing, so that I can also give room for others to talk, state that availability and access to improved crop varieties, alternative agro-based livelihood activities with low cost requirements will significantly ameliorate to a very large extent the effect of climate change on the people and in my area specifically. So thank you very much for the opportunity and this wonderful privilege given to me to be part of this summit. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. That's a very wonderful one from our youth leader from the Eneka community. Okay, I'm moderating this dialogue with Dr. Nderiba. I think she's on now.
I have been on, yes.
Okay, you're welcome, Doc. You're welcome. So I will just, I'm not seeing more hands up. So I will just give one of our rural chiefs seated with me here opportunity to share his own view. Then Dr. Nderiba will take over the moderation. We have Chief Christopher here. He's a rural leader, a rural chief from one of the host communities of the University of Port Harcourt. He is privileged to hear about this Global Youth Summit, and he has obliged us to come and also share his own view. And he's going to do it in his local language, Ikwere language. So I will just summarize what he has said at the end of the day. So Chief Christopher, you are on. The floor is yours, please. Share your view with our audience.
I want to thank you very much.
You can use your local language.
Mbalakante ways when no better I know. We wala Mbalakahoya. I was in Equala Papa de was we gave away with Shishindi, but no better. Mbalakante, to see them, you lose it, or some way the way anymore. Oh, man.
I had network issues, so I did.
We're going to continue. Mute your mic if you're not speaking.
Somebody's background noise is distorting the discussion. Can you please mute yourself if you're not talking to us? Thank you very much. Chief.
So, we saw Cambo, Mananwe no and the Bangana. If we look at Kaishina, down no the what you want the if one obey when measure fertilizer will be shared. If you say what or the organic. When the okay, in that now, no more again. Ezo Madame Kapawala Menebo, Amamo Medical, and Christopher Lechimare. Ije no in Alo, in Maya, in Bangala. If that meaning. Mini dia was as my aname. Ukwele mkawele also uhiye wele. Man no scam dia wele. No wa change de. Omo takira da ye shaye jamu. Betonga mezente ni necho eye kani jamu. Omo takira da ni jikwa na to da ni jamu. enwe ma ọgwụ ori ebe ma kọnụ skuul ihe gbanwere n'ahịa ma ọ bụ na gbanwere enye na-eri ihe oriri peka gwenye n'ọrụ ọrụ enye na-eri ma garị ma ihe ebe agwenye n'ọrụ ọrụ tụọza ihe na-emeghị ọ mere ya ọgwụ na-enye ya ntụtụ ọ na-enyekata n'ọrụ sị ete ihe ma nọ mbụ mefa ntụtụ ọ na-enyekata n'ọrụ arụ ọgwụ na-enye ya benye n'ọrụ arụ so nne m aka alụ ihe gbanwere ihe kwuu ị gaghị na ahịa ma ọ bụla na-egbu ọnụ n'ihi ele n'ọrụ ọrụ sentịrị ele na-ege igbo igbo ị gaghị n'ọkwụkwọ ndị
chifu chịkọtazie
gaghị ọkwụkwọ ndị n'ụbara na ihe ededebe na ọ bụ o nwere ntụ na-eri ya ntụ na-abịa na-eriga ihe dịka onye na-eri ya ọza na-emepụ ya ihe egwu ọza ihe na-emepụ ya ọza na-eme so nne m ọrịọ ma ọ bụ ma ọ bụ ya onwe ihe na ọ bụ osisa so nne m ọrịọ anyị si na ya aka a ga-aga n'ọrụ anụ ọ bụrụ na anyị enwe ya ya biko enye na ọrụ ọrụ ike na ọgwụ ọsọ da ya a na-emepụ ya.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Christopher. I will try to do a quick summary just in one.
I think we lost her a bit. But before I just let you speak, Ifels, what he was saying, from a little that I understood from what he was saying, is that they can't fish, that even when they go out to fish in their neighboring communities, the riverine area around them, they hardly can find any fish, like when he was much younger. So he was also saying a lot about the important vegetation, some of the things like herbs. I understood that a bit, that they hardly can find all of these things, you know, but basically that there's just really a change in the wildlife, you know, that you would get around them. So I got those bits and pieces, you know, from what he was saying. So please let me let you speak, Eiffels. You can unmute yourself. Go ahead. You have your hand up, just go ahead.
Shut your fucking ass up. Just shut the shut
Dr. Charlotte, please go ahead to continue the moderation. We will invite people to please post their questions in the chat box while we try to enable those who have raised hands to speak.
Okay.
Yes.
Please, if anyone, before we move ahead, if anyone wants to make any comment or ask any question, there was a lot in the chat going on about not understanding what he was saying. I think my co-host would have done a lot more justice to that because she's from his area, but I could, like I explained, the little I understood was him complaining about fishing and plants and all that missing from where they used to be. So I think we would, there was someone else who was supposed to speak just after the chief, but I think we can go ahead to call in the next person. I don't know if you can hear me because it's breaking from my end. I don't know if it is the same as.
Okay, so I have a question, if I could. Okay. Yes, so I have
Go
a
ahead.
question to one of the presenters, quite a number of them do, but I am particularly, I would like to pose a question to the bishop who talked about the Maasai people. I would like to share your, you to share your perspectives about the role of religious leaders and religion in helping to educate people, especially indigenous people, about climate change, about adaptation practices, and just how religious leaders can help to serve as advocates to help to ameliorate the effects of climate change among indigenous people in their communities. Joel, please, Bishop Joel, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
to unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. Kindly unmute. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that question. The church is really trying, but we are facing some challenges as a church because of the limited resources. But for this issue, we have been trying in our youth seminars, when you have got the youth, women gatherings, men gatherings, when you have crusade to sensitize the youth about climate change. And we also write proposals to the government and then also to the well-wishers to come and help us because this issue has become too much. We are losing so many animals. We are losing wildlife, which is now affecting tourism because of climate change. But as a church in Masailand, we have decided to come together as pastors. At the same time, we are also using the Muslim community because all these people belong to us. This indigenous community belongs to all of us. So we are trying to reach out by giving education for those who don't have education and also giving vocational training for those who never got a chance to go to school. But this issue, once the church and the government joins together, I am sure we can make bigger steps, better steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bishop. We really appreciate that contribution. Let me just let Obari speak. I think she has a question as well. Please unmute
I
yourself.
don't have, I don't have a question. Thank you so much, Charlotte. I don't have a question. I just wanted to also add in terms of those religious perspective, we also have to be aware that traditional people, indigenous community have their own religions and way of life. So, and it's also important to acknowledge that there is no like overarching religion that indigenous community are supposed to follow. So most indigenous community that I'm aware, they follow their cultural norms, their way traditions and their religion, which are also valid and important. And it's important that we are also sensitive to other perspective, other religious beliefs, while we acknowledge the role of especially Christian religion and Islam religion in terms of participating in highlighting issues that we are discussing, that we also acknowledge that indigenous communities, most indigenous community follow their particular religion, which is also valid religion and their tradition. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
That's very brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Because of course they do have the right.
Excuse me for a second. There are people entering the discussion that should not be admitted. So if somebody doesn't have their name, a full name on the participant list, any of the co-hosts, please do not admit them into the discussion.
That's right.
All right, that's noted. Okay, somebody, my co-host has her hand up. Dr. Clara, please go ahead.
You can let Richard speak first.
Okay.
I think after him, I can share my own view.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very beautiful presentation. It's very interesting. I wish to pose this question to Willis and then maybe Daniel, who spoke about the Batswa. So my understanding of this whole summit is to see how we can help the indigenous people come up. What I know about indigenous people is that they want to be what they are. They want to remain how they have been from the beginning, yet contribute to life. When Willis was making his presentation, he spoke about placing of an order or prohibiting the people in the Kayunga area from using the green turtle for their protein needs and the eggs for the aphrodisiac. I want to find out from him, what mitigating measures were provided by the authorities, because these people too deserve the right to live. The same way in the Batwa area, he spoke about them living in an area which is bare. They find it very difficult to farm, and but they decided to stay in that community. I saw the women. I saw the women were in clothes that we wear, those of us who are not in that area. Is he able to tell us a bit about how they came by those ones? What kind of education is being provided for them? Or are they not willing to go to school so that they can improve their situation? Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, Dr. Nderive, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. He asked somebody a question. Please, who was the, Mr. Richard, who was the question directed at?
Willis, well, the first one was for Willis Osori.
Oh,
who spoke
okay.
about,
Please,
yeah, from Kenya.
Willis is
and
online.
then the second one was for Daniel Obowe.
Okay. Yeah. Please, if you're online, can you please answer his question if you got what he asked?
Please.
Oh, he's saying unmute me. He's muted, and he would like to answer. If you can unmute him.
Yes, this is Willis from Kenya. Thank you for your question. It's true, most of these indigenous communities were the nature was part of them. For the Boni, the Aware community, they were hunters and gatherers who would live in the forest. They will go and get animals where they hunt these particular animals, kill them, and it become part of their food. The same way they will gather honey in the forests, and they will also consume them, and this was part of their life. The Bajuni were feeding on sea turtles, and it was part of their culture. They were using it for various things. They were using it for ailments, for diseases. They're also consuming the oil, the eggs, and they believed it had all this aphrodisiac ability. When the law was changed and hunting was made illegal, these communities, they end up suffering. Part of it was that for the sea turtles, internationally, they became endangered, and all the countries who were signatories to the CITES, the Convention on Trade on Endangered Species, domesticated this particular law within those countries, that they will not allow poaching or hunting of these sea turtles. So for the Boni who are residing in the forest, those particular forests were closed out for them, and they no longer will live in those particular spaces. So they were left landless. They did not have particular homes where they could stay. Some of them end up wandering, ending up in small towns and villages, which made them change their way of life. They started adopting the lives which those particular communities were living. So there have been a big problem in terms of these communities trying to change and remodernize. What we are trying to do in terms of offering education, one, we are trying to offering conservation education, which is sustainable, telling them the effects of consuming some of these wild animals. Like for the sea turtles, there are species which are very poisonous. If you consume, you can easily die. And also for the Boni, they are being tried to be resettled. The government have identified spaces where they could settle this particular community. But it's unfortunate that they will not be able to continue their way of life where they will roam in the forest, continue to hunt and gather wild fruits and trees and all the honey. So they are being trying to be given a modern way of getting honey where they are given hives. They will place them in specific forest where they will go and get those honey instead of just wandering into the forest. So it's a challenge, and it's one of the communities which we know their culture will be eroded. Probably they will get finished because currently they are about only less than 1,000 in the entire country. And the way they are getting assimilated by other communities, we fear that these communities will disappear. So the summit.
Can you please summarize? Because of time, in the interest of time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much. There was another hand up from Philip Ifejika. Please go ahead. Although there was the second part of the question from Mr. Richard to Daniel. We will come back to you, but let me quickly take Mr. Philip's question. You have your hand up, so please go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I speak? Okay.
Yes.
Hello.
We can
Okay.
hear you.
Good morning to everyone. I think I'm opportune to be here because of one of your coordinators, Dr. Clara. She's one of our coordinator in our platform who advertise it. I think the issue of indigenous people with relation to fisheries, which is my area of work, is important. Like the elderly man who spoke before, the issue of indigenous people's rights is reoccurring. One is land and also fishing grounds, and the indigenous knowledge of fishing that are sustainable to fisheries livelihood. We have seen a lot of them in our area of operation in the field work. One of the recent one was a community that was relocated from their place to another area because the government of Niger State, they want to use the land for industrial development. Within the period, they lost their right to land. The new place from research work, they don't have much access to land to do more farming. Then the fishing, yes, they have access to fishing, but again, because fishing now, there's a low fish catch and it cannot sustain them. So they used to meet up their livelihood and other incomes from farming, where the crops like maize, beans, sorghum, and millet, and the rest. So the issue of indigenous people and their rights, I think we should is very, very important. This discussion has opened my eye. It is one of the areas one should give attention, and it's very, very prominent in fishing communities, because most fishing communities, they are in rural places, education is low, and the rest of them. So there's abuse from their own side in terms of using some of the obnoxious fishing practices to fish, which is harmful to the environment. But the issue of their religious rights, culture, and all those things also need to be examined more and find out more fast and how it affects their livelihood in fisheries. So this is the little I want to share. And I think fisheries should be one of the areas that should be given priority in activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philip. We really appreciate your contributions, and it is good that you have gained from this so far. So just before we move on, we are really short of time. I will just ask Daniel if you can respond to the question from Mr. Richard, if you're on.
Okay, thank you, Doc. I think we have just 1 minute remaining because the next session is supposed to start in a minute's time. So if we can just make it very, very brief so that we start the next session. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted Mr. Daniel to respond to a question to him if he's online, because there was a concern, and so Mr. Richard needed more clarification. Okay, I think we can go on. Doc, you can continue. Let's go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Doug. I think before we start the next session, one very important.
Sorry to interrupt. There's no sound coming up the room, the conference room.
Okay, I don't know. I think our time is up for this session. And
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Charlotte and Dr.
Yes, thank
Shimuke
you
for
very
the
much.
interesting dialogue session. We move on to the next part of the summit of the morning, and now we go the floor to Mr. Barko Antar to give a presentation on the case of Emu Gadir Oasis from Amazigh population in Morocco, North Africa. Mr. Mbark, the floor is yours. I hope you can share and start the presentation. Please, can you help him to share, because he don't have the ability to share his presentation?
He should be co-host.
Well, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Go ahead, Mr. Mbark.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan, and good morning, everybody. Trying to share my screen. Do you see my screen now?
We see your notes.
Okay. So now should be
full screen. Perfect.
Full screen, yeah. Okay. Now you see my screen?
Perfectly.
Yeah, yes. Excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm expressing a heartfelt welcome to all participants of the esteemed summit. And first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Mbarko Antar, agronomist and a professor associate at the Agronomy and Veterinary Institute of Rabat in the Morocco Kingdom. So in Amazigh language, Azul Aitmad Isma Lidimun Gulmuqarad Amadlan ليساوال في التغيرات المناخية. So as a young member of the local and indigenous Amazigh community of the Kingdom of Morocco, happy to participate in this global summit on climate change alongside with the local NGO Targa Il Matn, which is represented today by young members Mr. Jama Troukzi and Mr. Isam bin Saud. Also, we would like to extend our gratitude to the organizers for their dedication and to the moderators for guiding our discussions. So let's engage, collaborate, and make this summit a success. So first, we will talk about the situation of water resources in Morocco. So as all of us know that climate change has a significant and far-reaching impacts on worldwide general way of life, and mainly in economic sectors and particularly agricultural sector. So Morocco, according to official reports, is in a critical situation in terms of water availability. So in 1950, more than 50 years ago, so the amount of available water was more than 1,200 cubic meter per hectare per year. Now it's less than 500 cubic meter per hectare per year. So the situation is even more, will be aggravated in the coming years because of the reduction over time is due to climate change that creates an irrigation, an irregularity of precipitation the over-exploitation of resources, especially for irrigation and population growth. So our case study is in a village in southeast Morocco called Umm el-Hisn. Mugadir is a oasis in the middle of the desert. So you can see that is a village composed of small gardens, so mainly of palm dates. So first of all, let's talk about the history of this area. So according to the scientists, so that they find the rock art that were found in this area alongside the Draa Valley, so which you can see in the map below. So this rock art were drawn by very, very ancient people. That means that if this has a meaning, it means that the human being have were located in this area since thousands of years, and also because of they are describing their environment. So in the past there were a lot of animals, so there will be a lot of life in this area. Now is getting very arid, and people are living only in the oasis. So what is the oasis system? So oasis system constitute a unique ecosystem constructed and maintained by humans for generations through rigorous management of natural resources. These agrosystems are characterized by an environment with low precipitation, sometimes less than 50 millimeters per year in hyper-arid zones, and a high daily temperature range ranging from 30 degrees to 60 degrees, accompanied by nighttime temperatures around 0 degrees depending on the season. So the traditional oasis, as you can see below, in the picture below, is characterized by the overlay of tree vegetation layers that create an environment conducive to crop development. So the tree layers with the date palm, which reaches heights of 15 to 30 meters, and whose leaves filter the sunlight heat in the sun, fit in the water, preventing excessive evapotranspiration due to the high and excessive temperatures and very dry air. So the second layer is the shrub layer. So mainly it's small trees like henna, like pomegranate, figs, oranges, grapes, etc., etc. So that are under the palm tree, and which is giving a food for the community. And the lower layer, which is herbaceous layer with low growing plants for fodder, maybe for example alfalfa, some maize, and some cereals, which is helping for the animal husbandry of the population. So as an adaptive system, the community is adopting the Hattara system, which is an ancient system of management of water resources. So to adapt to the changing climate change that is not an actual phenomenon, but is a very old phenomenon in this area. So adapting to this system is a very challenging task for the community. So because of the hard work, and also it's a technique that is needing a knowledge, but it's still a brilliant system that I mean is now I mean keeping going since 10th centuries. So this system is adopted by Amazigh people, which known by Al-Murabitin or Al-Muravid dynasty, which so Al-Muravid dynasty was an Amazigh Muslim dynasty that emerged in the 11th century in North Africa and later expanded into parts of the Iberian Peninsula, which is now Spain and Portugal. So they played a significant role in shaping the history and the culture of the regions. So now I will leave you with, I mean, the video. Then we are going to give a floor for the association members.
Okay, Dr. Mbak, can you stop sharing so I can share the screen for the video?
Okay. You are going to, sorry. You still see my view, my screen?
I think I
Yeah, okay.
I start sharing, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the first.
Full screen, please. Thank you.
Welcome to Mugadir Oasis. It's an oasis located in southeast of Morocco. It's an oasis belonging to the Umm Al Hassan zone, and they belong to the region.
الجفاف نتايق المشكل مقر. اذا لابد ميدنا تلينس الموارد مائيه اضافيه ما يتدعم الصبيب الساقي. ثانيا البيض ولا نتايق مشكل لانت بعض الانواع اللي كاين حساسه يبيض زود بوفقوس فهمتي زود تغانيم تكون حساسه يبيض الخطارات تاتي كانت الخطره مبادر تلقى منا ويدار نور تلقى غير يودار تلقى كان 5 ديدار طريقات نبغي لي ديكا الا غواد واسيف الا غواد يضنين دار المخزن تستينين تلمو فردو تلمو مراد حيزدار اذا قال منا ويدار كريقات ماني وين ديس قديم نيمي كوامان باش غوز ناس اي اللي حتي مقارن باش هاد الميتير حيزدار باش هاد فين العين يترقى مبادر غير كاد اللي سنا الخطارات الجمعيات تبدل مجموعه من تبدل مجهود القرى باش تنقي في اطار برنامج اوراش اخير تنقيه مع الجمعيات بدات تنقايس الامكانيات الذاتيه واخا كانت محدوده يمكن البرنامج اوراش تساعد كيس الجمعيه تنقي كيس الخطارات
ولكن غير الشباب حاليا غير وتعاطني الميدان في حماس توزن الواحه حسبك ولا جاي الجبهه هليلا السميه كل جسلانين اجد لك ضحك شو الميدان مزينين هيك دخلنا الفلاحه ولكن الطموح يقول ولا لنا اوريلي لكن يمكن يدلي عرفتي ما دوك شي معايا السيار ولا
الشباب يقدر ادوين تكنولوجيا تقنيات تجديدين في الواحه باش نستعمل السيستم قديم او الحاجات الجديدين باش تطورنا
ولكن ناحيه التقسيم ناحيه التقسيم ومن ودرت غير الحل اللي نسيت تسكر غير تزري كذا اساس نقاي خطره حتى قلت رجال باش استقيت غير الشوائب اللي كيستاهل حماسو بمس هاد تشوفوا غير جات حتى كتقولوا في التحيه وغير تما قرد كيسين قرد كيس دار المخزن دار وصفه دار التليفون سالو يساقيا لقيت تمون شي نحغ ونحغ باش تمون هذوك اللي قاعدين شي ديريكت انا ما نتحرك على حساب يحقوتني ميدات رقيت كذا غير يوم انت يا يحقوتني ميدات رقيت والله يعني جواسي فرقيتي لا نزل حفظ كذا رقيت شهرين كان يا عقلت لا فهمت شحال مرة كلش لا يا مرة في العام ست كاع العام يعني كرد على حساب في بالي انا ما نتحرك
الشباب تساهم لي
دروس ناقص يا وسلسله الشباب غادي على حساب شكون كيسلي انت الموارد من حاجتي كانت كان فلوس غنكفى غنبدا لا ملاش باش نخدم شي وبين ماشي نقولوا اجرنا واحد اجا دواد دار الحس الواحد ينقض انا ما نتحرك
الشباب مهم بزاف
المهم كلشي شكون انت باش السنه المنطقه ما كتجلس غادي الخطر ما كتجي كلشي عارف
اللي هو
عاد جيس مشكل شكون على حساب جيس ياك كلش لا غادي غير تقليد وصافي
الملوحية 089 لي سيمانس والتغوالد فولكين ومن فولكين بخيرات كاع ومن كل اللي احسن ومن المغرب الله يصلح حوت لا حتى ديال النظام دغينا قلت لي المشكل كالكير ولا والو حتى 0.3 0.4 اللي نقينين الظروفات غير اللي حنا التغيرات المناخيه ضروري التاقلم يعني ندير ومن خص التدبير نس خصها ندرا زمانيك هي الطرق التقنيات الجديد اللي حكا بوتابوت نقيت دكات الكميه ومن محدوده ياك المشكل اللي ترش الشراح الوقت اللي دريت التقنيه غادي كنطونس السقف نقيت وين انت الامور يوميا مثلا لي بوليمير ولا لي هيدروجيل هو 50 غرام زوج شجر ديال هاد المزين كافيه 50 غرام الهيدروجيلات حمسنا الصدور الشجرت باش طمز امان القياده الجديد الهيدروجيل كيسنتا فيك على حسب الدار خص قلت لك ندير في زرار خلاص كتستقيتي بك باش يشمونا مان
كنجرب غير النجده لانها تقاوم شويه البيوض فهمتي كان النجده غيد حتى الغرسغي على حساب الفكره اللي دار حيلان هو تقاوم شويه بيوض ان نسكر تجربات نجرب ننظر النتائج نس ما ينكرات كنت ان شاء الله ولا نزول الخيرات باش الخط ينظم يفليمي كنتي الصعبين تاك الجوف في الطيه باش طفرات نتك الجوف تدور تكري تفرط ثاني ضنين على حساب حتى واللي راه يخدم واللي الوقت اللي راه تكرستان نقرات سانت الوقت اللي راه تشفرت الوقت اللي راه تبيت الوقت اللي درتي لي ما كنتي ساعه ما حد تحركت
لكن تلي غنمت حتى اي كان المنتوج الاول اللي تينا بس انت ما زرت يا طبعا زرتها هي حتى هي قدامنا ولكن هذه قليله كتكون واحد جوج ولا ثلاثه في الجنان وقلت حتى هو كيكون قليل واحد 4 ولا 5 في الجنان اللي كيكون
I hope that you enjoyed the video and sorry for some sounds. So it's a very, amateur video making. So now I would like to invite Mr. Jame to give a quick word in Amazigh and
Sorry,
Ifam.
I'm sorry, Dr. Mbarak, I have to cut in here. We've actually taken 5 minutes beyond your allotted time. So may I request your colleagues to please speak? We're really interested in hearing your language, but let them do that during the dialogue session that will ensue after this set of presentation. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Dr.
much. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Chinwoke, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. So we quickly have the next presenter on board, and that will be Giyscc Anabo. She's going to be talking to us on bridging social capital, indigenous youth, and climate change. Giyscc, are you in the room?
Yes, I am. I am
Okay,
here.
so you have the floor now. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, just go on and share. We are seeing your screen.
Okay, great. So today I want to talk about bridging social capital and indigenous youth when it comes to climate change. So the first thing we need to really look at is what exactly is the issue. We have three key issues, which are strained adaptation, energy transition, and deforestation permits. Now, indigenous people make up 15% of the world's poorest people, despite accounting for only 6% of the total population. So these issues are really, really ironclad. We have with the strained adaptation, indigenous peoples have been known throughout time to be able to adapt very easily. But now, due to the rapid increase in climate change, we are seeing it get more difficult. With the energy transition, we're noticing that indigenous peoples inhabit mineral-rich regions, and these are usually taken advantage of without taking their opinions or involving them in the decision-making process. I'm also looking at this deforestation permits, and these are heightened increases of biomass carbon sources across indigenous lands, and this is due to numerous government subsidies for transmigration, the lack of sufficient restrictions in local and foreign logging industry. I want to take a quick look at the Fulani indigenous group. That's the case study. They are located in Mali, Nigeria, Guinea, Senegal, and Niger. Usually, they have been very adept again in adapting to climate change. However, now we are seeing that the group is facing moderate to severe climate change related issues, and this is strengthening their livelihoods and well-being. And we're also seeing their lands being degraded. And so all of this is really putting a strain on where they can actually settle down and where they can actually inhabit effectively and without any fear. So what can indigenous youths do? The first thing that we can do is there are three key levels. We have the national, we have the regional, and we have the institutional and individual levels. So when we talk of the national levels, we're looking at governments and member states of unions, and indigenous peoples can help here with the case of strained adaptation. And they can help in lobbying, they can help towards, creating lobbying groups to set sustainable targets and measures in order to advance and heighten indigenous people's voices beyond just regional borders. There's also the regional levels where you have your mayors and you have your governors. And here, that's where the energy transition can really be addressed. So they can highlight each of their stance. The indigenous peoples can let it known what they are willing and capable to do and where their reservations are placed. The third one is the institutional and individualized levels. You have your universities, you have your individuals, you and I, and this is where deforestation permits issues can truly be tackled, because we are able to share knowledge, we are able to inform those that unfortunately do not know when they are being exploited and whatnot, when it comes to their land. What are the lessons that we can learn from this? Well, the first thing is that us as indigenous youth, we need to not exacerbate or recreate any fault lines there. We have to bridge social capitals. We have to go beyond just our communities if we want to see any progress. And we must not be seen as ad hoc cases. There's no such thing as a one size fits all. It doesn't happen. Very rarely does it happen. What one group needs is definitely not what another group needs. So we need to really look at that and not just implement policies that are generalized, but we have to do specifically planned policies for each community. And then by bridging social capital, we place ourselves in a common middle ground. So people's survivals are in talks without being exploited or toyed with geopolitics. Before I finish this very quick presentation, I do want to share some facts and figures, and that is 370 million people are currently Indigenous peoples globally. And this number lets you know just how important they are in the decision-making process. 43.5 million square kilometers are lands protected by Indigenous peoples. And 1/4 of the amount of Earth's terrestrial surface are owned or occupied by Indigenous peoples. And this amount of terrestrial surface of the Earth holds 80% of the Earth's remaining biodiversity. What all these facts and figures tell us is that the longer we ignore Indigenous peoples in the policy making, in the decision-making process, we are ignoring what could possibly be a potential saving grace when it comes to ensuring that all this biodiversity and lands and whatnot are restored and maintained, and that is better. They say prevention is better than a cure. So we really need to be putting them at the forefront. We need to be seeing them speak more, and we need to be listening to them much more than we are now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jessica, for keeping to time.
Thank you.
That's a very insightful presentation. You know, looking at the facts and figures you presented, we cannot overemphasize the place of Indigenous people in climate change dialogue. So thank you so much for bringing those facts and figures before us. Without taking time, I hope you will still tag along because we are going to have a discussion at the end of the presentations. All right, so we quickly go to the next presenter, and that will be Emeka Chisom Joan. He's going to be talking to us on climate change communication, the Southeastern community in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ndewo no, uno salachi, otito oma. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let me introduce myself in my dialects. Afamubu onwe Emeka Chisom Joan. Anomeba nekwu ihe basara climate change communication in my community, in Southeastern community, n'ala Igbo, n'obodo Nigeria. Here putara n'asụsụ Bekee, like I said, I'm missing the Igbo and the English. Sorry, I don't know if there's translators, but let me just quickly say it. Okay. In English language, I'm going to be discussing climate change communication and the Southeastern community in Nigeria. The Igbo community, also called the Southeastern region in Nigeria, is made up of 5 states: the Imo, Abia, Anambra, Enugu, and Ebonyi states. I am from Imo State, and in my state, we have a land mass of 5,530 square kilometers, covering 27 local governments. To show you how large we are, we have over 36 million youths in that region. Remember, I said there are 5 states: the Imo, Abia, Anambra, Enugu, and Ebonyi states. So in my state, I was able to, when I was conducting my research, I was able to meet few youths from my community to discuss the issue of climate change in the community. I wanted to know if they are aware about climate change. And with my statistics, from 100%, 40% are uneducated. Like they don't even have access to quality education, talk more of climate change issues. We have 30% who are educated, and they are quite aware of climate change and how to prevent and fight against climate change in the community. Then we have 20% that are educated, but they just think that climate change is all about the rising of temperature and the altered patterns of weather. They don't know that even human beings can affect climate change. So when you ask them, they'll tell you climate change is all weather, like in our dialects. And you'll be like, oh, okay. Then we now have 10% that are educated, and yet they don't even, they've never come across climate change. They don't know about climate change. And I'm like, okay, looking at these people, looking at my statistics, I'm now like, okay, if I'm to communicate these issues to them, with the help of the few persons that understand the issue of climate change, I need to go to their level. The main people I'm looking at are those that are uneducated, those that don't have access even to our social media. Like the way we are talking now, they don't even have access. They don't know anything about digital literacy. They're not informed. So I need to go down to their level. I need to know how I can show them and tell them the issues, how climate change can affect our land, our community. And when I was just doing my research, I got to know that climate change can affect our environment, our land, because the Igbo people, we boast about a diverse ecosystem in the community, like the forests, the rivers, the wetlands, and so much more. So if we don't manage this issue, if we don't protect and restore our environment, climate change can affect us. It can trigger the frequency of extreme weather events. It can alter rainfall patterns, and it can rise the temperatures in the community. This can cause water degradation. It can cause water scarcity. When we don't know how to harvest rainwater, when we can't access clean water in the community, when we also have the issue of inefficient irrigation techniques, when we cannot handle water shedding in the community, we are definitely going to have lack of water in the community. We are going to have issues of uncleanliness, untidiness in the community, leading to various types of diseases and sickness like cholera, the popular one, cholera, typhoid, and malaria. And most of our community, this infrastructure in our community are very poor. We don't have good health system to talk of, okay, if you fall sick, how can you even get treated when our health system are poor? Then we now talk about agriculture, how climate change can affect our agriculture and farm produce. This is our origin. The Igbo people, we are well known for producing crops like cassava, rice, millet, and so much more. So if we can't do this, if we can't buy and sell, if we can't do trading, if we cannot produce food on our own, how can we boast of being indigenous people? How can we boast to be of having culture and heritage in the land? Then we now have the issues of this our culture. Okay, I talked about the cultural heritage, yes. So these are the main issues, like we can communicate this to them. So now bringing this back to the main points now, how we can communicate these issues to those people that don't have access to education, that don't have access to internet, they don't have access to social media, even print media, because most of them can't read and they can't write. They only understand the dialects. So now, how can we do this? An average Igbo person, what I noticed that every morning, you see that they carry their radio and they're always tuning in. They're always tuning in to get the latest. Every morning, afternoon, night, they are tuning in. And when I noticed, I was like, okay, we can reach out to radio stations. We can communicate this to them. We can engage them in a language or in a message that is culturally appropriate, in a language that they understand. We can tell them these issues. And when these community members, every morning, if they tune in, they'll be able to know the issues and they'll be able to, okay, take action, like, okay, let us do this, because it starts with us. We can't be waiting for the government, because these people said they don't even know about UN, they don't know about United Nations. When you talk about United Nations, they'll tell you what is it. So it starts with us, it starts with the least person, even a child, by avoiding polluting the air, gathering all your plastic cans for recycling and the rest. It starts with those little things. So they need to be informed, they need to know this, and they have access to the radio. So when they tune in, they can be able to get this information. Another way we can communicate these issues to them is by engaging the traditional rulers and the community leaders in the community. These are the people they trust. Even though I speak the language, they won't be able to understand the benefits. But when they see people that they trust, like their leaders, talk to them, they will be able to listen. They will give you that audience to even want to hear you. And no matter how little information is, I studied information science, and I noticed that no matter how little or irrelevant an information is, it will always spread. So we should learn to spread the right information. So we should engage these community leaders, these traditional rulers, because they're the ones heading the community. We should give them we should equip them with necessary skills, empower them with necessary skills and knowledge, and they'll be able to transfer this information, disseminate this information to their members. Another way is, as we are doing this workshop and trainings for the traditional rulers, we can also do this for people. We can start small. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean if you gather, you must not gather the whole world. You can start small. You can reach out to religious groups. We can go to market squares. We can start small, call them out with the help of traditional rulers. Knowing fully well you've already empowered them, they can help us gather these people, and we can empower them. We can conduct training, like even knowing how to use the social media, because assuming we have few persons from our group, because I was able to invite some people that have access to the internet and Zoom. I believe they might be watching from here or from YouTube. But if these people, these uneducated youths, have access to social media and internet, at least they'll be here to gain the knowledge and the skills that we are sharing here. They'll be informed. There's translation, so they will be informed, because we have improved, we have evolved in communication. So they can be able to get this knowledge also and spread it to the whole world around them. Another way, again, we can communicate this issue to them is that we can use storytelling. Like when we are conducting our research, we had different formats of spreading this information. So we can do storytelling, we can add drama, and also show them how the importance of tackling climate change. And lastly, I'm going to be talking about the key issues of adapting to climate change. The first one I'll talk about in my community is that we need infrastructure. We need technological advancement and infrastructure, because we talk about renewable energy, but it's not everyone that have access to that. It's not everyone that can use solar panel. It's not everyone that have access to good irrigation techniques for the farmers. It's not everyone that can do that. So we need this in the community. We also need education. Like I said, education is really, really important. Knowledge is power, and ignorance is a disease. So we need education. People need to be educated. They need to be informed on these matters. We also need policy making. Like when we are engaging the traditional rulers and community leaders, they can help us make policies that can tackle and take actions concerning climate change. The little ones of, oh, if you pollute this place, you're going to pay fine. If you do this, you're going to pay fine. So when policies like that start, when there are policies like that, people adjust, people learn, and they want to make that place better, because it starts with us. It starts with, as small as the family to the community, it starts with us. So we can do something. The last one is funding. Everything boils down to funding. So we need fund, we need partnership with other NGOs, other international bodies that can help us spread this awareness to these people. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is beautiful, beautiful. Omali Chanwada Joan.
Thank you, ma.
We appreciate you. And coming
ma.
from native attire, that's a typical Southern Nigerian dressing.
Yes, ma.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We cannot, I hope you will still be in the room because we are going to take a discussion at the end of all the presentations scheduled for this session. So please be in the room. Your question. All right, thank you so much. We cannot overemphasize the place of communication when it comes to climate change issues. And I'm happy she's bringing that on board in this discussion. So without taking our time, we are going to be transiting to Cameroon. We have heard from Amazi, we have heard from Nigeria. We are moving over to Cameroon. The next presenter will be Stephen Kube. He's going to be talking to us on climate adaptation solutions in Cameroon. Stephen, are you in the room?
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh,
and,
beautiful.
Good morning.
So please, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much. And let me just share my screen with you. Moment, please.
All right, be quick about it. You know, you have just 15 minutes.
Yes, I am. And I'm sharing right away.
Thank you.
All right. And you're having trouble here, but that's fine. Good. And we are good to go. Well, I am Kube Stephen Nkiambo, and I am currently the Secretary General of Family World International and a Young African Leaders Initiative Fellow of Cohort 42 in Public Policy and Management, founder of Channel Intellectual Potentials Program, and equally affiliated with Writer Space Africa as a writer and a poet. And pretty much just a little bit to know about Cameroon. Cameroon is a country situated in West Africa, and it's Central West Africa, and it's commonly referred to as Africa in miniature. And it has a lot of diverse, because of its diverse situatedness, and has various major climates in Cameroon around the continent. And amongst these two, we know that Cameroon is made up of about 230 ethnic groups. And amongst these 230 ethnic groups, I hail from one of them. And besides which, I hail from the indigenous community of Kom, which is situated in the northwest region of Cameroon. And we are very proud people who really are rooted in our deep cultural practices. So izini yemi ne Kube Stephen and Gambom, but in tong tegal kom yang antene anchingten negasna. As of why young naga anasis bomtan can antene seko. There's none toma vat unse no one theater as toma vat unse nankanas nantiatu. So basically, I was just simply introducing myself in the mother tongue, and such that those who are joining us too could be able to appreciate that as well. And we are facing several climate change challenges in Cameroon. And amongst these challenges that we face, as you can see, there's massive flooding. There's been towns and cities submerged in water that persons have to actually move up to the roofs of the house to live. There have been massive floods and disasters that leave areas very barren and dry, typically in the far north of Cameroon. So amidst all these challenges, we find ourselves we find ourselves looking for practices which we can help in order to cope with these challenges. And key amongst this is the use of sustainable agricultural techniques. And we endeavor that we make use of gardens and livestock, scatter trees on croplands, and then we equally make use of banks, foders, palm oil-based agroforestry, and rubber-based agroforestry, and banana-based agroforestry, which will be coming a bit to that later on how this is mostly used in the community. And there's equally the need for conservation of biodiversity. There's equally the need for the conservation of biodiversity and water harvesting and management techniques. For biodiversity, governments and municipalities around our local indigenous communities are making sure that they equally make room for preservation and conservation of certain areas within the communities, that we can equally protect wildlife and likewise protect the natural forests around those areas. And like I mentioned earlier about how some of agroforestry is being used, agroforestry is being encouraged within the indigenous community because they've seen that the use of plastics have not just an effect on our environment, but equally have an effect on our health as well. So young persons have encouraged the youth around the indigenous communities, in my indigenous community, have encouraged the use of the return to the ancient ways of how we were living, bringing back those ancient traditional practices which we used to put in place. For example, the use of the funshuo, which is the weaved trays, which you can see by the far left, and you have the use of plantain leaves, which they encourage the use. They encourage agroforestry, particularly banana agroforestry, such that when we grow the bananas themselves, the bananas can be used, the leaves can be used in order to wrap food in it, and then which is much more better than the use of plastics in order to wrap and conserve food. So we equally see other youth activities like the use of youths are mainly engaged in activities like collecting trash and then converting this trash into tarred bricks, which they can use in order to make pavement bricks. And in the picture which is being shown, you can see Green City Solutions, which is one of which is a youth-led organization. It's pretty much involved in these activities, and it makes sure that all the youths gather around and they have had their activities implemented within the Com society, and likewise Bamenda regions, Yaoundé, and other areas around Cameroon. We equally have the municipality in Boyo division, where I hail from, where they preserve forests and wildlife. And as you can see in the images here, there's been the planting of trees around water catchments in order to preserve the purity of this water catchments, and then equally conserve forests and then wildlife too as well. This is this was done by the Fundong Community Municipal Council. And we equally have other young youth-led organizations like Sunsafe International, represented in the person of Felix Mwambe Mekila, where they make use of affordable solar systems where they can mount them in the communities. And the catch about it is that it's a very flexible pay-as-you-go plan, making it pretty easy for those persons who wish to get it. And lastly, we do have another youth-led organization, which is Game Changers. Game Changers really tries as much as possible in order to mobilize youth in order to unclog blocked drainage systems, such that with plastics and all the waste that goes through the drainage systems, in order to reduce the effects of floodings in cities and in towns. Then the planting of trees, which equally helps to on the climate phase itself, and then seeing that we meet the needs of climate change. Basically, we have several challenges, and key amongst these challenges too, it's the lack of policies or effective systems to implement these policies. And most youths are really pushing for communities to make use of these policies, to put down policies. And myself as an advocate in public policy and management, we're seeing how we can push through with policies that can affect the community and then make sure that we have green cities and meet the needs of our communities. Likewise, we have limited investments and in accelerating adaptation and resilience in agriculture, livestock, roads, schools, and health systems. We equally have limited ways for socio-political crisis, which is affecting us in Cameroon, which has slowed down a lot of the operations in Cameroon here, particularly in the northwest and the southwest regions of Cameroon, including littoral regions, which are affected by climate change. Just a call to action, and we would like to highlight here that we would like to meet up with the nationally determined contribution of 2021 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35%, that is by 2030, following lessons and recommendations which we are going to propose, and they include establishing climate resilient agriculture, particularly agroforestry, and the land use system to integrate adaptation and mitigation measures and advance sustainable development. And we equally wish to invest in sustainable infrastructure that adapts to help bridge the important infrastructure gaps that we have in our communities, particularly infrastructures that can do help in recycling waste, like the one which we saw in the example of Green City Solutions. And we equally wish to adopt a all hands approach, where we resilience approach to adaptation, where we involve all community-driven approaches to gather the resources together and then meet the needs of the persons in the communities as they unfold. So conclusively, we are aware that climate change is here. It's here, and we cannot push it and then keep saying that it's not a reality. It's a reality we are living, and we are faced with this brunt of climate change in our communities. Therefore, we are calling on young persons and youths who stand as custodians of our society and the next generation to take up the lead in supporting these practices. And before I do go, I can say this: I must acknowledge Temitope for the paper which they wrote on nature. Indigenous youth must be at the forefront of climate change. It really inspired me a lot while I was preparing this presentation. And I cannot go without saying that the earth is aware of all those who step on it, particularly motifua yung na anases tenta ibong ching the main of tenta mabong tangi kuma wo ke gang kum nsegas na ankom baazun do nang vugas na jim moti njam na gas na vitang inae bong lamu to na awo ke tapun kum climate change das non tang today awota bong fna as na yenz as na kana che atu se kom no boyna Giyscc no jung. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's a very wonderful one. Thank you, Stevie. That's my local language. I just said I'm quite excited and happy with what is going on here today. Having indigenous youth share their experiences from different countries. That's a very beautiful presentation. The waste management that is being employed is quite up. You know, in most of the African countries, we have this problem of waste management, and it's one of the very big problems causing environmental nuisance all over the cities. So I think we'll have a lot to learn from you during the discussion. So please stay tuned till the discussion. Avelia said that after the presentations, we're going to have 45 minutes dialogue. So without taking our time, we are moving over to Congo. It's getting more interesting. The next presenter will be sorry, just 1 minute. The next presenter will be talking on the indigenous community of Baka in Republic of Congo, and that will be done by Ben Mbiala. Ben, are you in the room?
Yes, I am.
Oh, beautiful. So you have the floor now. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je suis Ben Mabiala depuis le Congo-Brazzaville, donc différent de la République démocratique du Congo. Ici, je vais mettre en avant l'importance de la communauté Baka, et ici appelée Pygmées, qui sont très importants dans la lutte contre le changement climatique parce qu'ils sont en train de disparaître. Et aussi, avec toutes ces grandes sociétés pétrolières, ils sont en train de, comme on dit, les renverser, les mettre hors de leur structure. Donc, je vais rapidement partager mon écran. Do you have my screen?
Yes, yes, your screen is on. Go ahead and present. Please go ahead and make your presentation.
OK. OK, d'accord. Donc ici, on parle du peuple Baka, une des communautés en République du Congo, des indigènes. Donc, il faut d'abord faire, premièrement, la présentation du bassin du Congo. Aujourd'hui, le Congo-Brazzaville regorge en son sein plus de entre 60 et 70% des forêts. Ici, nous savons tous que le Congo-Brazzaville fait partie actuellement de l'un des pays qui lutte contre le changement climatique, qui a une importance capitale dans le changement climatique. Mais malheureusement pour ça, on ne met pas en avant l'importance de ces peuples indigènes qui contribuent eux aussi dans ce changement climatique, dans la lutte de ce changement climatique. Donc ici, j'aimerais bien mettre en avant ce qu'on appelle le peuple Baka. Ce sont des autochtones situés carrément dans le bassin du Congo, entre le Cameroun, le Gabon et la République du Congo. Ils sont actuellement très riches avec leur culture, avec leurs traditions, avec leur héritage musical et aussi avec l'harmonie qu'ils mettent en place, entre la lutte contre le changement climatique, les forêts et aussi la défense de leur culture et de leur patrie. Donc ici, le peuple Baka, excusez-moi, le peuple Baka est un peuple qui joue un rôle majeur dans la lutte contre le changement climatique en République du Congo et la conservation des différentes forêts sur le bassin du territoire du Congo. Donc ici, vous pouvez voir sur la carte, vous pouvez voir un peu plus sur la carte, le territoire, actuellement, la zone territoriale du peuple Baka en République du Congo, entre le Cameroun, le Gabon et la République du Congo. Et vous pouvez ici voir aussi la difficulté que rencontrent ces différents peuples dans tout ce qui est dû à les compagnies pétrolières qui viennent détruire, tous ces minières, etc., qui viennent détruire leur héritage, ce qui réduit en même temps le pourcentage de forêt en République du Congo, dans le bassin du Congo, excusez-moi, et en même temps ce qui propage, comme on dit, la difficulté de la lutte contre le changement climatique. Donc ici, aussi, le peuple Baka rencontre des difficultés primordiales dans l'injustice. Il faut prendre en compte que peu de gens en République du Congo, au Cameroun et au Gabon prennent en compte la lutte contre l'injustice appropriée sur ces différentes communautés. Le manque de conservation de leur culture qui est très importante pour nous autres, pour permettre aussi à savoir comment ils ont lutté, comment ils ont mis en compte, comme on dit, toutes ces pratiques qui conservent toujours ces forêts pendant des années, des siècles. Nous avons aussi la lutte qu'ils mènent sans même se rendre compte, parce qu'on ne les a pas encore mis en avant, mais il faudra se rapprocher pour les mettre en avant, l'importance qu'ils ont dans l'enjeu de la lutte contre le changement climatique, qui eux-mêmes ne se rendent pas encore compte jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Voilà. Donc ici,
nous avons aussi une difficulté socio-économique sur le peuple Baka. Aujourd'hui, certes, ils sont dans les forêts, ils contribuent à beaucoup de choses, mais ils ont aussi des difficultés sur soit leur logement, sur le développement économique de leur entourage. Ils vivent entre eux, mais n'exportent pas ou n'exploitent pas, comme on dit, leurs produits sur le plan national ou international. Ils ne partagent pas leur culture, ce qui est très difficile pour nous de comprendre et de savoir comment nous pouvons lutter et à les accompagner, ou bien sûr, comment nous pouvons développer et prendre en compte leur culture qui peuvent permettre à tout ce qui est développement, tout ce qui est stratégie sur la lutte contre le changement climatique. Donc ici, j'ai mis en avant quelques difficultés qu'ils rencontrent, des difficultés non seulement de santé, des difficultés d'éducation, parce qu'ils n'ont pas d'éducation, ils vivent entre eux, ils ne connaissent pas vraiment le monde extérieur, des difficultés sur l'exploitation de leurs produits, des difficultés sur le développement et la propagande de leur culture. Voilà. Donc ici, pour terminer, j'aimerais simplement dire que le peuple Baka, en République du Congo, dans le bassin du Congo, est très primordial parce que non seulement il permet de réduire le carbone dans le monde entier, mais il faut prendre en compte aussi qu'ils ont un impact conservateur sur les forêts qui, eux, ont un enjeu majeur sur la lutte contre le changement climatique. Et ces forêts, eux, qui permettent de réduire le taux de oxyde de carbone dans le monde entier, tout simplement pour contribuer à tout ce qui est développement durable dans le monde entier. Merci beaucoup. Je vous redonne la parole pour des questions.
All right, thank you very much. Can you stop sharing your screen now? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ben. If we look at the presentations that we've been having, you will see that we have similar problems cut across these different nations. See that most of the developing countries, they share similar problems when it comes to climate change. You will see the problem of knowledge building, not having sufficient knowledge, resonating in almost all the presentations, climate justice, the need for us to up our game in enlightenment and education, especially with regards to the indigenous people, educating them on what climate change is all about. So I think the discussion session is going to be very interesting. We'll have lessons to learn from each of these countries that presented. So without taking our time, we'll go to the last presentation before we take the discussion. The last presenter will be Dr. Ndaba. Is going to be presenting on refiguring methods and indigenous ecologies in South Africa. Dr. Ndaba, are you in the room now? Okay, I can see you are in the room. Please, can you unmute yourself and take your presentation? Dr. Ndaba, are you in the room?
It doesn't look like he's in the room.
Okay, so if he's not in the room, can we have the dialogue session ensue now? If he comes in later, we can accommodate him. So the next set of moderators for the dialogue will be Lassen and Sandrine. If Sandrine is not in the room, Dr. Lassen will yield the floor to you. We can now have the Amharic presentation that was stepped down earlier, and also invite participants to ask questions. Over to you, Lassen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chiwoke.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Cherokee and Dr. Mitop. So it's the moment for discussions. I don't know if Sandrine is here. So do you hear me very well?
Sandrine is not on the room. Please go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So we had an important presentation from different parts of the African continent, from the Morocco in North Africa, representing the Amazigh population, and we had presentation from two interesting presentations from Nigeria and from Cameroon, and also from Republic of Congo. So please, I invite the participants to raise their virtual hand, so they can give a reaction, also ask questions to the presenter.
Dr. Larson, just to say that while we're expecting questions from presenters and participants who need to be enabled, we can now have the Amazigh presentations that was stepped down earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's hand is up. Okay.
So we're trying to reach out to them. Dr. Mbark? So if you have more insight, because we know that we didn't have enough time to share more insights from the Amazigh and case studies, so you can give more insight and also invite the members of the local youth and the NGO that contributed to the field work that we did.
Yeah,
So you can start to give. I can call
mhm.
them and can invite them. So you can go ahead with
Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Thank you. So just I mean, yeah, as we didn't have enough time to go through some, let's say, details and some issues that we are facing locally. So dryness and drought is not a new phenomenon in the area. So we are suffering from it from this since many centuries. So this is known, and also is scientifically founded and defended. So as the location, I mean, we are in the north of the big Sahara, or the Grand Deserts, that is covering the most of part of the African continent. So people are have adapted traditional system, which is a Khatara system, is a very ancient system. I think is coming from the Farsi civilization, some many thousands years ago. So Berber or Amazigh community represented by the Almoravidian dynasty. So who are created the, let's say, the modern, I mean, and the very powerful kingdom of Morocco, so the historical one, which is covering all the North Africa and going to Sahel and also to the Iberian Peninsula. So they have adopted this system as it's very, I mean, energy free. It's covering, I mean, is very, I mean, ecological system. So they developed this in all through their country. So just to ensure and to promote all the economic activities in their territory, so mainly agriculture. So it's not a surprise telling you that in this, for example, in my place, so that you have presented, which were in the past very big oasis, it's around 140 hectares. Now it's less than 80 hectares, so which is something like a two-thirds less than the past. So they were exporting a lot of fruits and vegetables from this area to the other part of the Africa. So now with the very extreme drought, so people, they are trying just to preserve their oasis, which is very crucial for the life in this area. So the very, very extreme conditions, especially in summer times, around 46 to 50 degrees at day, so around 2-3 months a year. So it's a very difficult conditions to survive there. So now as the youth are implicated and engaged in this story, so they are trying to maintain the system of Tara. So also with the efforts of the government to make this system still working. So they put some efforts on a dam, which is closer to the area, just to get the surface water from the rivers and the wets. Also, there is local initiatives to put some solar pumping on some wells, just to help in this period of the year where we have the drought. So many efforts were done, and many of the young people are integrated in these local initiatives. So I don't know if we have young people from the NGO, Mr. Jam and Mr. Isam.
I think we have Mr. Jama with us, I guess. And also, if there is a possibility, we can share a small video about the Hatara system, so all the participants can understand how the Hatara system is intelligent and how it avoid and make economy of water in the middle of the desert and arid place.
Sorry, Larson, Philip is now able to speak and has his hand raised.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to find out from. Okay, I want to find out from Dr. Back. I think he mentioned issues of water. What are the new techniques the indigenous people are using to source water in his presentation?
Sorry, say it again. I didn't catch your question.
I said the indigenous techniques that the people in riverine areas are using to source water to meet up their needs.
So your question is, what is the method that they are using?
Yes, the method that they need to source water.
Yeah. Wow. So the invention or the system is the Hatara system. So it's a number of wells that they make in the ground just to circulate. Is a kind, so they are building a kind of canal underground, so to take the water from the underground water and to make it to put it in the surface. So I don't know if I can share my presentation just to go back A moment, please.
Dr. Mbark, if you allow me, I can share a video of 2 minutes if
Yeah,
time
okay.
allows.
Yeah, please. Yeah, it's
So
better to
it
share
can,
this. Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
it can help explaining how the system it works, and
It works.
it's about sharing the experience with the
Excellent. Yeah,
participant and
okay.
respond
Please.
to the question of Philip.
Mhm.
While the video comes on, just to mention that participants are invited to raise their virtual hands if they have questions, but you also have the opportunity to post your questions either in the chat box or in the Q&A box, so that we can enable you as a co-host to speak or to, say your question or your comment.
Few centuries ago, the access pieces of land, people in the southeast of Morocco used to build what's called khtara.
Is the video is audible? Is you can hear the video voice, no?
Yes.
Perfect.
Few centuries ago, the access to water in the desert part of Morocco was problematic, not as easy as nowadays. To irrigate their pieces of land, people in the southeast of Morocco used to build what's called khtara, which is an old irrigation system that was also used in other parts of the world. They basically dig a series of wells from the source of water all the way to their farming fields. These wells are linked together by an underground tunnel. The tunnel should not obviously be parallel to the ground, otherwise it would be impossible to ensure the streaming of water. Sometimes water gets blocked by something in the way, mostly by sand, as the region gets a lot of sandstorms throughout the year. In this case, people start checking every single well starting from the field side. Once they find water in a well and not in the next one, they know that whatever is blocking the streaming of water is located in between these two wells. The next step is to clear the way. To do that, a man or two have to go down with a bucket or something and do the job, of course with the help of other men standing on the top of the well. But that's not the impressive part. To build this system, every family in the village must dedicate a male member to participate in the constructions. It was a job for men, not women. If a family doesn't participate, then it won't get its share of water once the system is running. If a family has no male members, or if there's any condition that made it impossible for the men of the family to work, then the family must pay a sum of money to someone to do the job for them. This whole system was handmade using very simple basic tools and resources. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching the video. I hope it helped to respond to the question of Philippe and to see how the system is working under this very difficult dry climate in southeast of Morocco. So maybe we can invite Mr. Mbark.
Yeah.
You can invite Mr. Jama.
Yeah, I think I will give the floor to Mr. Jam to, to talk about the experience in the Targa Il-Matn NGO. So the actions that they are doing, and what are the perspectives, and what are their future, let's say, projects. Si Jam.
مرحبا سي مارك.
Donc,
Sleep.
yeah.
صوت مزيان. مرحبا سي
Ça
مارك.
marche.
He will be given the talk in Amazigh language, and Mark and I myself we try to summarize his intervention, and meanwhile we can collect questions from other participants regarding all the presentations.
يلا سي جامع. تسولح في الجمعية باختصار، تسولح في المشاريع اللي تسكرم، المشاكل اللي لانين باختصار، المشاريع المرتقبة ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله. اذا جمعيه التربيه المتن تركزي جمع من المواليد مغادير هم الحيس مطاطا عمل طاطا المغرب. نائب رئيس جمعيه التربيه المتن. التربيه المتن هي الجمعيه اللي تخدم حماس التربيه مغادير سهار في تربه في يدي خاصه توكل المشاريع اللي حماس بين تربه ديما. اذا الجمعيات ما امكانيات استثماريه غير متوفره باش تستمر.
هذا نسكح لا تراديكسيون من بعد تكمل باش دور حفظت له فيل ياك. So I'm going to translate so what Mr. Jam said. So he's Jam Troxy is born in the Oasis. So he's a teacher, so passionate with agriculture. He's the deputy manager of the deputy president of the NGO. The role of the NGO in the area is to follow and to undertake all what the Oasis needs, and also to promote some projects for the good of the Oasis. درس جامع.
نشكر الساهرين على هذا اللقاء. اذا نشكر جميع المتدخلين، جميع واللي دارت لها الغيره في الواحه، تناولني الموضوع اللي كان مهم، التغيرات المناخيه. فيعني كني حماسي مبادره نتلمس بشكل مباشر وبشكل يومي تاثير التغيرات المناخيه في الواحه. مثلا توالي سنوات الجفاف، ذلك توالي سنوات الجفاف، ارتفاع درجه الحراره اللي كنت نحمس السنوات الاخيره، مما اثر سلبا على الواحه، على الانتاج ديالس، على المردود ديالس. اذا عرفت يعني بزاف تحمسوا هذا التغيرات المناخيه.
So I would like to thank you, the organizers, for the organization of this interesting summit of climate change, and also for the invitation. So we, as inhabitants of the Oasis, we are facing the climate change every day. So dryness, droughts, and also the excessive temperatures, and also the low productivity of agricultural crops. So this is what we are facing in a daily basis.
التغيرات المناخيه تهديد تغير الاستثمار الواحه، تهديد التواجد الواحه، غاية طلب يعني جميع المتدخلين تضافر الجهود من اجل نحافظ في الواحه، نحافظ في نظام الخساره اللي كان النظام يثبت النجاح لقرون من الزمان، يعني انه لا يحتاج امان ارضي غير الانحدار، يعني الانحدار من المناطق المرتفعه في توسيع المنطقه المنخفضه باش دير في السهول غير اللي راه يسوى الواحد اللي راه يسوى، عرفت تعتمد في الانحدار. اذا غير تحتاجات الطاقه من الضغط وتحتاجات والو. اذا تبدلت يعني سيستم نسبتي فولكي، ولكن مؤخرا نعاني من نقص الشح المياه من الصبيب الساقيه، نقص الشكل يقول غايبه من حيث الطلاب ان تليش الحلول ماني ترى نعالج المشكله اللي
So we are asking for collaboration to maintain this very ancient system, which is Khatara, and also for the Oasis system, which is very, resilient to climatic change. We are, asking collaboration to, so they are facing, many issues because of climate change, and they are asking for, collaboration to maintain the system. I think I did a good translation. So سي جامع غير افكارك باختصار باش اشكون لا تراديكسيون باش ادور تغلط حلا تراديكسيون درت
سي جامع واحد 2 دقائق.
ايه شكرا.
الحلول.
اذا الحلول اللي سمى الجمعيات كمجموعه من الحلول، تما مجموعه من الحلول لان سوق اللوحه اللي كان يسبقها عقود من الزمان راه تفل حنقريفه السن حياه اللحظه. السوق الجوفري تمتات، السوق الانتاج يورتلي، السوق المنتوج يوريلار، السوق وبالتالي تمد اللي خدمني فلاح اللي خدمني حزب الواحه هاتر سنسيا الاحباط لان سنوات متواليه ماشي العام ماشي بالسين كريقات العام غنولي تيجي ولا ابتلي الجمعيه مجموعه من الحلول من بينها الخطارات يخصها تمديد الخطارات هاد غوز نتسد سفلى تزايد الميدنونه يا بنين الخطارات سفلى تمديد الخطارات توسي انسن من بينها كذلك الجمعيه اللي سونا تذكر بعض التجارب انو استعمل الطاقه الشمسيه في حل عينها التعاون
في ومان العين. ان سكوند الترجمه من بعد وريد داك. So as the association is try to make some solutions, some actions since now, so we are very aware of the importance of this system for that the community continue to live and survive in the area. So they try to make some wells just to help to help the oasis, because they are seeing that what the grandfathers and the grandparents did so far, so it's going to go out. So they are trying to help and to sustain the system by doing some actions like, as I said, making wells for water pumping. Also, they are cleaning the oasis every many times a year. Also some activities to raise the awareness throughout the population for the rationalization of water use and سير استجامة.
اذا كنسمى امانه كنقول شي حلان وامان حديث الواحه حور بين وامان هدوك في الواحه ارنت ضلاب كنسمى ارنت ضلاب امان الخطارات سكن اجدادنا امكانيات متواضعه الحمد لله غير في الوسائل الا كل شيء يمكن الضرب من زايد الخطارات هادو يعني اللي جاتني سول في الاجداد رغم ان في النقايا في سميتو ولكن الاثر محوري بين ديس مزيان ارنت ضلاب مثلا توسع على الخطارات اللي سنا جميع المتدخلين تدخل باش الصبيب الساقيه اي زايد باش نحافظ في الوحايا دور من بينها بقيه الخطارات توسيع سنت اتزايد السفلى هنا ادغزنونا باش الطاقه الشمسيه الداخليه كذلك نقيه البراج ديال السد اللي اينقي باش يحل الومانه في الرمز باش يغذي الفرشه المائيه. وشكرا جزاكم الله خير ان شاء الله حفظكم الله جميعا.
So to summarize two insights, two perspectives. So the extension of the Khatara system. So to look for other sources of water for the Khatara. Second is the dam that they were built by the governments in the above the area. So it's full now of the sedimentation of the is a small dam. So they are asking for the cleaning of this dam just to maintain more water in the, let's say, in the pluvial and rainy season. And thank you. 10 minutes.
10 minutes بزاف السي مبارك ولا الجميع المشترك.
شكرا سي جامع.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jama and Mr. Mbark, for your insights. 10 minutes. And now we give the floor to...
Babatunde, you can ask your question.
Sorry, maybe I missed something.
No. So there's someone whose hand is raised to ask a question.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Babatunde, please unmute to ask your question.
Hello, I would like to ask a question about the sponsors that are coming through right now. You know.
Yes, please ask the question. Okay, if Demila is not here, can we please have the first presenter? She's an indigene of the Fulani community, indigenous community, and she'll be presenting to us about the Fulani people and the impact of climate change. Can we have Khadija Ibrahim Bello, please?
I'm here to meet up, so thank you for introducing that group. I will pick it up from there.
Okay. Is Khadija on the call and ready to present? If she's not ready, Dr. Damila, can you invite the next presenter? I can see Ayodele is here already.
Could you please call the next presenter? I'm trying to. Khadija.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, okay, fine. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Khadija Ibrahim Bello. I am a native of the local government from Adamawa State, and I'll be talking about Fulani people and the impact of climate change. Now let's look at the presentation scope. I'll be talking about the reality of climate change in northern Nigeria, the climate change and nomadic livelihoods in Nigeria, early manifestations and future threats, and finally the best time to act. Climate change basically refers to the general alterations in atmospheric conditions, including
Khadija, I'm sorry to interrupt. Khadija, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you please play a slideshow for the presentation?
Can I? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Play a slideshow for your presentation.
But I thought I was sharing. I'm sharing the screen.
Full screen. Can you put it on full screen?
Okay.
At the base, there's a cap to the right.
Sorry.
Let's go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So climate change basically refers to general alterations in atmospheric conditions, including the patterns of precipitation, wind movement, temperature, and general outlook of the Earth, which affects the totality of human life Though there is a general misconception that climate change issues are only associated with more advanced economies, but unfortunately, we all know the falling sky will not spare anyone. So climate change is a stark reality in emerging and underdeveloped countries also, like not immune to climate change realities and risk. Let's look at the insights from statistics. Floods has displaced approximately 1.9 million Nigerians in 2019, according to the National Emergency Management Agency, futureland.com 2021, including an estimated 260,000 people in Adamawa State, which is one of the states affected, with approximately 1,000 kilometers square of land submerged across the state. And also, according to the State Emergency Management Agency, flooding in the state is mostly the consequence of severe rains that began around the 11th of July 2022 and still happening as of 24th of October 2022. Also, according to Daily Trust 2023, rising temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius appear to become a frequent decimal in northern Nigeria, especially in the northeastern part, like states like Adamawa, Gombe, Bauchi. Desert features now account for approximately 580,841 kilometers square of Nigeria's land mass, accounting for like up to 63.8% of the country's land mass, and about 30 million people. That's about 17% of the national population, and 15 out of 36 states of the Nigerian Federation are affected by desertification in Nigeria. The Fulani people, that's the Fulbe, what they call themselves, or what we call ourselves, are one of the over 450 ethnic groups in Nigeria, who are mostly nomads. They rear cattle, which is Durugo. That's what we call rearing cattle in Fulani. They constitute majority of the Fulani economy activity. That's herding, though a few of them also go into agriculture. That's they grow crops.
You can sit down. I can't even find my phone.
So let's look at the impact of climate change, or what climate change has done to the Fulani community. There has been significant changes in migratory patterns resulting from the rising cases of drought and desertification, leading to fluctuation in crop yields and food supplies. There has also been a reduction in the water availability and declining range of pasture for grazing. There's this call for resources and clashes with farmers. Example is the analysis documented by the Council of Foreign Relations Nigerian Security Trackers, showing that at least 305 people were killed across Adamawa State between 2016 to 2021 in header farmers related clashes, with more casualties from Dimsa and Giri local government area. Poor state of social development also among the cattle rearers, including lack of development in the country, in the region. What are the early manifestations of future threats? Farmer headers clashes. Due to the change in migratory pattern, the herders usually migrate from one place to another in search of greener pastures, because that is their livelihood, that is their lifestyle. And this causes a lot of clashes between the herders and the farmers in the places where they migrate to. Criminal activities too, which is also a negative coping mechanism, in the sense that this herders on increasing level of poverty resulting from gradual loss of livelihood and opportunities to diversify due to poor human capital. The abandonment of local communities is also providing avenues for terrorists to explore. Agitations against government neglect. When is the best time to act? The best time to act is now. We need to raise awareness. We need to raise awareness among the Fulbe and other ethnic groups to foster understanding, as the Fulbe usually say. The government and NGOs need to focus on human capital development to aid diversification of livelihoods. Communities need to be empowered to fight the trend tree planting, artificial irrigation, ranching infrastructure, projects, and etc. And this last picture signifies hope. Then the usual saying of the Fulanis, like the Mutus, they say Jangen Durin, Bremen, that is, you read, you acquire knowledge, Durin, you rear cattle or animals, so you would be rich. Then Raymond, does you should farm to eradicate hunger. Mieti, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I will still, we have a lot, some minutes to the next presenter, who is from Central Africa, Ayodolo Oloko. I don't know if you are here. We are going to have like an overview of your discussion of all the presentations, but we still have some minutes. Khadija, if you have something to add before the next presenter takes the floor.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
If you don't mind, can I say something, moderator?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, so just before the next presenter comes up, and Khadija, if you could stop sharing your screen. I just wanted to say that Khadija is a student, right? But one of our greatest interests in participating and presenting at the summit, and she was also one of the co-authors on the nature paper, is because of our passion for our indigenous community. In my discussions with her, she was passionate about food insecurity. She's a nutritionist by training, and she's just so concerned for the sustainability of our people. And so we really do celebrate the very young people who are actually part of the summit and part of the presentation. It takes a lot of strength and a lot of courage for them to present before a global audience, and it's just all about their passion and their people. So congratulations to Khadija, Zubeida, and so many other students who also presented from different regions. And I guess we'll see more of them in Region 3 later today. All right. Over to you, moderator, to invite the next presenter.
Yeah, thank you so much. Ayodolo Oloko, are you ready for your presentation?
I'm ready.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Ayodolo is from Central Africa, Gulf of Guinea, and she's going to make her presentation on making a case for vulnerability and viability in fishing household. Thank you so much. The floor is yours. You have around 15 minutes. You have around 15 minutes.
Oh, this stuff. Excuse me, somebody is drawing.
We need to remove those presenters, yeah.
Don't worry, just go ahead. We'll clear what they're doing. Go ahead. Don't be distracted, please. Just go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayodele. According to research, most of the green gas emissions are from developed countries. However, the effects of these disastrous activities are being felt in developing countries, Africa, Lagos State, Nigeria. And join me as I navigate this interesting topic, assessing the vulnerability and resilience of women fisher folk in Lagos State, Nigeria, Makoko Fishing Community, by me and my co-authors, Dr. Sarah Appa, and my learned colleagues from the University of British Columbia, Institute of Ocean and Fisheries, Canada. We're talking about three groups of women from Makoko Fishing Community, Lagos State. We're talking about the fisher women. We're talking about the fish processors. And we're also talking about the fish traders. You can see the pictures, the fish traders. Then I'm going to ask myself the question, why are we interested? Why am I interested in this topic? And I'm interested in this topic because most of what I've read in papers, in journals, from media about the vulnerability of women fisher folk are tailored towards the institutional constraint. And what does that imply? It implies that most of this vulnerability are tailored to, for example, lack of road, lack of electricity. None of this research or field of research in Africa are tailored towards the domestic domain, the livelihood of women fisher folk, especially from Africa. As you can see in this picture, we see women trying to survive from leftover. These are debris of fish. And why are we interested in women fisher folk? We should know that according to research, women are the most that are marginalized in developing countries because most of them are not educated. Then I got few researches of women fisher folk and the domestic domain. From Cameroon, we got COVID-19 and small-scale fishes, the impact in sub-Saharan Africa. We also got this paper, the livelihood strategy of women fisher folk to cultural and institutional constraint. In Nigeria, tailoring the vulnerability to their livelihood, to their domestic domain, relating it to their productivity and to their reproductive role. When we combine both together, then we can attain sustainable livelihood. In my paper, my master's thesis, the challenges and prospect of women fisher folk in Lagos State, Nigeria. Now we got this graph. This insinuates that most of the greenhouse emissions are being gotten from Europe. We can see this graph. From 1980, we got an escalating trend from Europe. And I don't know if you can see this, but we got minimal greenhouse effects from developing country, especially Nigeria. We got the next slide. And this is a trend showing the impact of the greenhouse emission, now combating it with climate change. Now, as we can see this, that the maximum temperature we have from 1901 to 2001, there's a drastic increase. Now we can see that we got a minimum of 27.5 degrees centigrade temperature in Lagos State, Nigeria. And what does this mean? This means that as a result of increase in temperature, we are going to have sea level rise in Lagos State, Nigeria, in Makoko Fishing Community especially. And as a result of sea level rise, we are going to have most of the fishes running away from the coast. And as I said earlier, most of those women are not educated, and most of them do not have the ability to kind of go further the coast to catch fish, because number one, they don't have engines, and number two, most of them don't have the finance. So because of climate change, and they are marginalized, and they are illiterate, and they are not educated, they would not be able to attain their livelihood sustainability. What is the impact? The overall research of the study, we're trying to look at the impact of this climate change stressors, sustainability, resilience of women fisher folk in Makoko Fishing Community. Then there lies the question again that why are we interested in Makoko fishing community in Lagos State, Nigeria? Join me. We got this from our research that the low-lying and coastal position of the slum, because Makoko fishing community in Lagos State, Nigeria is a slum, make it vulnerable to heavy rain and sea level rise and flooding due to climate change stressors. Now we go to Makoko fishing community. Makoko fishing community is the world's largest slum. So we're blessed to have the slum in Nigeria. It is located at the Lagos Lagoon with a population of 86,000 people. We ask ourselves the question, this is a slum inhabiting 86,000 people. And in this slum, this is where they catch their fish. This is where they eat. This is where they sleep. This is where they defecate in the river. And they're going through climate change. And they're going through all other climatic stressors. So this is the net that if nothing has been done, a population of 86,000 people can be eradicated in the nearest future. We have Makoko fishing community. You can see this is Makoko fishing community, and this is a river channel. The river channel insinuates that they cannot live here and the fish here. This is a slum settlement, and this is Third Mainland Bridge. Our methodology. We conducted our research. We're just starting the research, but we conducted using the qualitative and the quantitative approaches. Unstructured interview was being imbibed, observation, research questionnaires and survey was being tailored to understand the vulnerability and resilience of women fisherfolk. Our focus group discussion. And what is the result of all this research? With a community of 86,000 people, whereby women have been marginalized, with low, little life expectancy due to climate change and poverty. Now, as I showed you earlier on, the women are now trying to kind of, take some crumbles to sustain their livelihood. Now, this is the effect of climate change in Makoko fishing community. We've got number one, deaths. According to research, there's now low life expectancy in Africa, especially in the slum, because women are dying, women fisherfolk are dying. Why are they dying? They're dying because of poverty. They cannot afford to kind of eat 3 square meals per day because most of the fishes are not in the coast again. They are running from their natural habitats, which was, beside their houses. That was 30 years ago, 40 years ago, as a result of climate change. They don't even know what they are going through. So we have to go there to educate them that this is what you're going through. This is the impact of climate change. Most of them are now into prostitution as a result, to look for a methodology and resilience to climate change activities. And just a part of the research, we're trying to look at the impact of this climate change on resilience on health issue using a multidimensional perspective. We realize that because most of them cannot sustain their livelihood sustainability, most of them are into prostitution. Now we got increase in diseases, we got increase in HIV/AIDS. Women fisherfolk are dying every day because of the impact of climate change. And we got sicknesses again. As a result of the flooding, in Makoko fishing community, the water wouldn't go for 3 to 4 days and making it a breeding ground for mosquitoes, then causing malaria. And we got this again reduced, we got reduced fisheries, and we got mortality, we got infectious disease, and we got biodiversity loss. Because according to the women, it was said that most of the fish species they get easily. 10 years ago, most of them are now running away. Now the men are the one now going offshore with boats to catch fish. Women have been marginalized with little or no means of livelihood sustainability in Makoko fishing community. And we got this. Now we're kind of asking the question, what is the resilience? I intentionally put this, and this is a school in Makoko fishing community. And this was built by engineer Olakunle. And in this school accommodated women fisherfolk, their children. So as they go on with their productive role, they can enroll their children in school. But as a result of climate change, the school has been destroyed as a result of the massive storm in Makoko fishing community. And what is the result of this? This means that in 10 years to come, in 20 years to come, there's going to be an increase in literacy in Lagos State, Nigeria, in Makoko fishing community, because most of those women, they cannot even afford to eat 3 square meals, talk less of taking their children to school. So now what we got from the researchers, and most of those children now, especially the female child, now follow their mother to the market, now follow their mother in doing so many activities. Some of them are to prostitution, you wouldn't believe that too, little children, and some of them follow their mother to the market to sell fish. And some of them are learning other things like trade, the informal institution. And now what is the resilience? Although they've not been able to combat climate change stresses, but they're trying in their own little way. And number one, they were trying to advocate for community assistance, which they've not really gotten. We got few NGO tailored to their challenges and vulnerability. And we got sandbag to redirect the water. The flooding water, they kind of buy sand. But I want to ask this question again, how many of them can even afford to buy the sand? Because sand is an essential commodity in Lagos State, Nigeria. And now elevation of their houses. Then we see this, like the Lagos State governor, the Lagos State is trying to kind of build this mega city. It's called Eco-Atlantic City. Now they're trying to build Eco-Atlantic City because of flood. They cannot build this structure, this massive structure, so the city can be protected. But there lies the problem. While the mega city is being protected in Lagos, Nigeria, the slum are suffering. The slum are suffering while the mega city are enjoying. And this massive structure, according to estimate, is kind of worth billions of naira. Why they're trying to protect the mega city, it kind of trying to invite foreign investors. The slum have been ignored, and most of the effect of this flooding are now going to the slum. Most women are dying in the slum. Why in the mega city the rich are smiling? Now, what is the result? What is the overarching solution we got from our research? Low resilience to climate change, despite everything, despite building our elevation of houses, despite redirecting the water. There have been low resilience to climate change, poverty, women fisher folk are into prostitution, they are dying, illiteracy in Makoko fishing community. Then I leave you with this. We need collaboration. We're soliciting for collaboration to help these women fisher folk because they have been marginalized, they're not educated, and they need our assistance. So to all of us listening to this presentation, I leave it with this, that in a community in Lagos, Nigeria, women fisher folk are dying, they are not educated, and they're looking for a way, a methodology to combat the effect of climate change in order to attain their sustainable livelihood. And from me and from all my co-authors from University of British Columbia, Canada, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Ayode Oloko, for your presentation. We are going to have a further discussion on it, very insightful on the plight of women and the rural communities. So we ask the next presenter, who is Solutions to Climate Change by Ahmad Faiz Doho. Ahmad Faiz Doho from Gombe State. If you are around, please join the floor.
Sorry, Demila. Sorry. The next presenter is Mfo Ndaba. Is actually replacing the Alu community women who had presented earlier. He was supposed to present before the dialogue, but they presented it instead.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. So join the floor and make the presentation. Thank you so much.
Paul, please, could you make Mfo Ndaba a co-host so he can present?
Info is a co-host now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm just gonna share my presentation with you. And it really is a pleasure to be in your company. This is obviously very important work. So yeah, I'm just trying to, how do I enlarge this? Can someone kindly assist me with that?
Little button on the very right next to the sliding scale, to the left of the sliding scale.
Yeah. Do you see where my
to left?
To the left.
Just to right next to the minus sign.
On
next to
it's also the anxiety that often comes with these things. Let me see.
Here.
God.
Don't worry, just go ahead and present. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Your time is going. Go ahead. We can see your screen here.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. As I said, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Mpondaba. I am based at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. And I am going to be presenting to you, particularly focusing on methods. And I hope my work doesn't come across too academic. Yeah. But just as a way of giving a brief background, I work in
ngoja the whole day. Shule nilienda jana kwake. So
I'm struggling a bit. There was a bit of noise at the back. Yeah. Anyway, what I'm saying is my brief bio is that I work in the food energy landscape in South Africa insofar as climate change is concerned. And the reason why I'm interested in presenting is largely because the question around indigeneity or being indigenous in South Africa is very complicated and contested for obvious reasons. But perhaps as a way of briefly getting into that, you know, a lot of the times when you talk indigenous, the category in South Africa, because of the histories of settler colonialism, tend to make an assumption as to who you are referring to when you talk about indigenous. So I think primarily that's what I'm doing, but then I will also use a case study to speak to some of the issues that I think ought to be considered. So I'm just going to start my presentation. Don't mind the slides. I will get to the slides when I address my the case study itself. So for now, we're just going to stick to this. But essentially, I'm focusing the attention on the racial character of ecological crisis and its effects on the lives of Black and Indigenous people, primarily because, as you would have seen earlier, you mentioned that there's a disproportionate effect or impact that climate change has within the context of the African continent. So it becomes important then to think about what I would consider, or what I propose we consider, this idea of how death and sickness and ailment gets distributed along racial and class lines, right? So essentially, when you look at the history of South Africa and even questions of inequality and access, even when you consider infrastructure, for example, you come to understand that Black working class people and indigenous communities tend to be on the receiving end of the kinds of harms that come as a result of climate change. So that's primarily my point. I will draw the attention to how demarcations, right, or categorizations of the indigenous, in quotation mark, what that does insofar as these discourses on climate change are concerned. And so I'm interested in how, when we think of climate change, we of course have this global framings, right? We talk about climate change at a global level, but the interesting thing about South Africa is that the way people think of freedom, for example, the way people think of abjection, you know, so the kind of ontological violence that happens insofar as settler colonialism is concerned. So I'll make an example. In this case, I know my colleagues have mentioned this earlier, the question of language, the question of access, the question of culture. What settler colonialism does is that it disrupts those relationships that people would have had historically in relation to the land, in relation to nature, in relation to the environment. So when you begin focusing the attention on the Indigenous and Black people in South Africa, what you do is that you also then are able to gain access to different ways in which they think of the issue at hand, right? And even this platform is a great opportunity for us to consider how the specific context within which climate change is experienced allows people to also then begin engaging in what I might call forms of repair, you know. So when you consider language and how people speak about this issue, it also allows them to also sort of deal with the kinds of wounds that come as a result of capitalism, but also settler colonialism. Yeah. I also propose that in the case of South Africa's capital accumulation and the political economy, is just when you think of those two notions, you know, the idea of South Africa, the polity, you know, what the country is and how it's constituted. We cannot talk about that without talking about the fact that the sort of history of South Africa across time. So if you think of the official, you know, creation of South Africa in the 19th century, the impact of apartheid, but also neoliberalism today, what that does is that it takes a form of a racial character, essentially, right? And so what this means is that even when we consider who needs assistance, who lacks access, it's most likely, oftentimes, even, I mean, I don't have to say most likely, but oftentimes it's working class people who are Black in the country. So it becomes very important then to historicize climate change, not just as a broad category, but also something that whose articulation in the everyday lives of people in this part of the continent experience, right? So there's also a number of things that I hope that my presentation to you will achieve. I also, firstly, I want to problematize the mainstream and hegemonic discourses on climate change, how in their failure to address the race question, then there's also this assumption that we experience climate change the same way, you know. So that is why I am very much deliberate in speaking about race and Blackness and being Indigenous within the context of South Africa. I just, before I get into the case study, I want to draw from the work of Mamdani, you know, one of Africa's, I suppose, one of the best theorists when it comes to what it means to be Indigenous in the post-colonial context. He makes this claim that what settler colonialism does is that it creates market-based identities. So essentially, we then commodify land, but for us to be able to commodify land and the environment, there are kinds of exclusions that take place, you know. So in the case of South Africa, even the creation of cities comes with the relegation of different kinds of people and their lives away from the city, but also sometimes they are brought in the city to service the economy, essentially. So it doesn't mean that people lose their sense of being Indigenous. It simply means that there's a negation of that lived experience at the expense of wanting to generate income, wanting to generate money, both at a local context, but also globally. And I'm also very much interested in us troubling the demarcations of indigeneity. What I mean by that is, in the context of South Africa, we've had an instance where when we talk about someone being Indigenous, we tend to assume that they are either part of the Khoi and San social groups, right, in South Africa. But the thing with the history of South Africa is that there's been flows that have taken place across different ethnic groups. So as a way of intervening in that problem, you know, because it is a problem, simply because it tends to be very essentialist and very limited in terms of how we imagine livable conditions, right? What is it that we want in terms of the future of the planet? If we are so much fixated in operating from a place of the Indigenous as the major, you know, point of departure, we then tend to discard or limit other people's capacity to be part of the discussion, but also give strategic ways with which we can try and imagine this new world. So I'm just going to stop there because I think I've gone too much. for long. I'm just going to move to the slide itself. I want to, as I said, I wanted to emphasize the racial distribution of precarity and harm. And when I say harm, of course, in the earlier video that we watched, if you think of the case of Mozambique and Southern Africa, you also understand that harm takes a different sort of, it takes multiple forms, essentially. So for an example, lack of access to water, lack of adequate housing, lack of infrastructure. That is the kind of harm that I'm speaking to. But as an addition to this idea of harm, I want us to consider debility as a concept, but also death, right? What I mean by that is the question that we have to ask ourselves is, when all of these events are taking place, when there's flooding, when there's overheating, but also even drought, in the case of Southern Africa, as I said earlier, these experiences tend to be unjustly distributed across and along racial lines. So as you would see, these are some of the factors that I consider. I also consider the question of being a migrant in South Africa, because when we talk about indigenous or Black people in South Africa, we're not just strictly talking about South Africans using the logic of nationalism or the state itself and the kinds of regulatory frameworks that are there. We are also talking about migrant communities who would ordinarily then experience the same kinds of harms if an event that is climate-induced was to happen or is to happen in the context of South Africa. So briefly then, I would want us to move to the case of the 2020 lockdown restriction, specifically emphasizing on the sort of experiences of migrant communities, because the question of food, as some of you might know, is very complicated in the sense that when you have a closure of the economy as part of the attempts to deal with climate change, with COVID-19 particularly, my apologies, when you have that instance, what that does is that it cuts flows and relationships between migrant communities and where they come from, in terms of their countries of origin. What that means is that even when it comes to a simple thing such as food, I mean, it's not a simple thing, but when that happens, when the country closes its borders, you also limit the flow of food between different countries in the Southern African region, particularly if you think of Lesotho, you think of Malawi, you think of Namibia, Botswana, and especially Zimbabwe. So as a matter of context, I mean, a majority of you might know, in fact, all of us know that there were various restrictions that were put in place. And in the case of South Africa, there were policy measures that were put in place as well. The COVID grant, or what we call the COVID grant in this context, where people got 300 rands. I'm not sure how much that would be in the context of your country. And yeah, but people were given this money, but initially migrant communities were excluded. And because of that exclusion, we have to also account for the fact that South Africa has an issue with inequality, racial inequality and wealth inequality. So the question of food becomes very much critical. And I want us to also consider that question within the broader context of the discourses around climate change in the African continent. So I use this photo to emphasize the fact that even when you look at this landscape, you see the greenery. This has those shack settlements where people are lumped together. And oftentimes, in fact, I have colleagues who research, for example, access to national parks or conservation areas. You get to see that distribution as well, or lack of access to those spaces, as a thing that around which South Africa is organized, right? So it's a question of spatial injustice in this case, but food matters very much as well. I'm gonna move, skip some of the slides, but essentially what this slide says or affirms is this idea that even prior to 2020, there had been ongoing issues to do with hunger, with the quality of diets that people are able to access, with the food prices, with the non-communicable diseases as a result of diet and lack of access to food. Yeah, I'm happy to share my presentation with colleagues if you're very much keen to do that. My study was based in Yeoville, a part of Johannesburg, in the southern eastern parts of the city. And historically,
You should be winding up, please.
Sorry?
Thank you. You should be winding up.
Oh, yes. So I'm just going to say, with the question of faith and networks, what tends to happen is that you have instances where people rely on the church or whatever organizations, faith-based organizations that they would have been part of in order to gain access to food. You know, so in this case, it's not going to be a case of being given money only. Sometimes there are food parcels and other strategies or kitchens, soup kitchens, where people are able to access these things. But when there's a lockdown restriction, those things are sort of limited. There's also the question of friendships and kinships. What I mean by this is when people are scattered all over the city, and then there's this issue where police presence is very much visible, the anxieties because of this history of racialized violence, insofar as it relates to migrant communities, the anxieties limit people's capacity to move and gain access to food that they might need. Of course, there's also the NGOs. But as a way of wrapping up, what I'm saying is, when we discuss the sort of idea or category indigenous in the case of South Africa, it becomes very complicated in a way that requires us to be very much attentive, so that whenever we come up with solutions, insofar as dealing with the climate change question is concerned, or insofar as dealing with the climate question, what that does is that if we pay attention to these contestations, even at a theoretical level, we are able to take into context where we come from and where we ought to be. Just like last point.
Before I have to cut you off because we are running into the time for the next presenter. Yeah, please just wind up. Yeah, thank you so much for your insightful presentation. I'm going to call, we are going to have a discussion of all this presentation after this session. So the next presenter is Ahmed Faisal, please, Solution to Climate Change. Ahmed, please, the floor is yours. Before you can stop your screen sharing so that Ahmed can share his screen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ahmed, are you there? Ahmed Faisal, are you there?
Raising
Yes, I'm here.
hand.
Trying to share, I'm trying to share my presentation on the screen.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ahmed, you can just stop your video and then you share so that you save on the bandwidth.
Okay. Hello, my name is Faiz Ahmado from Nigeria, native of Gombe State, Kwame local government specifically. So I'm here to present to you about solutions to climate change. As you can see on my screen, so the topics that we are going to look at today is we are going to take a look at how climate change is affecting the indigenous people of Nigeria, the key indigenous climate resilient practices and the challenges that is being faced in that practice, and then the solutions to it. First of all, let's take a look at climate change. Climate change refers to the long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. Such shifts can be natural due to the changes in the sun's activity or large volcanic eruptions. Furthermore, human activities have been the main driver of climate change, primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. As a result of that, it generates a lot of greenhouse gases, which will act like a blanket wrapped around the earth, trapping the sun's heat and raising temperatures. Examples of such is the emissions from cement factories, oil and gas sectors, and also the large traffic that is being assimilated, such as that of Lagos, Kano, and other parts of Nigeria. The main greenhouses that are causing climate change are carbon dioxide and methane. So let's take a look at the causes of climate change in Nigeria. Among the major causes of climate change in Nigeria, we have industrial emissions, deforestation, oil spillage, and poor waste management. So as I've said earlier, industrial emissions is among the major causes of climate change in Nigeria, which is the release of hazardous substances like nitrogen oxide, ammonia, mercury, and carbon dioxide, which pollutes the water, air, and soil and causes human damage in the society. It can also cause severe health issues. Then let's take a look at the second underline, which is deforestation. Deforestation is the purposeful clearing of forested land throughout history and into modern times. Forests have been raised to make space for agricultural and animal grazing and to obtain wood for fuel, manufacturing, and construction purposes. Deforestation is predominant in the northern part of Nigeria, most especially in Taraba State and Adamawa State of Nigeria, and some parts of Gombe, Bauchi, Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, and Sokoto states. As of the cases, as of 25 June 2023, the governor of Adamawa State, Governor Ahmadu Umar Fintiri, has even declared a law banning the logging of trees, which is meant for burning coal. So the next issue is oil spillage. An oil spill is the release of a liquid petroleum hydrocarbon into the environment, especially the marine ecosystem, due to human activity, and is a form of pollution. The term is usually given to marine oil spills, where oil is released into the ocean or coastal waters, but spills may also occur on land. The typical example of oil spill where it can be found in Nigeria is in the Niger Delta region, which causes a great damage to the livelihood there because you can't rear fish and you can't farm. It causes a great damage to the aquaculture there. Then next online is poor waste management. Poor waste collection leads to environmental and marine pollution and can block water drains, which results in flooding and other standing waters in waste items which favors cholera and vector-borne diseases such as malaria and dengue. It is among the major causes of flooding in states like Jigawa, Kano, and some parts of Adamawa, Numan local government precisely. Sorry, I'm trying to move to the next slide.
Ahmed, are you there? I think he's having a network problem. So, Ahmed. As we wait for Ahmed to resume, I think he had like 7 more minutes to the top of the hour. The next presenter should start preparing themselves as we wait for Ahmed to come. Dr. Buhari Habibu, are you there? Dr. Buhari Habibu, will just start preparing yourself as we wait for Ahmed to come.
Buhari can start presenting if he's there. I think Ahmed is out of the meeting at the moment.
Oh, okay, fine. So Buhari, please, if you are there, you can just start your presentation. Dr. Buhari Habibu. Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah. We can't hear you, Dr. Buhari. We can't hear you, so probably you should just like go to your audio settings and allow your earphones.
So that we don't have a lag, maybe we can commence the dialogue, and then when either or both, okay, Fayaz is back. Fayaz, are you able to speak? If Fayaz is able to speak, we can make him a co-host so that he continues his presentation.
Yeah.
Fayaz has been made a co-host.
Fayaz, unmute yourself.
Four aspects. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I said, as I was speaking, under the key indigenous climate resilient practices in Nigeria, I have focused on 4 major aspects. which is the agricultural, industrial, environmental, and the energy. So under the agricultural practices, the indigenous practices mainly are integrated farming system, organic farming, swamp farming, mulching, and planting drought-resistant crops. So under integrated farming, which is a form of agriculture which aims at minimizing the use of inputs, that is the inputs of chemicals and other harmful and hazardous substances into the farmland, which implements a variety of production enterprises with long and diversified crop rotations, such as crop residue or animal excreta restitution to the soil, such as, like example, in a farmland whereby you rear fish, you can use the fish water to be watering. Maybe you have planted something like in the form of a garden, like tomatoes or pawpaw or any other plants. You can use that water that is coming out as wastewater from the fish ponds to be watering your plants, which is a good source of nutrients to them. So let's take a look at organic farming, which is also known as ecological or biological farming. Is an agricultural system that uses fertilizers of organic origin, such as compost, manure, green manure, bone meal, and also places emphasis on techniques such as crop rotation and companion planning. Under organic farming, a lot of people make use of neem tree. They make use of the neem leaves, the neem seeds to make pesticides and a lot of things. For example, if you soak the neem seeds or leaves for like 12 hours and you use it to spray anything, I think that no pest can resist that because it has that kind of bitterness. Even you as human, when you perceive it, it will take you around 5 to 10 minutes. You are still feeling that bitterness of it. Then we take a look at swamp farming, which is mostly practiced in the southwest region of Nigeria. And it is also used in rice farming in some northern states of Nigeria. It can also be used to plant onions. Then the next issue is mulching, which is the process of covering the upper surface of the soil for weed control and retaining the soil moisture that is available to the plants. Mulching in agriculture indirectly acts as a contributor to the soil fertility also. Then the next one is planting of drought-resistant crops. Majority of the people that live in the northeast region of Nigeria are planting drought-resistant crops without knowing that it is a resilient practice there, because the rainfall there is not regular. You can have rainfall maybe around May, April. You will not have another rainfall until around June and July. So it is the main crops that are planted in northeast region of Nigeria, which is also prone to droughts, is maize, millet, bambara nut, and sorghum. Then the close industrial resilient practice is the use of compost. Majority of the farmers are in the northern part of Nigeria, most especially Gombe, Bauchi, Borno, Adamawa, and Kano make use of compost. So it's just a practice whereby compost is being kept. Some stash it for around 6 months. Some use cow urine, which is a good source of urea. So they will use it on top of the compost until it decomposes. Some will dry it, then apply, and some will just apply it directly on their plant. And it's very effective because I'm an eyewitness. Then the environmental aspects is the planting of trees in households, because majority of households that you will find in the native villages, you will find like 2 to 3 trees there. So they are just planting it as a form of shade, and which serves as a resilient practice. So that's it. And then
winding up, please, so that we don't take the time for the next presenter. Sorry about that.
Okay, let me quickly go to the conclusion part, which is the call to action. So the conclusion and call to action is that I think the issue of climate change isn't for the government alone, or the stakeholders or policymakers or the non-governmental organizations. It's more like a sacred duty to each and every one of us, because as it is now, the level of climate change is rising. Insecurity is almost in every part of the world. So it's high time that we all come together and act towards reducing the issue of climate change. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I hear, because we don't have so much time, just calling the next presenter, who is Dr. Buhari Habibu. So please, taking the floor as you do your presentation on increasing threats of climate change on indigenous people of Giyscc, Kadara State. Thank you so much. We can't hear you.
I think we should go ahead to the dialogue session. We can't hear him at all. Maybe if he's able to get his microphone to work, we can have his presentation during the dialogue because of time. Can we start the dialogue now? That will be moderated by Professor Adeyemi Aremu. Floor is yours, please. Buhari, once you are able to, once your audio works, just chat us privately, and then we will request that you be allowed to make your presentation during the dialogue. We can't hear you. We can't, not at all. Adeyemi, please go ahead.
Okay, no, thank you, Dr. Shogbamu. The name is Adeyemi Aremu, based here in South Africa. And I was actually invited to this program since last year for the preparation by the co-lead. So it has been a great opportunity. I think we started since 2 o'clock, 0 GMT. And this particular section, we've actually been able to be privileged to get most of the speakers are youth. And interestingly, most of them are from an academic sector. So it's quite interesting. From Khadija, we have Ayodele, we have Umpo, we have Ahmed, we have Buhari that have spoken to us. So we've looked at a number of things. And one of the recurring things is about the food security that I've observed. According to some of the speakers, we've also talked about issue about health. In fact, if we reflect back to section 2, the community from Alu, they also spoke related to the same issue. So for this particular discussion section, I'll be assisted by Dr. Shogbamu to help me in terms of coordinating this particular section. So I would actually like to open the floor. As we said, this is not just an academic presentation. We want to hear what people are saying. This is for the youth among the youth. So we really want to hear your voice. Also, it will be an opportunity for some of the speakers, especially the very young speakers that didn't finish their presentation, to take out a point or two that they really want to take us, they want to use as a take-home message to the audience. So this is an opportunity. So the floor is open. Dr. Shogbamu, can you have 1 or 2 words before we go to more questions? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aremu. And thank you once again, everyone who's remained on the call in the last 7 hours or less. Yes, this is actually the very last dialogue session for Region 2. So we really want to encourage you to maximize the next 40 minutes thereabouts to air your views, your perspectives, but also to ask the presenters questions based on their presentation, as well as based on perhaps the indigenous communities that they come from. And so the floor is open, please. As usual, let's raise our virtual hands. And we can also post questions in the chat box or in the Q&A session. We'll be monitoring that to have the floor open. While we wait for people to raise virtual hands, as I can't see any at the moment, I have a question. And I would like to pose my question to the very first set of presenters. May I request our presenter, Ayodele Oloko. Coincidentally, the area that she presented about is actually not far from my place of work. And that place is actually, in terms of population density, very high, but also they live on the coastlines, and it's such a sorry case. What do you think can be done, and realistically and practically, not only by the government, but by different stakeholders? So in the course of your research or your work, are there specific stakeholders, including the government, of course, who you think can help to ameliorate the issues, climate-induced issues that these communities are facing, and as well as for them to build adaptation strategies for this community, because this community where they live in, the coast is actually part of their heritage. The floor is yours, Ayodele, to respond, while we also await questions and comments from the floor.
Ayodele, you're on mute. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yeah, thank you so much. According to our research, we discovered that tackling resilience, we don't have one solution. It's kind of multidimensional. And when I say multidimensional, we got different dimension, different perspective in tackling this vulnerability. And number one, the habitants. The live in the Lagos Lagoon, number one, when we're tackling, kind of relating this vulnerability to health, because the live in the Lagos Lagoon, they also defecate in the Lagos Lagoon. And we've seen, I was reading about so many slums all over the world. We've seen some slums whereby they do not defecate in their environment, like the government has really helped them with a modernized or semi-modernized toilets, whereby they can kind of defecate to make the environment clean. So if the environment can be clean, I think we're going to have little issues of malaria, and we're also going to have little issues of typhoid. So when we're talking about the vulnerability, about their health, if the government can do that, and if the government can also help them in collecting refuge, because I discovered that most of what they eat is thrown into the river, the Lagos Lagoon, they defecate in the Lagos Lagoon. They also take their bath to swim in the Lagos Lagoon. Now, when we're talking about livelihood sustenance, most of those women have been marginalized. Now they cannot fish again because they don't have the money to buy boats, to buy power engine, to go across the Lagos Lagoon to catch fish. So most of the fish that have been caught in Lagos Lagoon now are being caught by fishermen, but we should not forget that we got 10% or 15% of women, Ilaje women, that reside in Lagos Lagoon, they also catch fish. And most of the gleaning activities still are being destroyed. But I don't want to drive deeper, but we know that in Lagos Lagoon, the government has now constructed a massive stand dredging machine. So the massive stand dredging machine is kind of disturbing the women to glean in the coastal environment. They can no longer glean because of the massive stand dredger. Now, the massive stand dredger, now you're now tailoring this and combating this issue again with climate change. So when I'm talking about livelihood, the government can help these women to shift the massive stand dredging machine further across the coast, and the government can also help them with power engine. They can support them with capital financially, a financial empowerment to kind of help those women to buy, the motorized engine so they can go further across the coast to catch fish. Now we're talking about literacy. According to my research, as a result of climate change, because the schools that have been that are built for those women have been destroyed, and according to my research, in the next 20 years, we're going to have more than 100 children that will not have access to education because these women cannot. And you know, in Makoko, most of the family are polygamous. I wrote about this extensively in my paper, The Challenges and Prospects of Women Fisher Folk in Makoko fishing community. Most of those women are most of the marriages are polygamous in a situation whereby a man marry more than 5 wives. And in an household, we got a minimum of 10 people living in a household. So in Makoko fishing community, as a woman, you have to take care of your child. And when you're not sufficient, you're not buoyant, the child can go to school. So if the government is not assisting this woman, we envisage in the next 20 years, at least 100 children wouldn't go to school in Nigeria, in Lagos State, in Makoko fishing community. So what's the implication of that? You know, what's the implication of that? That for you to call a country a developed country, then you have to look at the statistic of people that are educated, that are learned, that are empowered. So it means that if we don't help this community, Nigeria will become or will remain an underdeveloped country. No matter what we do, women are not educated, they are marginalized, children are not going to school. So it's going to affect the cultural situation, the financial situation of the country, and the overall picture of the country. Because now so many people, Makoko fishing communities is the world's largest slum now. So we got a lot of international bodies coming to Makoko fishing community. And we have this NGO, but the NGO have not been able to, you know, to kind of combat these challenges because it's kind of multidimensional in nature. We're looking at livelihood. We're looking at we're looking at we're looking at sustainability. We're looking at the health. We are looking at so many issues. But let me narrow this now to climate change. Now, climate change, we're talking about flooding in Makoko fishing community. I think the government can help them with sand. You know, they're using their traditional methodology to combat climate change. But when I went to their houses, most of those women cannot even afford to buy sand because in Makoko fishing community, you have to buy a tipper of sand to kind of, you know, to fill those houses, to kind of elevate the house. So maybe the government can assist them with sand, can give them soft loans to buy sand to elevate their houses. And also maybe the government can also help with flooding. I read in a community whereby the people in Tanzania, they came together and they kind of start drawing a map of the community, a slum in Tanzania, so that they can know how to communicate with international community about the flooding situation and what can be done. And this has not been done in Makoko fishing community. In our research, I'm planning to maybe develop a strategy, maybe a GIS, whereby we can come to Makoko fishing community to kind of take an overall picture of the community and draw them, because there are parts for them to be flooding, you know, the water has been stagnant, then there's a pothole there, you know, look at the various the various places we can get this flooding, and maybe speak to international community to help us maybe stand fill the area, and looking at the local strategies and looking at international support to help these women. When the area has been filled, there's going to be reduced malaria because there's going to be reduced breeding ground for mosquitoes. And I think the health of the women will be increased, and the women can also be empowered. We got this NGO that came to Nigeria, but not to Makoko fishing community, Giyscc fishing community, and they empowered the women. They taught them how to smoke. I think it can also be done in Makoko fishing community. But my overall, what I'm suggesting, and my prayer for this research is that we're kind of pleading to the government, we're pleading to the international community to repair our school. There was a massive school that was being constructed in Makoko fishing community, and it's kind of, you know, when I spoke with the children, they were so happy to be going to school for the first time in their life. You can imagine a 16-year-old girl cannot even write, cannot even read. So the school was their messiah. The school was everything to them. It was constructed. But now they don't have school again. They don't even know what is climate change. So we're soliciting to international community, if they can come to Makoko fishing community to build the school, to construct the school back. If the school has been constructed, it means that 100 children will be able to go back to school. And in the school, we're kind of trying to look for a way for adult education to also teach the women about what they are going through, because they don't even know. A lot of women have led fisheries. they've left fishing activities. And what does that insinuate? It insinuates that the protein level of the country is going to be jeopardized, because men do catch the fish and women sell the fish. In the situation of a climate change, we got reduced women, selling the fish again. Now, when you go to Makoko fishing community to buy fish, you cannot even afford to eat fish again. So if we don't tackle climate change, the country is sick. The community is sick. So if the government do not want to help us women, the way we portray ourselves to international community, the way we represent ourselves, the way we represent our women is going to be jeopardized. They come, most of the there's no day I go to Makoko fishing community without seeing foreigners coming to Makoko fishing community. So I tell everybody all over the world that no matter what we face, no matter the challenges in Makoko fishing community, the community is blessed, but we need a lot of people to come to our aid. If we don't do anything about Makoko fishing community, then the country is going to be, the country economic status, the way we portray ourselves, it's going to be really, really bad in the international community. And we don't want that. We want to be seen as a self-sufficient country. We can sustain and who can feed its people. So now my conclusion is that we can tackle it using just one methodology. It's going to be multidimensional. We're looking for economics to kind of project the 100 years, what we can get from the Lagos Lagoon. We're looking at the political factor, the political institution, begging the Lagos State government to remove the massive sand dredging machine. We're looking for scientists to come to Makoko fishing community with GIS to draw the place where we get flooding when it rains. It's kind of multidimensional. And we should always look at us and women are marginalized. And if we don't do something, in the next 10 years or 20 years, we're going to have reduced livelihood. Is already happening. Women are into prostitution, fornication in Makoko fishing community. I read a paper in South Africa and Tanzania about fish for sex, and I was like, does this thing happen in Lagos State, Nigeria? Then I went to Makoko fishing community without mentioning their names, and I saw a lot of things. Our women are into prostitution because they can no longer feed themselves as a result of climate change. So we're begging on the international community to help us. I hope I've been able to answer this question. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Over to you, Adeyemi.
Okay, no, thank you so much. And Ayodele, thanks for the passion. I think everyone is convinced you are passionate about your study. And I think this is what we want in our youth. Same with all the speakers that I've seen today. I can see that passion. And there is a saying in Yoruba, I'm also a Yoruba. They always say, "Omode gbon, agba gbon, lafida ile ife." If I can just make a literal translation, is that the wisdom is not even unique to just elders. It's both for the elders and for the older ones. So it's the collective wisdom, which we can call the community wisdom, that can only make us to develop. So this passion by the youth, I can actually feel a joy in me that there is hope. In as much as climate change is a recurring issue, it's an issue that is glaring, but there is hope with passion, especially among the youth. We actually have a future, not just in Africa, but globally, as was demonstrated in the Asia region. And I'm also anticipating that the same thing will be demonstrated in the American region that will come up after now. Let me go back to just to scan through my notes from the presenter. I want to check with Dr. Buhari. Is it possible for you to speak now? If you can hear me, Dr. Buhari. We can still hear you. Maybe you still need to try because you were asking whether are you audible, but you are not. I don't think we can hear you yet. While we are trying to wait for you, we can't hear you up till so far. Dr. Mpo, you're also a PhD student and you presented about the methodology, especially in
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can hear.
Yes, please proceed. We just want to give you a few minutes to just give us a take-home message from your presentation. We can hear you clearly, Dr. Buhari. You can proceed.
Sorry,
I'll go
Prof.
back to, yes.
We can allow him to make his presentation actually, because we started the dialogue earlier than normal. So if he's able to share his slides, we can actually allow him to make his presentation now that we can hear him.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Buhari, can you try to prepare your slide and try to
I
share?
had to log in using my phone.
Okay. From the technical team, do we have his presentation to share on his behalf? Is it possible?
I don't think we have it, but it should be enabled to. Paul, please, can we enable him to share screen? Oh, he can't share from your phone.
He
Okay.
can't share from his phone. That's the issue.
Yeah, so then maybe
I
you
think
should
it's on
just
his phone.
speak. Yeah, let him just give
Yes.
us a summary. Yes.
Yes, just give up a summary, some few points about what you want to give us as a take-home message. Yes, please proceed, Dr. Buhari. You're on mute. Unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
better now.
I've muted myself. Yes, okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. The name is Buhari Habibu from
Buhari, you can stop sharing your video because your bandwidth is low, and you are unmute yourself, please.
Oh, Dr. Buhari, we can't. Maybe you can confirm Dr. Temitope, but I can't hear him. Can you?
I can't as well.
Yes. The suggestion was that you should take off your video, maybe to help, and we can hear you better. If you can just switch off your video and try to talk without the video.
Otherwise, let's continue with the dialogue, and when he's able to speak again, we can enable him so that we don't lose traction. Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Mpo, I'm not sure whether you got my question before we went over to Dr. Buhari. Dr. Mpo Ndaba from South Africa. Are you still there? Are you still with us?
Yes, yes, I'm with you.
Yes, yes. I was just trying to get back to you in terms of your presentation, because I was also aware you couldn't give us some in-depth knowledge. That
Yes.
this is an opportunity, please. You can just take the floor while we wait for Dr. Buhari to come on. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. I don't know if you would like for me to present, to rather share this.
No, we don't, not slide, just
Okay.
a message from you, yes.
Thank you,
Thanks.
thank you very much. So the question of just like thinking about the issues I've raised in my presentation, in South Africa, we see it today play out in a number of ways. I'll make an example. When South Africa went to COP27, I believe, they came back, the government came back very frustrated and worried that the way South Africa was being treated, in fact, the rest of the African continent and the global north, was such that the West, you know, or the North, global North essentially, was being unfair and not accounting for the histories of colonialism and how it has contributed to this climate crisis. What I do in my work is that I use the same logic where you think of impact of climate change and how it is racially distributed, and then begin to narrow it down and look at, when we think of the solutions that we come up with, how do we repair and try and really deal with the consequences of the racial character of climate change. Beyond that, I think research is very much important, and that's what I'm doing. In the sense that you deal with different issues. You deal with water, you deal with food, you deal with energy, but you do it in such a way that you look at how these issues have emerged historically. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has a question that I can address or speak to. I'm just gonna stop here.
Okay. No, let me ask one particular question. One key area of interest to me is the food insecurity, or food security or insecurity, depending on how you want to phrase it. I really want to get some insight from you based on your indigenous ecology aspect of your topic in relation to food security or insecurity. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's a very important question. When it comes to food, with, for example, the lockdown restrictions, what that means is that you had an instance where you have people who sell all kinds of food items, right? Who often work who work as street vendors, essentially. And when people's movement was being stopped because of the lockdown restrictions, you also then couldn't access those food items. And these are food items that usually, in some instances, would have been transported from, let's say Zimbabwe to South Africa. I'll make an example. In fact, because I tend to buy my food, I mix both. I go to a normal store. I go to the normal store and I go to the vendors who sell on the sides of the road. And recently I was buying something, and the person who was assisting me was telling me that what I was buying, the vegetables and the fruits that I was buying, some of them came from Zimbabwe. So what this means for me is that you know, the question of adaptation is also going to require that we also consider food flows within the region. You know, so you're not necessarily focusing on South Africa alone. You're thinking of the place of South Africa in the political economy of SADC or Southern Africa, right? So and a lot of the times these food flows happen in major cities like Cape Town and Johannesburg and Durban, but not so much Durban. You know, my attention and my research tends to focus on Cape Town and Johannesburg. So I think it's also just being able to also preserve and open up space for people to learn, because in my case, there are certain food items that I don't know that they are sort of like farmed in a way that is considerable or farmed in a way that considers the impact of climate change, right? It's not just the case of not knowing that this plant comes from this region of the continent. It's also about me being curious enough to say, oh, okay, I don't know how this works. I've never eaten this item, but I'm very much open because now I can access it, which is why I think when we talk about food and climate change or the kinds of distractions that we have been addressing so far, you also have to, you're not just thinking in sort of like categories, and in as much as you are being specific, but what you are doing essentially is to consider the life of that ecosystem and the kinds of relationships that exist in there. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, no, thank you so much. I don't want to make it a dialogue between myself and you because I'm so I've got so much interest in indigenous food and similar topics. I want to just thank you so much, Paul. We really appreciate your contribution. If there is any other question, we'll definitely get back to you before the end. I just want to check with Dr. Buhari again once more to get an opportunity for him to engage with us. It's your connection better? We advise that possibly switch off your video to help with the bandwidth, if possible, so that we don't struggle to hear you. If you can switch off your video, just keep the audio on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
But yes, perfect. You can proceed.
Okay. So as I said earlier, my presentation is on the challenges faced by my community, Giyscc. Giyscc is a community found in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State. and is the largest political ward in Nigeria, according to INEC. According to projection, informal projections, the population of Giyscc is up to 2 million, but that is not a report that has been confirmed by the census umpire in Nigeria. In the past 20 years, Giyscc is generally known to be habited by low-income earners, and the major source of water in Giyscc is for domestic use is household wells. So most inhabitants use household wells as their major source of water. Almost every house you go to, you see household wells. Public supply of water is minimal in Giyscc. Rough estimate indicates that probably 5 houses get access to public water. There are other users of water in the community, and they include crop farmers and also livestock owners. So you have the households, the livestock owners, and the crop farmers struggling for. Crop farmers usually use a river and about 3 streams around as their source of water. And the livestock owners, that is the Fulani livestock, as well as the livestock that are reared within the community, they use the streams mainly. And sometimes they also use the well water. But I think in the new millennium, from the year 2000 till date, we observe significant changes in the water bodies around Giyscc. The first challenge is most of the streams that used to hold water year round started drying up towards the dry season. The river, which is a tributary of River Kaduna, also started drying up. In the past, you have a lot of people, you have indigenous swimming in the streams, and sometimes it's even difficult to swim in the river because of the depth of the water. With time, during the dry season, you don't even see any water. Of course, there are those that depend on the water for irrigation started having issues. And what did they do? They started moving closer to the river. And for them to move closer to the river, there are vegetation, there are trees closer to the river. They started bringing the trees down. And of course, this exposed the soil around there. The first challenge we started having is places you just walk and cross. You don't need to jump. Started having large holes. In 5 years, it turned to something else. Now Giyscc is battling with massively eroded spaces that the federal government has to intervene. I can't share my slides. There are a lot of federal projects now ongoing in Giyscc to address this issue of erosion. Now in the houses, suddenly we started noticing most of the wells started drying up. So the houses have to now dig the well deeper, go deeper. Most of the wells are within the range of 100 feet. Now you have the wells going as deep as some of them 300 feet. And towards the end of the rainy season, they dry up completely. And the Fulani herdsmen have to leave the community because towards the end of rainy season, they can't get water. Now, these two challenges have affected the community significantly. In the first place, it has affected the community in the sense that the irrigation farmers now do not have source of income. They have to look elsewhere for what to do. And it has now made the product of irrigation farming now very expensive. So vegetables are very expensive, tomatoes are very expensive. And since it's a low income area, most families have even abandoned that. They don't even care if there's tomato or vegetable in their food again. So this challenge have affected even the nutrition of indigenous people. No Fulani herdsmen, they have gone down south. It has also affected the nutrition of the people because some families don't even drink tea. They don't take tea. The only source of milk they get is from the fura, that's fura, and fura is a Hausa term for the milk you get from the cow milk. So now hardly do you get cow milk. So, but they still do, the indigenous still take fura, but the fura is no longer coming from the cow milk. It's coming from different sources that look like milk, but it's actually not milk. So that has affected the nutritional status of indigenous people around here. So now indigenous people are faced with two challenges: nutrition, employment, as well as erosion. Many people have lost their houses. And this has amplified within a short period of time in Giyscc because of one factor, because of massive urbanization. If we look back in the past 20 years, from 20 years to now, the population of Giyscc has increased to about 300%. Of course, it means a lot of people will build houses. So some people will build houses close to the streams and they will cut down the vegetation. I know the secondary school I attended used to be in the main city. It was to be relocated to the outside community. And the only place to use was a plantation, a mango plantation. That mango plantation is a very large one, I think about 20 hectares of land. It was cleared. Part of it was sold to individuals that were interested in building houses. And part of it was used as the new site for the secondary school. Now, these are the challenges faced by our indigenous community. Now, what are the measures that have been taken so far? First of all, indigenous members of the community attempt to check erosion. And what they do is, of course, with very large, I wish I can just share the images, very large holes. They try as much as possible to contribute money to build bridges. After the bridges, they try to protect their houses, but they can't just do anything. Even if the bridges are constructed, when the rainy season comes, rainy season pushes it down. And it's only the government that can handle such massive or large eroded areas. So that is the first thing communities do. And the next thing is some of us that are somehow informed in the community has to start. We started an orientation program around the communities. We meet people that are there and make them understand that it's cutting down of the trees that has led us to where we are now. And some of them understood and agreed with us. I have not forgotten one of our programs, an elderly man that used to be a farmer told me that actually he observed that the moment they started cutting down the trees, that was when they started having problems. And he showed me some places that he said he does not need to jump, he just needs to raise his leg and he can pass through. But now I'm telling you, we are having a space now between one part of the eroded area to the other one that is up to 50 meters, very massive, from a place that you can just raise your leg and pass through. We went back to our schools. Annually, we organize an event in which we take the young ones around and show them what has happened in the past and where we are now, so that they can have a good understanding of what has happened. And even if we are not alive, they can take appropriate measures to ensure that this does not repeat itself again. Now, of course, when there's water scarcity, you know what it means. If you go to Giyscc, you see a lot of, it's a big business. Those that have the financial ability to dig boreholes that can go deep and get water, they sell water year round. And you see a lot of devices that are used to transport water around. It's called kura in Hausa. One can carry about 10 jerrycan of water, and they move around and sell the water. And where you have free sources of water, you see a lot of people congest there. Sometimes it leads to fights among inhabitants. And at most times the water gets polluted. And of course, you know it's going to affect the health of the people. And people consume anything they see when there's no water. And of course, you know it's going to affect the health of the people around there as well. Now we've been able to reach out to NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Some of them have come and volunteered, and they have created boreholes, public boreholes that you can just go there. You know, I told you it's a fast growing. We have to now make the people understand with a lot of difficulties that the whole change, the changes we've had, especially drying of the soil, has to do with climate change. And it has been reported that I think it's every decade that the amount of water vapor is increasing by 7%. So most water bodies around, with due to increase in temperature, they are drying up very fast. And that explains why the streams in Giyscc are drying up. And of course, if the streams are drying up, I know of a place I don't pass when I was young, because there are a lot of water gushing out of the soil, but they are no longer there because the streams are dried up. And of course, if the streams dry up, it tells you that the wells are also going to dry up. The water bed is changing, its location is going deeper. And this explains the change related to climate change. We've been able to convince our people, and they understand the impact of climate change. And this tells us that if we do not do something with respect to climate change, it's only God knows where it will take us to. Many people are affected. They complain that in the past, just a few years back, it is not so. But today, this is what we are going through, that is the temperature is increasing. And if the ambient temperature continue to increase, challenges like this will continue to amplify. And if something is not done, only God knows what is going to happen, what is actually going to happen to us. The challenge of Giyscc becomes amplified because of the massive urbanization. And this is just the explanations as to what is happening and what we've done. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We are quite appreciative.
Yes. Okay, Adeyemi, you want to step up? Yeah.
Okay, no, let me start, then I'll pass the baton to you, Dr. Tokwe. No, I think I'm quite happy that we had the privilege of hearing you. This could have been a big miss, in my own opinion, because you've actually shared some lived experience. Those experiences are quite valuable, and it's interesting to also see the synergy and similarities with other regions, talking about the depth of the erosion and things like that. Even giving us your own experience about water bodies that are drying up. Those are some of the experience. And also, I see the passion in you, because this is something that touches each and every one of us, even the future generation as well. So we're actually extremely grateful. I was also happy that you were able to link this issue to health issue, which is some of the big point I actually alluded to in terms of when I started this particular section, that health and food and climate change, they're all connected. In fact, when you look at the SDGs as a whole, they're all connected. And one of the reasons we are here today is for SDG number 17, partnership. We can all see the connection. Everything is connected, provided we look clearly. I think I'm just trying to assimilate what you've shared. In the meantime, perhaps Dr. Tokwe, maybe you have one or two questions, or perhaps there is question from people in this section. Yes. Thank you. Over to you. I think we still have about 13 minutes for this section. Yeah.
I must say that I was also quite overwhelmed by the lived experiences of Buhari. And having served in the north as well, I can imagine what people over there are going through, and even some of the experiences down south. Indeed, this issue of climate change is not something that is limited to indigenous peoples who are most vulnerable alone, but even those of us who think we're living large in the urban areas. I've started experiencing the impact. I mean, those of us who live in Lagos State is known as the city of aquatic splendor. The high posh areas of Lagos State have experienced in recent decades sea level rises that have impacted whole areas, and people have had to relocate. or their houses and properties destroyed, amongst other things. And I believe this is the same and similar with countries, small island developing countries, that's the coastal areas and those in the Sahel region, in the hot region. I mean, those of us from Northern America, Northern Africa, and parts of the Middle East. We are really so happy that you were able to present. Please, we would like to open the floor. I see the conversation has basically been between the moderators and the speakers. Is it that we are also overwhelmed? We don't know what else to ask, or we're basically fatigued. Some of us have been on the call for close to 16 hours now, being on the summit. But it would be great to have at least one question from the audience, either for any of the speakers, or you want to contribute to the conversation from your own region, or from your own part of the world. So I will just leave like 30 seconds for people to comment. Otherwise, we always have questions. I always have questions, comments. And but since I'm moderating the next session, I would like to yield the floor to Adeyemi for the next 10 minutes. And then I'll come back to lead the panel session.
Okay, no, I will keep waiting for questions. I also have a number of questions. I'm not sure whether Khadija is still with us. Khadija, are you still with us? I want to get some clarity from you. Khadija?
Okay. There are some people whose hands are raised up now. Maybe we can take them while we try to get Khadija.
Yes, please, can you help me? Okay. Osi Adewale, please proceed. Sorry for if I mispronounce your name. You can proceed. Can the technical people help with unmuting this particular person, Adewale?
And Chinwoke as well. We need to enable them to speak.
Please, technical support.
Okay. Good afternoon. I really enjoyed the session, but Canada, British Columbia, I was discussing about the issue in Makoko and the barons. From my perspective, what she said was right and was on point. Though I take a course on microbiology and fisheries. So looking at the supply chain of the fishery business in Nigeria, it's so obvious that the model for the fishing business in Nigeria is that the female are more active at the shore, while it is the male that go fishing, in which at times the women, they have to pay the men down before they get the fish for processing. So she mentioned something that has to do with the accommodation and all that. Most times, the perspective everybody have about the people that do most of them are non-Nigerians, that they are from Benin Republic and all that. So there's this social factor of integrating them into the society based on managing the education system, managing their health and all that. Because if it's of recent now, when you are driving on the Third Mainland Bridge, you will discover that there is some feeling going on towards the Makoko end of Lagos. So most times when I'm around there, the guys that are staying there are always of the fact that they are planning to move them from that particular region, which will be converted to an estate for other people. Then the migration of those settlements is now coming up around the Yanoworo axis of the Third Mainland Bridge. So basically, their contribution to climate change is not basically the fish processing, because you have the sawmill there also, where they burn the sawdust, in which those sawdust can be converted into wood, just the way we have the MBF that is being imported into the country, which is like the shavings from wood processing that is being compressed and turned into wood that is now converted, is now used into furniture. So instead of them burning those sawdust that is releasing carbon into the atmosphere, I think the government needs to work on that, reusing the waste from the sawmills around there. And one other thing I observed about the coastal line is that most times when you're on the mainland and it rains, it's visible to understand that the land is below the sea level. So most times when there is rain, it's very difficult for the water to move into the lagoon because of the high level in which the lagoon is.
Sorry, can I just answer this question?
Things like that, because I was discussing with.
Sorry, let me just, I want to answer this question. Like, let me just say 50% of what you're saying is right, because women also contribute to climate change in their own, because they kind of use wood to smoke their fish. But as I said earlier in my presentation, that they contribute to minimal to climate change. But when you're talking about Makoko is kind of below the sea level. But when you look at research, it wasn't like that in 30 years. 30 years ago, it wasn't like that. 40 years ago, they've been in that community. So what, now, why is it that there's down flooding? Then something happened. Then there's a natural phenomenon attributed to that. It's just that, something does not, you can't just like something happened to today. There should be an attribution to the effects. There should be a causative. And the causative is not because they are below, they are kind of below sea level. This is attributed to climate change. I went there, that was last year and last 2 years we went to Makoko fishing community, and the women told me the flooding was so massive that it kind of reached the tent house in Makoko fishing community and Ilaja fishing community. So you wouldn't say that I'm kind of your perspective, you're trying to, from my presentation, you're trying to also give me your own perspective. But I just want to correct this notion that it is not because they are below the sea level. It is because of a natural phenomenon which they are kind of ignorant about. And the natural phenomenon is climate change. And women also contribute to climate change in their own dimension because they also smoke wood firewood. And what is coming out from the firewood? CO2.
Okay. But
okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sorry. We like the fact that there is cross interaction. This is the spirit of the summit. But we do recognize that we have about 4 minutes to the next session, and we have 2 hands that are up. So
okay, ma'am, please, ma'am, just let me just drop something.
Just for 30 seconds, and you'll be cut off because this is being live streamed. We don't. The South and North American people are waiting. Yes. Okay. 30 seconds, Mr. Dewale. We need to cut you off.
Okay, man. And one other thing I observe is that we don't have a record, because there are some places where we are not supposed to have flood, but there's no record between the demand for groundwater and surface water. Because if you look at each of the houses in Lagos, most times within an interval of 2-3 days, they had to get water from the ground, minimum of 1,000 liters. So there is no record of where those waters are going. So automatically they are contributing to the surface water. Since there's no the ground and the surface water, which is also discharged into the drainage system that ends up also in the lagoon. So imagine 100 houses demanding 1,000 liters.
All right, thank you. Yes, okay, thank you very much. Very insightful conversation. I'm sure you can share contacts with each other and continue the conversation. Can we quickly take the comment or question from Chinwoke, and we will end this session with comments or contribution from Buhari. Can we do that very quickly? Thank you, lady and gentleman, for that nice cross-cutting conversation. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Shobum. I'll just be very brief because I know time is no longer on our side. It's just an observation, and
a suggestion I have to make. You know, if we listen to the presentation of the lady talking about the Makoko community and Dr. Buhari also talking about Regasa, we see that the issue and even the effects that climate change produce, they are diverse, but they are connected. Even previous presentations in previous sessions also showcase that climate change produces a diverse effect, affecting people, different people, maybe according to their background too, and their level of vulnerability. But for us to be able to do something or take actions that could be effective in solving this problem of climate change, we need to work in synergy. The action needs to be integrated. Time has gone when we will just isolate ourselves in our discipline, in our area, and we are just working to produce maybe effective solutions. I don't think such can work at present with the kind of effects we are having. So there is need for us to recognize the importance and significance of other key stakeholders and try to work together. If you look at those things, you see food security issues, nutrition, health, economic issues. So we really need to synergize and have holistic actions.
Yes. Thank you. I'm
Thank you very
sorry
much. I think I've made my
yes.
point.
Yes, thank you so much. Buhari, can you just quickly give your last comment? The session has to end now. Very last comment, please. Buhari, please go ahead if you are able to unmute. Otherwise, I will invite Lassen to quickly give us about 4 minutes for us to stretch. Like I said, we were supposed to have a break, but because of the heated dialogue earlier on, we hardly had a break, and some of us have not stood up since morning. Buhari, are you able to speak for just 1 minute maximum? Are you able? Can you unmute yourself? Please unmute yourself. You are speaking, but we can't hear you, Buhari. Okay, Buhari is unable to unmute himself. Can we have Lassen, please? Lassen, please go ahead.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Because we were standing in front of our computers and phones for like many hours. So I invite everyone to put his video on, and we will just choose one word or two words, like because of the summit is global, I choose the global change as 2 words. So let's stand global change. So we try to, while waiting for the other region from Americas and Arctic to join, I hope they are here. So we can stand.
So they are not the ones. Actually, we have a panel session before they join. We still have 2 activities before they join. So you have 2 more minutes so we can go into the panel. Our panelists are anxiously waiting.
Them very well. So just we take the word, you save it via chat, global change. So G, try to draw G with your body. Go ahead, you can stand up, move, put your cameras on, please. G, L, O, B, A, L, C, change, C.
When we stand, we can't see you.
H, you do as you wish. H, A, N, G again, and E. This is global change.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We're not seeing you.
That's great.
Well done, Lassen.
I hope we took snapshots of those. We're not taking snapshots. Otherwise, we'll do that just before we end the Region 2 session. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of inviting the elders. And for this next session, it's a panel session where we will hear about the International Network for Governmental Science Advice Africa chapter, and especially their program, which, like I said at the introduction, gave birth to the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm your moderator for this session. My name is Temitope Shogbamu, Global Co-Lead for this summit. And I now invite Dr. Doyin Odubanjo. He is the president of the Giyscc Africa chapter. If he's on the call, if he could kindly show his video, thank you very much. And we will put him on spotlight. Our next panelist is Dr. Richard Glover. He's actually been very active in helping to coordinate the summit since last year, and indeed coordinates administration at the Giyscc Africa chapter, is a program officer. Please, we invite Dr. Richard Glover. If you could add your surname, that would be great, so that the whole world can see you and appreciate you. And we appreciate his indigenous attire. And finally, we invite our own Professor Paul Arthur Berkman. Like I mentioned, is my mentor in the SARS-DP program. And these three panelists are going to share with us in the next 35 minutes or less about the program, about their perspectives, especially as it has to do with climate change science advice from Africa to the world. I would like to first invite Dr. Doyin Odubanjo, the president of Giyscc Africa chapter, for his opening remarks for about 5 to maximum of 10 minutes. 5 minutes better.
I don't actually need that much. Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be on this panel and actually to see this come to fruition. It was a dream with Professor Berkman really pushing, that this can happen. And thank God for people who push like that, because I know even Dr. Shogbamu would have fainted, but thankfully we are here, and it's been a lot of very interesting presentations all along from all over the place. Giyscc Africa is a chapter of Giyscc, which is the international network for government science advice. Dr. Glover would probably say a lot more, but just to say that it's a pleasure that Giyscc has been involved with this and actually has been at the very foundation of this, because Giyscc is concerned about capacity building for science advice. And by science advice, we mean the ability for all practitioners, all stakeholders, that is, whether the users or the providers, and by that I would probably generally mean the policymakers who use advice or science, the scientific evidence that scientists produce, but also the scientists themselves who produce that evidence. So Giyscc is interested in that connectivity. How do you ensure that science actually informs policy and decision making? How do you ensure that when people, our decision makers make the decisions that they make that affects our lives? We've talked about SDGs, for instance. We set targets, we set goals. On what basis do they determine what they determine? What kind of information are they making use of? And the beauty of this conference is that the conference is bringing to light even more evidence beyond what the typical policymaker hears about as evidence at all, which is what is produced by a researcher in a university. But this conference is trying to bring about the indigenous voices, to say there's even a lot more information out there. There's a lot more that we need to know. There's a lot more we need to hear about that should inform our decision making, that we should consider when we're trying to do things. And of course, even the scientists among us need to know that and respect that, and know that it's not just what's published in a peer-reviewed journal that actually is scientific evidence, that sometimes people know things that you are yet to discover, but they've already been practicing it for centuries. They know something about this or that, and they've done many things to solve many problems that look like they're brand new. And it's in ignoring what has been that we tend to try to reinvent the wheel. And sometimes we bring solutions that don't get adopted, don't get used, don't solve any problems, because we have ignored the fact that there is a history, or there's historical knowledge, there's indigenous knowledge that people have always worked with. Maybe it can be improved upon, but we must start by acknowledging that that knowledge exists. So I think this is a unique conference in that regard. Climate change, of course, affects everybody globally, and it will take our collective knowledge and wisdom, to come to the right decisions about how to tackle it. So I think this is brilliant. This is amazing. It's good to hear the voices. Giyscc Africa particularly is proud to be part of this, to be working with everybody to bring this to light. And in fact, I think I heard it said once, but you'll hope that this is the first. It's not the only one. It's not the last one. This is the first Global Indigenous Youth Summit, we would hope. So I think on that note, I will stop my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olubanjo. I will now exactly at 5 minutes. So thank you so much. Okay, so over to you, Dr. Glover. Your opening remarks, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tope, and thanks to Paul and everyone who has been on this program. I'm the regional program officer for Giyscc Africa. In African tradition, when the chief speaks, nobody speaks. So my chair has spoken. He has spoken about Giyscc. Whatever I add will dilute it. So I think I will leave that one for now. But maybe I want to talk about a science advice skills development program, the precursor, or what gave rise to this summit. As Tope mentioned at the beginning, and Paul has been saying over and over again, that program is one of the flagship programs of Giyscc Africa. There were a number of them, but we started this one and we thought that why don't we build a capacity of early career scientists in Africa in how to communicate science advice. So we got some money, and then we decided that we will look at climate change as a broad topic, but within that we'll look at food, energy, water, and there's a fourth one. And then we selected, we put out a call, and we got a number of very enthusiastic mentees. And then we also got renowned scientists, intellectuals who were willing to mentor them, and then we paired them. And then we were lucky to have this wonderful pair of Tope and Paul, and then they gave birth to this summit. So if we are here celebrating this day, which has taken about almost a year to plan, this is the origin of the summit. And because of this huge success, we have been emboldened as Giyscc Africa to start a second one. And I'm proud to say that we have sent out calls, and we are in the process of selecting the next cohort of beneficiaries for this program. It has not been a waste at all. And from what I've seen for this past 6 hours or so, I think that we'll go a long way if we continue with this program. Thank you for now. I will get back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Glover. Yes, I'll now yield the floor to Professor Beckman to give us his introductory remarks. Thank you. Feel free to take up the remaining 8 minutes. I know you can do it.
First, let me wish everybody a happy International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, and to thank both Doyen and Richard for the wonderful opportunity to work with Tope throughout this last year in building the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. For those of you that are listening and participating and asking questions, there is great inspiration from this dialogue itself and how it emerged. As of yesterday, there were 1,300 registrants from 112 nations. That means that the indigenous youth leaders from Africa, starting with Nigeria and rapidly moving to North, East, West, South, and Central Africa, Asia, North America, South America, Oceania. The inspiration comes from the indigenous youth leaders. And the world has heard in the last year. The pudding, the taste of this is the dialogue we have today. And in a sense, the capacity that Richard was talking about is real. It's real in the sense of having an imagination and understanding how to bring something to reality. And it was an imagination. It was a big ask to have a dialogue by, for, and among indigenous youth. Couldn't happen without indigenous youth leading it. And with that, it was great good fortune to be paired with Tope. Tope is a marvelous leader. She inspired all of the other indigenous youth leaders with her patience, with her wisdom, with her good ideas throughout the last year. And it brings us all together today. And in thinking about climate change, the reality of climate change, it's a forever problem. And if we think of forever problems, it's not a policy decision that's made by a group of leaders today. A forever problem, the solution operates across generations. So if we're going to solve climate change as a world, as a globally interconnected civilization, it requires the capacity and the process of operating across generations. And to that extent, in the world today, where there's great deal of self-interest and short-sighted thinking, the ability to operate across generations rests to a significant extent with the indigenous cultures around the world. And the ability for the youth to carry that flame forward, to learn the wisdom and to pass it on to future generations, that's the solution to operate forever. And if we think of the challenge ahead of us, the youth today, many of you will be alive in the 22nd century. The lessons we're learning at the beginning of the 21st century, you have decades to take with you and to grow with. And those challenges and those insights, your responsibility is to pass it on to the next generation and the next generation. And humanity has a challenge. If we're going to deal with climate change, it's not a bunch of policy decisions, not a bunch of short-sighted solutions. The solutions must operate across generations at the timescale of centuries. And this is anathema for the world that we live in. And to that extent, the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change is a very powerful example of thinking across generations, inspired by indigenous youth leaders with lessons, many lessons that will serve humanity into the distant future. But for me, it's a tremendous honor, truly a tremendous honor and pleasure to be part of this dialogue, to work with Giyscc Africa. And I remember, Doyen, you're starting the dialogue last year in the introductory comments, and you said, this is for the continent. And one of the things I learned in working with Tope and across Africa is Africa itself is a very special continent. I don't think there's another continent on Earth that could be as nimble as Africa in bringing together a global Indigenous Youth Summit. It was immediate from Tope's interactions with leaders, Indigenous youth leaders in North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, within a matter of months. I don't think there's any continent on Earth that could do that. And so to that extent, there's great leadership from Africa, not a matter of handouts. It's not a matter of seeking funding, but leadership on a global scale of how we solve global problems together. And to that extent, it's an honor and pleasure to be part of this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you so much. And I'm going to hop in on your last comment about it's not a matter of funding, it's a matter of leadership. But before I go to that, I would now like to pose my first question to all of you. And I would go back to start with Dr. Odubanjo. So we're talking about indigenous youths and youth leaders and their roles in climate change. We know about science advice, which is where this came about. But I was wondering if there's anything like indigenous knowledge advice or indigenous advice. And so my question is, what do you think is the role of indigenous youths and youth leaders to build capacity for, if you like, indigenous knowledge advice, if you like, science advice, in order to mitigate climate change or adapt to climate change? Join, please.
Okay, thank you, Tokwe. I think there are two key things. One is well, maybe three. One is the zeal / the energy, that the youth bring on board. And I think one of the moderators was commenting on that, about the passion and energy you could even feel through the screen. We're not sitting in the same room, but yet we can still feel the energy that's coming from everyone, the presenters and all of that. That you get from the youth. There's enough of that passion that can be infectious. There's that hopefulness, there's that drive that tells everybody it can be done. So I think that's an important one. I think, secondly, the fact that if you start off early to begin to incorporate the idea of science advice, how do we get all of the evidence possible, and make sure that as a youth leader, if I want to influence policy or leaders in my community or political leaders to make the right decisions, I need to be looking for the right evidence, and I need to be presenting or communicating that evidence the right way. That basically is like that's the scope kind of science advice. How do you get the evidence and make sure that evidence informs policy? And the idea is for us to start thinking early enough. It used to be that even researchers gone by would just publish for publishing sake. You have a lot of citation, high citation score and all of that, but none of that work for many people gets to influence anything in the real world, in the society. So we need to start getting people to think otherwise, that it's not just for publishing, but it's about our research, finding, or if you're just a youth leader in the community, we need to start thinking of how to connect decision-making with evidence, or connect evidence with decision-making. And that's the way you get sustainable change, okay? Because if decisions are being made just based on people's whims and caprices, then those decisions will be upturned by the next leader in place, the next political leader. But if it's based on solid evidence, these are the reasons why this was done, then you get a sustainable push in the right direction. So I think that's also, that's quite key. And thirdly, I think that youth leaders have a way. They have a way. They are quite innovative, quite because when you've done something the same way for many years, decades maybe, you tend to just believe it that one way. You tend to keep doing it that one way. But youth tends to be more, signify flexibility. The fact that you are willing to think differently, the fact that you are willing to look at it differently. So I think the third thing that the youth bring on board, youth leaders, youth scientists, youth policymakers, or young policymakers, what you bring on board is that flexibility to start thinking and saying, can it really be different, for instance? I'll give you an example. Well, it relates to climate change at the end of the day, because everything is interlinked. You look at water use, the availability of water as a resource for humankind. And if you take a household, for instance, 60% or more, of the water usage is actually by what you get in the modern housing is used in the toilets, and that has been for a long time. It's just there. And everybody's happy to have a water closet. Oh, we have a water closet. We're happy with that toilet, and all of that. And that's it. But the truth of the matter is that thing is using up too much water. So it takes you to say, can't it be different from what we've always had? But most people, older, don't think about that anymore. They're just used to that being installed in their houses, as it were. But the innovations now that are coming with toilets, for instance, are coming from younger scientists, younger researchers are the ones who are researching into it to say, we can have a waterless toilet, we can have this, we can have that. The water from it can be recycled this way or that way. And all of that has an impact on the climate at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odubanjo. Those were very insightful comments and suggestions. I'm seriously noting it, and I hope the audience are too. Can we invite your response, Dr. Glover, please?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would want to draw us a little bit back to what Professor Remus said. I think if I understood him, he said something like, knowledge is not a preserve of the elderly, or something like knowledge is not synonymous with age. And then I want to modify it a little to say that modern technology is not synonymous with the young. And by so doing, I want to draw us all back to our roots. Well, I've also been around for quite some time. I'll be 63 in September, so I think I'm quite an elderly person. And when we were young, in the evenings, we used to gather around the fireplace.
So when you were younger?
When we were young, when we were very young. When I was a small boy living in my village, after eating and hurriedly taking a bath, then sometimes some people don't bath anyway. You take your cloth, you put it around your waist or your shoulder, and then you gather around the elderly people. And then they used to teach us a lot of things that now we are facing, things they were teaching us those times that we didn't take serious. So if we are talking about climate change, for instance, some things that they will say, don't do this. If you say you don't carry an ember of fire and sweep it around. And we thought that, well, maybe they were just saying maybe to burn you or something, but the knowledge there was that you could easily cause a fire outbreak. And there were so many things that had a lot of wisdom at that time, which we didn't take into consideration. And I think that for now, we need to go back to our roots, try and learn from our elderly people, because they have a lot of knowledge pertaining to what we are facing now for as climate change problems. We know people who can just put their ears to the ground and they'll be able to tell you that there is water here. If you dig up to this depth, you find water. There are people who can look up into the atmosphere and tell you it will rain at this particular time of the day. Those are the elderly people who have not been to school. They are not lettered, but they have that knowledge. So if we are talking about indigenous knowledge, we think that the youth, because I'm also out of the youth now, the youth should be able to go back to their roots, learn from the elderly, and that way they'll be able to counter or mitigate a lot of these problems. I was so much interested in some of the presentations, one about the Bata people in Uganda. I think I pronounced the name well. And then those who were eating the green turtle and the rest. There is a whole lot of useful information that we can learn from those people. Those were people who were living naturally, and yet they had a lot of knowledge, which we need to learn from. So I think that the call that I will make is that we should not shun the elderly people thinking that they have no knowledge. There's a lot of truism in that saying that what an old man sees sitting down, if you climb the tallest Iroko tree, you will not see it. So once we get to these people, we will be able to overcome most of these problems that we are encountering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just in case I forget, please, we would need you to speak your local dialect before the end of this panel. We want to learn from the elders. Okay, so before I invite questions, please, just to say that it's a panel session, but we are also inviting reactions and comments or questions. So immediately after Professor Beckman's response, we will now take some questions and then know if you would go back. I'm conscious that we have roughly about 11 minutes to the end of this session. Right, Professor Beckman, please.
in thinking about the Global Indigenous Youth Summit, the feature that I am most proud of with you, Tope, and the Indigenous youth leaders is your spirit of inclusion. Inclusion is a very difficult thing at any scale, local to global scale, personal to planetary. It's a complicated thing to be inclusive. Inclusive in terms of who, what, when, where, why, and how. And as Indigenous youth leaders, the decision-making was yours to convene the summit, to plan the agenda, to invite the participants. This panel alone is an example of your inclusion. You chose to invite elders who are not youth, even who are not Indigenous, into this discussion. That spirit of inclusion is hopeful. The world is consumed to a significant extent with fear and emotion that paralyzes progress because it's self-interested and it's short-sighted. Hope lives in the future. Hope is what we can build with. We can build common interests with hope. And that road that you began walking down, traveling down together as Indigenous youth leaders has a long way to go. The idea of a global partnership of Indigenous youth is real. You have organizations around the world that are now supporting the journey that you're on. And as Richard said, the opportunity with Giyscc Africa will continue. The opportunity that was started this year with the Global Indigenous Youth Leaders has an opportunity to grow into a global partnership of Indigenous youth. And the world needs your leadership. They need the bridge that you provide with the communities, the elders, and the youth who are not yet brought into mainstream thinking. The training, the experiences, the skills that are all over the place among the Indigenous youth leaders and Indigenous leaders who have spoken in this Global Indigenous Youth Summit are a path to the future. And to that extent, I'm most proud to be part of a discussion that's inclusive and hopeful, which is a very, very special thing, particularly in a world that's consumed with gloom and doom. To imagine the future, to build the future in a way that was done in the last year is inspirational. And my hope is that the organizations, the partnerships that have been developed, that they will continue to grow, and that the seeds that have been planted by the Indigenous youth in the last year will see many flowers and trees and all kinds of birds and bees and animals and everything else that are part of the history of Indigenous peoples on Earth. That touch to the land, the people, the land that was talked about in many of the presentations. We have a globally interconnected civilization. It doesn't operate as one. And the fact that the Indigenous youth are talking to each other on a planetary scale without concern about control or self-interest, but to think together into the future with hope is inspirational for all of us. And it's an honor to be part of this discussion.
Thank you very much, Paul. May I now request Lassen to ask his question, and we can also consider questions or comments on the chat box. Lassen, please. We have Lassen and some other people's hands are up as well. Lassen, please, could you unmute?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tope. Actually, I don't have a question, but I'm really inspired by this panel. It's really very inspiring. And really, it shows the process that of the summit, how the summit was created, and the idea, and it was a dream, and now it's reality. And it shows how it can name the process. I want to thank Giyscc Africa and also Paul and Tope and all the leaders that made this summit a reality. And it's really inspiring. It's not only about indigenous people, but about global population, and how can we stay inclusive. And it's really inspiring. And it's I can name it like inclusive innovation as a process. And I'm sure during the discussions and the presentations, we saw the inspiration like this one from the panel about a lot of initiatives that will come and ideas that will come from this summit. So like the bank of carbon with indigenous people, and also one of the presenter sent me a personal message about his inspiration to create like a bank for varieties and types of plants in Africa, for example, and to work on this. So it's very inspiring, and for sure, Paul, the seeds from the summit will grow and give plants. And thank you, everyone. And also, I want to thank Giyscc because I'm looking forward to be like a mentor in climate change and agriculture and water aspects, and also to work together with other young people in Africa and everywhere. Thank you so much. It's very inspiring, and I'm so happy.
Yes. Thank you very much, Lassen. And just to say again that Lassen is one of the Indigenous youth leads, part of the steering committee who've been involved in planning this summit in the last year. Can we have a comment or question from Larissa in USA? Paul, if you could make her a co-host or enable her to speak. Then we'll have
sorry, Topi, just I forgot something.
Yes.
Then just 1 second, please.
Yes.
Just reaction to Glover from Giyscc. He talked about elder people, and because of the summit, I had the chance to go to southeast of Morocco to see this desertic place and talk to old people, also with youth, and the knowledge that they have, the older people elder. So they told me that because of this knowledge, we can keep the oasis alive for centuries. So we can give lessons to youth and young people, but this knowledge should stay because it's the solution, because it was working on the past. We can introduce technologies, but it's difficult. We should keep the knowledge that we have because it worked for centuries. Why we will disturb it? So we need to learn also from them. I just react to this and confirm that it's from reality that I saw last week.
Thank you very much for that insight. Can we have Larissa? I do recognize that we have 5 minutes to the end of this session.
Sure.
Larissa, please, yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Temitope. It's really a privilege and a pleasure to be with all of you here today. It gives me a very special honor to really acknowledge your amazing success, because I am myself, as an elderly indigenous woman from Ural Mountains. So, and I'm really applauding and really taking my hats off to all of your leadership and all of your enthusiasm. So we can only do this together. Again, on behalf of the indigenous people, as an elderly representative from Ural Mountains, I'm really thrilled to be part of this wonderful event. And thank you all organizers. And if I'll start naming everyone, I'm sure I will miss someone. So I just want to make sure that you know you're doing an amazing work, and all elderly around the world, really applauding your efforts. So in concluding, I just would like to say, I know you have many ways to really summarize the results of this summit. And I know Dr. Temitope talked about this and will talk again at the end, but please consider also publishing in the United States. I am serving on the Journal for Science Policy and Governance, which is in Washington, D.C., and we would love to really have a publication as a result of this summit. So I put the link into the chat room. And again, on behalf of elderly and the youth from Ural Mountains, I'm really applauding your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larissa. Thank you so much for that comment, and she's posted the link. The Indigenous youth leaders, Adeyemi and Demila, who will be providing the summary at the end of Region 2, will be giving further remarks about the next steps, which actually includes publication in different outlets and formats. So thank you very much, Larissa, for already indicating your interest. We will certainly look into that. Okay, can we have just closing remarks from our panelists? Very important. Just a minute each from you. So let's start with Dr. Udubanjo, please. Thank you so much.
Well, again, take less than that. Just to thank you, Tope, for the awesome work. Thank Professor Beckman also for the great leadership on this, and thank all the organizing committee members, from all over the world for the great work you've done, and of course those who have partnered, UNITA and the rest, to say thank you all very much. I think this is successful. It's amazing, and it's been a pleasure to be part of it. And I hope that, again, the lessons will be taken on board, even beyond the presentations, the lesson of the fact that we need to find different ways to get evidence into policy, and make sure that it's considered, and to get all kinds of evidence actually into policy considerations. Okay, so on that note, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And just before I invite Dr. Glover, Paul, please could you make Adeyemi a co-host, because he will be co-leading the last session. Dr. Glover, 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so as I indicated throughout the times you've been meeting, I told you had my 100% commitment, and I gave my all and made sure that this is a big success. My only hope that it will not be a one talk shop. There will be more and more of this. And I want to say in my native language, that from Ghana, the Volta region of Ghana, I just want to say, Akbe means 1,000. So you have done so well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Odubando, we didn't hear you, your native language.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine. Thank you so much. Yeah, so finally, Paul, we are now at the top of the hour.
My congratulations to you, Tope, in particular, for your stamina, for your leadership, and for your wisdom and your inspiration to catalyze this global dialogue, which I'm sure will not be the only one in it. It will happen again, probably on the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. I imagine could happen continuously into the distant future as a global partnership. And I wish all of the Indigenous youth leaders a serious reflection on what you've accomplished in building this dialogue and bringing together hope and inspiration for the world in this discussion. It's truly an amazing journey, and it's just beginning.
Thank you so much, Paul. And on this note, ladies and gentlemen, this session has ended with this panelists. Please, can we give a virtual round of applause to them? And I now invite Adeyemi Aremu and Demila to share the summary of the outputs of this session and the next steps. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, no, thanks. I'm going to be on this section with Demila. I'm trying to share something quickly. To be very short, I promise this will not take too long. I'm going to be here with Demila. Demila, please, can you show your face? Can we be spotlighted? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. So the whole idea is just to give a very short overview. And to give this short overview, I actually want to go back to what Tope started with. So what have we done? I've just modified the slide presented by Tope. We have mobilized partnership. That I can guarantee you. We have done that. In terms of the objective that was set, we have provided one kind of platform for global engagement. We've done that, it's clear. We have shared perspective from youth. And I believe we have also stimulated lifelong learning. We have inspired youth leaders, that we've done. And this is a 24-hour global event. We've covered that from Asia 8 hours ago, and now we're finishing Africa. But please remember that South America and North America will still come on board. And we've actually been able to activate some regional hubs whereby these were shared, whereby people came along, especially those with connectivity. And the most important thing is that we've actually have different types of presentation. In fact, during the Asia region, the person who closed actually closed with music. Unfortunately, I am not good in music. That's not my strong point. Maybe Demila might have a song, I'm not sure. So in terms of the themes we've covered, we've actually covered all the 5 themes we defined from the beginning, from the different presentation, particularly in Africa and the previous section. We've looked at the perception, the knowledge. Communication actually came out very strong. We had a lot of communication. I actually enjoyed all, but particularly the one from Dr. Chinwoke's lab. That was quite interesting. I can't remember the presenter's name. There was a lot of presenters. Able to see a lot of realities, especially Ayodele talking about the Mokoko women on fishing. That was actually very touching. Likewise, Dr. Buhari also gave us a lot of lived experience in terms of what was happening in Kaduna State. We also had a lot of future perspective. So this was the 5 areas we covered. And our call to action, one of the standout for me is that we've been able to speak to the SDG number 17. That's partnership. And the partnership is also to help actually implement the other 16 goals. So this partnership actually brings everything together, the connection. That's what we've been able to achieve. And the strong point, this call of action is that inclusion of indigenous youth. We can't overemphasize that. And we've actually demonstrated that based on some of the speakers that were there. And we still say there must be a seat for the youth at the table. Decision, the future is for the youth. We have to have a seat as a youth. I'll also try to also flag this particular communication that was published in Nature, whereby it was a prelude to this conference. So you are also welcome to read this first output that came out from this particular engagement. I think at this point, I will come back to talk again, but I would like to give the opportunity to Demila to also give us some of the silent points that came out. Before she speaks, I also remembered something in terms of the output. This is just one of the outputs. There will be opportunity. I think one of the last speakers also alluded to that fact. There will be opportunity to publish some of this in scientific articles, popular articles, because communication is very important. So we don't just look at the peer review articles, we also look at platforms like the conversation, for example. Those are the different platforms we'll be exploring. And we also encourage speakers to actually get in touch with us if you think you have original article that you want to communicate out there. At this point, Demila, you can please step in. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your summary of our presentation, and to just beef up what you said. From the 5 thematic areas that we agree that we are going to focus on for our summary. I just want to highlight also to emphasize the variety of the presentation. I think all the presenters for today gave us like everything that we need to tackle climate change, particularly for indigenous community. For example, we can see that Buhari, presentation was focusing on threats, the increasing threat of climate change. Ahmed talked about the solutions to climate change. And Mfo talked about how we can refine some methods in terms of how we are going to handle climate change. So we shared our problems. We came up on how to solve them, and we also share some resilience mechanism on how we are going to solve it, which is key for indigenous communities all over the world in dealing with issues of climate change. Also, the other issue that came across through the presentation was the issues of how indigenous communities are being being removed from their land because of impact of climate change. There's flood, there's drought. Their source of livelihood has been impacted. And this has been very key, especially with the presentation of Ayodele Oloko, where she highlighted the vulnerable, for fishing household and that kind of thing. So the land issues was cut crossing, and as I did for my morning, presentation, I emphasize how indigenous community cannot be dissociated with land. So on other issues also of gender, which we had like a great representation in the morning, on how gender perspectives is very useful in terms of involving everyone, being inclusive to ensure that we come with a holistic solution in terms of climate change, in terms of indigenous community discussions. Also, the issues of climate change initiatives and indigenous community knowledge with the Amazigh community from Morocco. They have like a way of harvesting water, and you see all this knowledge. We saw that if we are not going to have a way of keeping this knowledge, we should have like a traditional, somebody call it like we have like a traditional storage, of knowledge, and so that we preserve them, because they are key in solving climate change issues. As we also keeping up with those traditional knowledge, we should also beef them up, like the Moroccan community say that they need support in terms of managing all these structures because they've been impacted with time. So I will take back it to you so that you can highlight more on what I've missed, and then we can just push forward the discussion, and yeah, we can pick it from there. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you so much. I see Tokwe is already giving me signal that I can talk for more than 1 minute. Thank you, Tokwe. I think we've actually given a lot of summary. The videos will be available. The recording will be shared by those who are interested. Last thing, in South Africa, today is Women's Day, and I'm quite happy that the impact of women actually came out strongly. Apart from being Indigenous Peoples Day, it's also Women's Day here in South Africa today. So it actually fits in perfectly. Thank you so much, Tokwe. I will just give it back to Tokwe to give maybe a thank you message for this particular region. Thank you. Back to you, Tokwe, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. I was just nodding and saying no, that I wasn't telling you to round up because we still have 3 minutes. Well, yes, you are right. And one of the reasons why I was gesticulating and you thought that I wanted you to round up was because I had my children around and they wanted my attention. And so those are the people that I would like to acknowledge first, not just my kids, but all of us. And like you've heard variously from starting with Region 1, this summit that is happening today over the period of 24 hours has involved a lot of planning of almost 9 months or more. And of those planning, we've been meeting monthly, weekly, some of us in the last few weeks daily, and we are all from different parts of the world. So for me, sometimes I meet with Paul late at night here in Nigeria. While I was in Germany, we were also chatting. So kudos to all of us, particularly Paul. At least I'm still young, but Paul is always online for all those meetings. And we thank Phil Campbell, who facilitated the support from Springer Nature, UNITA, of course, and the UNITA team. We had a lot of change of hands because of the complexity of, managing this. So thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Clara, who started with us, actually. Thank you, Eliza. Thank you, Manon, and all the team, Patricia, Rabbi at UNITA. I'm sure that my co-lead, Eda Jane Gordon, will probably give a more robust acknowledgement or thank you at the end of Region 3. But just to say that we particularly appreciate our families for coping with us and our excesses and the times of not being available and being able to give them attention because of this. Indeed, we have all demonstrated passion. I couldn't have done this alone. And that's the beauty of networks and partnerships. What's happened here is just been the result of partnerships and networks that we've all built over the years, and we lashed in on those partnerships around the planet. So we want to encourage that those partnerships continue, not only amongst us as researchers, but that the partnerships to be transdisciplinary. That's another beautiful feature of the summit. We not only had academic style presentation, but we had presentations from Indigenous peoples, various types of publics. And we hope that this will continue. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot, Paul. I will now yield the floor to the Region 3 team for the South and Northern American session that will be led by Dr. Eda Jane Gordon, who is actually my co-lead for the Giyscc. And all of us are being coordinated by Paul Beckman. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Bye for now. Adupel.
Thank you.